Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Reincarnation Paradise Park. Chapter 1, Avenger. At night, a bustling, restless second-tier city. The streets are filled with traffic. As night falls, many young people escape their stuffy rooms, savoring the time lavishly. Su Xiao crouches on the rooftop of a two-story villa, the night breeze cooling him. Su Xiao is dressed in black, with a wide black hood covering his head, hiding his figure in the rooftop's shadows. This outfit would feel stuffy even at night during the sweltering summer. But compared to his unfortunate experiences, this is nothing. He has waited here for 2 hours. At Su Xiao's age, he should be enjoying his university life, but 3 years ago, due to hatred, he gave up his studies to learn other skills. Human anatomy, combat, quick unlocking, and other knowledge. The long wait begins. 2 hours later, a black luxury car slowly drives into the villa's courtyard, the dull engine noise ceases, the car door opens, and a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, steps out of the car. Because of excessive drinking, the middle-aged man's steps are noticeably unsteady. On the villa rooftop, Su Xiao picks up a long knife beside him. The knife is unsheathed, its black blade blending with the night, making it hard to detect. He leaps nimbly from the 6-meter-high rooftop, his agile arms grabbing the villa's protruding corners, slowing his descent. Landing smoothly, Su Xiao stands directly in front of his nemesis. Without any words, Su Xiao's long knife slices through the air with a whimper, slashing the enemy's throat with a single strike. Blood spouts out. Although Su Xiao tries his best to evade, his sleeves and hands are still stained with blood. The drunken enemy doesn't even grasp what happened before collapsing to the ground. Such a wound is as good as death, so Su Xiao immediately runs towards a place with fewer people. In his peripheral vision, Su Xiao spots a uniformed security guard. Though caught in the act, it doesn't matter to him if he's seen, as he's disguised well. However, in the next moment, Su Xiao feels an icy chill. The security guard unexpectedly draws a gun from his waist, a black handgun, its long body clearly equipped with a silencer. How can a security guard have a gun? Su Xiao doesn't have time to think deeply. Behind is a villa at least tens of meters wide, and the guard is about 20 meters away. Choosing to flee would expose his back entirely to the enemy, making him an easy target. When faced with danger, Su Xiao's first response is to eliminate the source of the threat, never to flee. He strides forward, running in an S-shaped pattern to evade gunfire. Puff, puff, puff. The silencer-equipped handgun emits only soft gunshots. After charging about 5 meters forward, Su Xiao feels a numbness in his calf, followed by the same sensation in his chest. Su Xiao knows he's been shot. Though a revenge seeker, he's never been shot before. A powerless feeling spreads through his body, yet Su Xiao feels no fear, just a deep unwillingness. The revenge is not fulfilled, yet he has already fallen, killed by an unknown enemy. What a pitiful end. With his last ounce of strength, Su Xiao throws the long knife in his hand. This throw is more about fate, but heaven seems to notice Su Xiao's unwillingness and his unjust ordeal. The long knife spins rapidly in the air, miraculously piercing the armed guard's chest. Su Xiao, collapsed on the ground, smiles. That long knife was coated with a neurotoxin, a mixed type that guarantees the stabbed guard's death. His consciousness begins to fade, and Su Xiao feels a heavy blow to his head, after which everything turns black. In his last shred of awareness, Su Xiao vaguely hears. Hunter, Reincarnation Paradise opens for you. Body transmission in progress. 10%, 50%, 100%, transmission complete. Detected Hunter's body suffering massive damage, pending repair. Hunter's consciousness is not awake, repair command postponed, currently maintaining minimum survival state, maintenance for 10 minutes. Beep. Detected Hunter's talent as a growing talent, survival time extended by 2 hours. In the darkness, a few lines of pale blue text float midair, emitting a faint glow. Beneath the pale blue text, Su Xiao lies in the void, covered in blood. His fingers twitch, and Su Xiao gradually awakens. Upon waking, Su Xiao feels confused but promptly tries to stand up as he recalls the black muzzle. Agonizing pain strikes, and Su Xiao nearly faints again. With effort, he sits up, scanning his surroundings. Besides a few lines of flickering blue text, it's pitch black all around. Hunter, welcome to Reincarnation Paradise. A line of text suddenly appears before Su Xiao, but he doesn't look at it. Instead, he checks his injuries. His calf is pierced, the wound's flesh turning up, fingers can easily reach into it. This gory sight only makes Su Xiao frown without any other reaction. He's experienced scenes 10 times more terrifying than this, so these can't shake him. The chest injury is more severe, but neither the leg nor chest wounds are bleeding anymore. I didn't die. Placing a hand on his chest, Su Xiao feels his heart beating vigorously. Hunter, you have not died. Are you willing to join Reincarnation Paradise? Here, you can have everything you desire. Su Xiao had already noticed the suspicious text, but out of caution for the unknown, he ignored it. The situation now seems bizarre. He suffered a mortal wound yet survived miraculously, and before him, a row of blood-red numbers is counting down. 1 hour 35 minutes and 10 seconds, 1:35:9. 1 hour 35 minutes and 9 seconds. If Su Xiao's guess is correct, that's what the numbers signify, and they continue to count down steadily. This blood-red number gives Su Xiao an ominous feeling, as if when the number reaches 0, he will lose his life. Hunter, please communicate with Paradise promptly to sign the contract, or you will die in 1 hour and 35 minutes. Sure enough, the numbers represent the time he still has to live. Su Xiao had guessed this beforehand as his injuries were severe enough for inevitable death. Where's my knife? Su Xiao doesn't care about any contract or paradise, he's demanding his knife back from the other side. The knife is the only memento left by his parents, supposedly a captured officer's knife by his great-grandfather, passed down to his generation. Most real-world items cannot be brought into paradise. Please sign the contract promptly. Su Xiao falls silent, the pale blue text flashing, perhaps never encountering a hunter like Su Xiao. Contract. Let's hear it. What do I have to give, and what can I gain? The dwindling survival time leaves Su Xiao little room for delay, and he feels he might have encountered some supernatural event, stirring some inner turmoil. Su Xiao desperately needs power for revenge, and supernatural events, despite the tremendous risks, might grant extraordinary power. By signing the contract, you will traverse various, derived planes to complete tasks issued by Reincarnation Paradise, gaining World Source. Finally, the rewards will be constant based on the amount of World Source. Reincarnation Paradise is omnipotent. A flood of text appears, and Su Xiao reads it carefully. Omnipotent. Can it revive the dead? All pale blue text suddenly freezes in midair, then disappears entirely. Given your status as a hunter, no. Chapter 2, Hunter. Hunter, this mysterious Reincarnation Paradise, has called Su Xiao this from the beginning. This title made Su Xiao feel a bit strange because he didn't sign the so-called contract. What does this title of Hunter represent? This question from Su Xiao caused a huge reaction from Reincarnation Paradise. Ordinary people become contractors after signing a contract and execute tasks for Paradise in exchange for rewards. So-called hunters are some specially gifted contractors whose talents are more suited for combat. While performing ordinary tasks, Paradise will also release hunter tasks to clear those abnormal contractors. Query limit reached. Paradise will no longer answer any questions from Hunter. Please sign the contract or wait for death. All the lights faded, and the surroundings became pitch black. An archaic-looking parchment jumped out in the void and hung midair. Su Xiao struggled to stand up and walk to the parchment. The parchment was full of strange symbols, with a large blank space at the bottom. Do you want to sign the contract? Yes/no. Su Xiao vaguely felt that if he signed this contract, his life would undergo earth-shaking changes. He had too many things to do, and even if there was an abyss ahead, he could only leap into it. I agree. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, his hand involuntarily lifted, and then his thumb pressed onto the blank space of the parchment. A piercing pain came from his fingertip, and a bright red blood stain soaked into the parchment, turning the whole parchment a light red with a hint of blood scent. Contract established. Begin repairing Hunter's injuries. A faint green glow appeared around Su Xiao, clinging to his body, and within a few seconds, his injuries were completely healed. Injury repair completed, forcibly awakening Hunter's talent. His body had just returned to normal, and before Su Xiao could relax, a wave of severe pain assaulted him from all parts of his body. The pain came very suddenly, causing all the blood vessels in Su Xiao's body to bulge. But Su Xiao's endurance was beyond ordinary. he only let out a muffled groan and fell to one knee. The pain came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. Su Xiao realized that something seemed to awaken within him. The feeling wasn't abrupt, almost as if he inherently possessed this ability but had never realized it before. To display the comprehensive qualities of a hunter directly, semi-digitalization has been activated. Warning: semi-digitalization serves as an auxiliary combat ability. If major organs like the heart and brain are severely damaged, Hunter will still die, so please cautiously deal with the derived plane. Hunter exclusive trial begins. If unable to complete the trial, Paradise will strip the Hunter identity, making one an ordinary contractor. If Hunter dies during the mission, death will be complete. Paradise rule: everything is an equivalent exchange. As soon as Su Xiao finished reading the text in front of him, he suddenly felt darkness come over him, and then he lost consciousness. Teleportation begins. When Su Xiao woke up again, he found himself in a dilapidated house. The house was only a dozen square meters in size, and the roof was half collapsed, allowing sunlight to shine directly in. There were many cobwebs in the corners, covered in dust. The windows and doors were nowhere to be found, yet no light permeated the surroundings, only heaps of garbage were visible, some already flowing into the room through the doors and windows. This rundown room was buried in a massive pile of garbage, with only the roof as the exit. An acrid stench wafted through the air. Just as Su Xiao was about to leave, a burning sensation came from his arm. A black tattoo resembling a sharp sword appeared on his forearm. The pale blue text appeared again. But this time, instead of floating in the air, it appeared directly in his line of sight. No matter how he moved his perspective, the text remained static as if embedded in his retina. The text was as follows. World entered, One Piece. World difficulty, LV.6. Nightmare: this difficulty is exclusive for Hunter's trial difficulty. World source, 0%, Hunter's exploration or communication with characters from the current world will increase the world source, which, when settling the world, combines with task difficulty to create the final rating. World overview: the sea, freedom, pirates, navy, world government. Main quest: assassinate the Goa Kingdom king. Side quest: none. Warning: do not mention anything about Paradise in this world. Violations will be forcibly executed. Tip: this world is a high-level, derivative world, do not leave the Goa Kingdom area, or the world difficulty will greatly increase. Tip: since it's the first time Hunter enters a world, the language of this world is automatically mastered, valid for 3 natural days. World, begin. The text faded, and Su Xiao began to sort out the information he learned. First, he's come to a very mysterious place called Reincarnation Paradise, whose purpose he doesn't understand, but his purpose is clear: to gain power in the Reincarnation Paradise. Only with power can he exact revenge. Secondly is his current situation: he has actually arrived in the One Piece world. Although he seeks revenge, he would, in his free time, watch some anime to relax. A person can't be tense all the time. From Su Xiao's understanding of the pirate world, this is a high-risk world. In the later stages, those strong individuals could even submerge an island or single-handedly destroy a country. Although proficient in some killing techniques, Su Xiao here can only be considered an ordinary person. In such a world filled with non-human monsters, it can be said to be extremely difficult. The words "hell" in the world difficulty hint at this world's challenge. As for the final task given, Su Xiao was even more baffled. Assassinate the Goa Kingdom king, only these simple words, with no other clues. Just as Su Xiao was having a headache, an influx of information came from the sword-like tattoo on his arm. He could activate the branding with his consciousness, with the branding being the sword-like tattoo on his arm. This thing was very important, with many functions. Su Xiao tried activating the branding and succeeded easily. Several lines of text appeared before him. 1. Personal information. 2. Task. 3. Storage space. 4. Skills. 5. Equipment. Other functions not unlocked due to low tier. Su Xiao currently doesn't need anything besides the first item, personal information, and the second item, task. He urgently wanted to know the specific content of the task. Judging from the attitude of Reincarnation Paradise shown earlier, it would not tolerate failure, as usual failure likely meant a dead end. Being downgraded to an ordinary contractor probably wasn't possible. Although only in brief contact, Su Xiao sensitively noticed the brutality of Reincarnation Paradise. Opening the task panel, the specific information of the task appeared. Main quest: assassinate the Goa Kingdom king. Difficulty level, LV.3. Task overview: Goa Kingdom is located in the East Sea and governs nearby towns and villages, with Windmill Village and Mount Corvo nearby. Task information: use any method to kill the Goa Kingdom king, Philip Herbert, who resides in the royal palace for many years, making the assassination quite difficult. Task deadline: within 72 hours. Task reward: complete activation of hunter identity. Upon seeing the above information, Su Xiao finally understood whom he needed to kill and his location. No wonder there was so much garbage around. The place he was in should be the Scrap End Station, near Goa Kingdom, the mountain of garbage burned due to the arrival of the celestial dragons in the original story. The protagonist from the original story, Monkey D. Luffy, and important characters Ace and Sabo, lived in Mount Corvo during their childhood, along with a group of mountain thieves. I wonder what period it is now, whether the three brothers have set out to sea, or if they are still children. The capital of Goa Kingdom is near Mount Corvo, adjacent to the Scrap End Station he is at. These mountains of garbage around are produced by the capital of Goa Kingdom. Thinking of these, Su Xiao was instead in no hurry to leave. The Scrap End Station was filled with wandering refugees and was very dangerous. It would be better to understand the situation first before making plans. Closing the task panel, Su Xiao opened his personal information. Chapter 3, Lone Wanderer. Personal information is as follows. Contractor number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number, and the hunter cannot be locked by any means. Name: Su Xiao, Hunter. Level: LV.1. First tier. Every 10 levels is a tier. Level upgrading provides no attribute bonuses, and it corresponds to the hunter's permissions in Reincarnation Paradise, World Difficulty, Task Difficulty, etc. Life value, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized, changing based on the degree of injury. Mana value, 60. Intelligence times 10, current mana value recovery rate is 3 points per hour. Power, 6, related to attack power, carrying weight, etc. Agility, 7, related to movement, attack speed, etc. Stamina, 5, related to life value, defense, resistance to abnormality, etc. Intelligence, 6, related to magic damage, mana value, perception, etc. Charm, 3, related to social, summon, etc. Luck, 1, related to item opening, crafting, etc. This attribute is extremely difficult to improve. Please cherish the opportunity to improve it, Hunter. Note, the standard attribute of an adult male is 5 points, luck is 1 point. Slaughter talent, Soul Eater, after killing a target, will permanently seize 15 mana value points. This talent can seize a maximum of 100 mana value in each world. Personal information is for the convenience of the hunter to estimate his own strength, which is unrelated to real combat strength. The level of attribute values will affect the hunter's physical fitness, but combat is not only determined by physical fitness. Please be cautious, Hunter. After Su Xiao carefully reviewed it several times, he memorized his personal attributes. His current level is LV.1. The function of the level need not be said much, it corresponds to his permissions in Reincarnation Paradise. The One Piece world he has entered is of difficulty level LV.6, while his level is only LV.1, which indicates he is very dangerous in the pirate world. Under normal circumstances, Reincarnation Paradise would not teleport contractors to a world 5 levels higher. All this is related to his hunter status. The so-called hunter status, Su Xiao is still not sure of its benefits, but the disadvantage is clear, that is danger. Entering a LV.6 world, followed by taking on a LV.3 mission, while he is only LV.1, seems like the difficulty of this game is a bit high. And according to Reincarnation Paradise's introduction, in future worlds, he needs to help Reincarnation Paradise clear some abnormal contractors. This basically indicates he is inherently enemies with most contractors. Even if Su Xiao agrees to work on a task together, other contractors would not agree. Once his identity is discovered, they will unite to attack him. Who can be sure that their number is not among Su Xiao's assassination missions? As for the protection measures noted at the top, Su Xiao does not really trust Reincarnation Paradise, let alone the protection given by Reincarnation Paradise. But there is also good news, all his attributes are superior to the ordinary, which is the result of his hard training. Although such physical fitness is not much in the pirate world, it does give him a higher starting point. Su Xiao's strength is definitely not just what his attributes display, he also has expertise, which is he knows how to fight, and is willing to fight. Although he does not have the kind of mind that sees through everything, he has a heart that does not fear injury or death. It's not that he is completely unafraid, just compared to ordinary people, he is more courageous, daring to do some dangerous things. This courage is Su Xiao's capital in Reincarnation Paradise, to venture around. Sometimes, a brave heart is far more important than a strong body. Then, let me see just how dangerous this pirate world really is. Su Xiao briskly charged forward a few steps, stepping on the corner of the window ledge, leaping up, extending his arms to grab the edge of the roof, then exerting force with his arms, pulling his whole body upwards, his upper body emerging from a hole in the ceiling. As Su Xiao was about to check the situation outside, a crisp sound came. Bang. It was a gunshot, somewhat dull gunshots. Su Xiao immediately made a judgment. Withdrawing his body behind the wall, hands tightly holding the roof edge, Su Xiao's head slowly peered out to observe the outside situation. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were rattling outside continuously. From Su Xiao's observations, this should be two factions in a firefight at Scrap End Station. Both sides have dozens of people, engaging in a medium-range gun battle. Su Xiao noticed that both sides' clothing were very shabby, and they were all emaciated, presumably refugees from Scrap End Station. Toby, this territory is ours. What do you mean by this? We are all the poor scavengers. Do you intend to wipe us out completely? The gunfire subsided a bit, and both sides began to argue loudly. Your territory? I now have a dozen guns. From now on I call the shots here. Once I've saved enough belly, I'll take people to sea, then I will become a pirate. Roger, put down your weapons, and I will give you a chance to join. Before Toby finished his words, he was interrupted by a gunshot, pulling his head back behind a pile of trash. From the broken house, Su Xiao happened to see the man speaking, a burly bearded man, with a grimace standing behind a pile of trash. It seemed he didn't want to accept the others' surrender, but to wipe them out. This burly bearded man named Toby, unlike those emaciated refugees, he was tall with muscular knots all over his body. Su Xiao sighed inwardly, finally realizing how dangerous an LV.6 world is. If he had rushed out previously, he would definitely become honeycombed with bullets, and this was just the beginning. It should be even more dangerous later. Just as Su Xiao waited for both groups to disperse, a nimble figure suddenly leaped into the house he was in from the roof. Who, so close, finally found a safe? The newcomer spoke halfway and saw Su Xiao clinging to the wall. Well. Just as the other was about to speak, Su Xiao had already released his grip from the roof edge, his body freely falling down. After landing, Su Xiao lowered his body, his foot pushed off the ground, a few pieces of dead leaves splashing up. He pounced towards the other like an agile leopard. The other just wanted to explain something, but it was too late. Su Xiao first punched the other's lower abdomen. He could clearly feel the other's lower abdomen denting under the punch. The newcomer bent down in pain, about to cry out, but Su Xiao's hand had already covered the other's mouth and nose. Only a muffled grunt came out. That was not the end. Su Xiao held the other's mouth with one hand, the other palm flat, hand like a sharp blade, his fingertips brutally jabbing at the other's chest. Dong. The unique dull sound of a chest being struck heavily resounded. Su Xiao could feel the other's body softening, with eyes displaying panic collapsing down, only a soft murmur coming out. Woman. The reason he did so was because he could not determine whether the other was friend or foe. Better to subdue first. No, don't hurt me. A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came. Su Xiao looked up and down at the newcomer. Messy black hair, her face was full of dust, but the face not covered by dust was very fair. Her flaxen-colored clothes were very loose, showing that her body was very thin, and she was not very old. Who are you? Su Xiao could roughly guess her purpose, probably coming to take refuge. My name is Mia. I really have no malice. Please don't hurt me. Mia's voice was very small. Having her heart struck heavily, the fact that Mia did not faint was already indicative of a strong constitution. In the short term, she lacked the ability to move freely. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. If it comes to a life-threatening situation, Su Xiao would kill. He still had a blood feud unavenged. Gulu. 16-year-old Mia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Okay, I just want to take refuge. I won't make a sound. Mia suddenly felt that staying with this man in front of her was no safer than outside. The gunfire outside gradually subsided. The chaos should end soon. Su Xiao was waiting. As soon as the chaos outside ended, he would go out. While this was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. He desperately needed a weapon. At the start, Having empty hands, not to mention a decent weapon, there wasn't even a wooden stick near Su Xiao. Comment. Chapter 4, Weapon and Currency. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the wails of the wounded could be heard. Su Xiao, observing in the shadows, felt that the timing was ripe. Toby, the brawny man, had already repelled the enemy scavengers. The scavengers fought without strategy, and after a chaotic burst of shooting, they began to chase wildly. Flipping out of the house, Su Xiao landed steadily but immediately crouched down. What appeared before him was an endless mountain of trash, with blue smoke rising from it, and a stench assaulting his nostrils. Su Xiao ignored the smell, his eyes fixed on a flintlock gun on the ground in the distance. It was a short-handled flintlock gun, somewhat worn, but still a deadly weapon. The owner of the short-handled flintlock gun was already dead, with part of his throat blasted away by stray bullets, a gruesome death. Perhaps the location of the death was hidden, as Toby's forces had not discovered this gun. Otherwise, in the weapon-scarce scrap end station, this short-handled flintlock gun would not have been left here. Lowering his body, Su Xiao began moving towards the gun. But at that moment, a skinny scavenger rushed to the short-handled flintlock gun, his filthy hands reaching for the gun. Su Xiao frowned, not because the other had taken the initiative, but because he feared the attention it might draw from the two factions. Picking up a fist-sized rock, Su Xiao hurled it with all his might. The rock flew with great force, striking the scavenger's arm hard. Thud. The scavenger staggered, letting out a painful howl. Su Xiao rushed behind the scavenger, sidestepping as he drove his knee into the scavenger's spine. The scavenger's body arched forward, spitting out a stream of bitter water, but even after such a heavy hit, the scavenger only stumbled forward a couple of steps and did not fall. Su Xiao's pupils contracted. The physical strength of humans in the One Piece world was astonishing, and this was the weakest of the scavengers. But there was no time to think about that. Su Xiao noticed that the scavenger's eyes had turned fierce, like an enraged beast, with yellow teeth clenched tightly and jaw muscles protruding. This ferocious expression would make an ordinary person instinctively retreat, but not Su Xiao. He had combat experience and knew that if he fled now, he'd be shot in the back. Clenching his fist, Su Xiao struck the scavenger's jaw before he could recover. The human jaw is filled with blood vessels, and a sudden blow can block blood flow to the brain, causing oxygen deprivation and brief unconsciousness. Thud. Several blood-stained yellow teeth flew far away. After taking Su Xiao's full-force punch, the scavenger toppled backward like a felled wooden stick. An ordinary person hit in the jaw would be unconscious for dozens of seconds, but the natives of the One Piece world had mysteriously strong bodies, so Su Xiao turned the scavenger over and punched him in the back of the neck. With a dull thud, the scavenger's fate was uncertain. Su Xiao grabbed the short-handled flintlock gun from the ground, and a line of text appeared before him. Before Su Xiao could check, a large group of people approached from afar. It was Toby's forces, whose pursuit had failed. Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart. If discovered now, he might not even have a chance to speak before being shot to death. These people were already bloodthirsty. Looking around quickly, Su Xiao's expression was grim. He was surrounded by towering trash mountains, which were circular and obscured the surroundings. Su Xiao did not dare climb the highly unstable trash mountains, which could collapse at any moment, hiding who knows what kind of hazards. A single scratch from a sharp object in such an environment could mean death from blood loss or infection. So Su Xiao could only retreat into the dilapidated house, where the girl named Mia looked at him with fear. This time, Su Xiao didn't need to prompt her. Mia spoke first. "I won't say a word." Realizing she had already spoken, Mia quickly covered her mouth with her hands, glancing at the short-handled flintlock gun in Su Xiao's hands. Shortly after Su Xiao entered the house, noise erupted outside. After a burst of angry cursing, the outside gradually quieted down. It seemed those people had returned to scavenge for supplies, but judging by the voices filled with rage, the haul wasn't good. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and began to review the earlier notification. Obtained, old flintlock pistol, white. Old flintlock pistol, white. Origin, One Piece, Leopold Workshop. Durability, 6/30. Loaded shots, April 6. Repeating flintlock guns are unique to the One Piece world. Attack power, 213, calculated based on distance. Equipment requirements, 1 point of strength to use, more than 3 points of strength for flexible use. Rating, 3, note, white equipment rating ranges from 1 to 10, and white equipment with a rating of 10 will be marked as rare, with additional special attributes. Description: this is a poorly maintained flintlock gun, causing its rating to drop from 9 points to 3. Use it with caution, as the next shot might be its last, as well as yours. Price, 150 paradise coins. This item is a chance-based pickup and cannot be taken out of the One Piece world. Hunter acquires equipment for the first time, introducing equipment levels. Equipment is divided into white, green, blue. Information is unavailable due to insufficient tier position. Please explore on your own. Hunter first contacts Paradise Coins, starting Paradise Coin explanation. Paradise Coins can be used for transactions with Reincarnation Paradise or other contractors, serving as the sole common currency in Reincarnation Paradise. Warning, please use each Paradise Coin cautiously, as they are your capital for survival or becoming stronger. Sushao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Reincarnation Paradise had strict systems, not only marking the performance of various weapons but also having a complete currency mechanism. Although Sushao knew he would face many dangers ahead, he felt some anticipation, hoping that Reincarnation Paradise would make him stronger. Even though he did not yet know the method to become stronger, there had to be a way in Reincarnation Paradise, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete more challenging tasks in the future. After examining the old flintlock pistol in his hand, Sushao smiled. Finally, he had a weapon. Otherwise, in this perilous world, he couldn't feel at ease. But compared to guns, Sushao preferred cold weapons, like knives, with slender and extraordinarily sharp blades. If he had his sword with him, his combat strength would increase by at least 50%. Sushao had grasped the basic situation, and now he needed to prepare to complete the task, with only 72 hours for the mission. He did not want to find out what happens if he failed, so he could only fully commit himself to completing the task. Killing a country's king was definitely not a simple matter, requiring some other tactics, at least to get close to the king. The idea of secretly infiltrating the royal palace had never crossed Sujao's mind, because in the pirate world, there was something called observation hockey. Based on Sujao's memory, this king was likely connected to the world aristocrat celestial dragon people, making it possible for masters skilled in observation hockey to be around. Otherwise, given Sujao's assassination skills, the difficulty of killing a king would not be LV.3. In a reality filled with surveillance equipment, Sushao could still execute his revenge plan, much less in the technologically backward pirate world. But it was too early to think about those. The priority was understanding his current location, as Reincarnation Paradise didn't have a map feature, leaving everything for him to figure out on his own. Sujao's gaze turned to the girl hiding in the corner. She lived in the scrap end station and must be familiar with the place. Upon sensing Sujao's gaze, the girl Mia curled up. "What are you going to do?" The girl's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of sobbing. She had been hiding her gender, because in the scrap end station, being a woman was extremely dangerous. "Are you hungry?" Sushao squatted in front of the girl, showing a gentle smile, but there was a certain coldness in his eyes. He was not a kind person. Hatred had long erased any kindness in his heart. Chapter 5, Gunfire. Mia nodded, but then immediately shook her head. In the scrap end station, the most scarce thing is food. The drifters who don't think of producing and live only by scavenging are mostly hovering on the brink of starvation. Sushao took out a few pieces of compressed biscuits from his arms, which were his emergency food carried with him. He had observed that there was a forest in the distance of the scrap end station. He had a gun in his hand and wouldn't worry about food. Mia took a piece of compressed biscuit with some fear, as she had never seen such food before. Under Sujao's guidance, Mia peeled off the compressed biscuit and carefully took a bite. Delicious. The girl, who had been hungry all day, began to gobble it up. "Your name is Mia, right? Take me out of here, and these biscuits are all yours." Mia, who had finished the compressed biscuit in her hand, stared straight at the remaining biscuits in Sujao's hand, swallowing her saliva. "All right, but you can't hurt me." Sushao did not answer her but flipped out of the dilapidated house, with a somewhat recovered Mia following closely. "Where are you going? You are not a resident of the scrap end station, right?" Sushao suddenly stopped, a cold glint appearing in his eyes, and he threw a piece of compressed biscuit on the ground, stomping it into pieces. "Take me out of here and don't ask anything else." If the girl Mia showed any abnormal behavior, Sujao's hand holding the gun would be aimed at Mia's forehead. Mia was startled by Sujao's actions and took a few steps back. "Okay, all right." Mia dared not say more and walked quickly in the front. "Take me to the entrance of the Goa Kingdom." Sushao cautiously surveyed the surroundings, occasionally seeing drifters with fierce intent in their eyes. When those drifters noticed the gun in Sujao's hand, they immediately retracted their greedy gazes. Recalling the intelligence obtained from the anime, Su Xiao began to think about the next plan. The so-called scrap end station is actually a large garbage dump. Because the Goa Kingdom dumps a large amount of domestic waste outside the city, it has led to the current situation. Those drifters with fierce looks were originally residents of the Goa Kingdom. They were either guilty of serious crimes or offended the nobles and were driven here. After the garbage decays, it produces a kind of toxic cyan smoke, which spreads in the scrap end station, constantly corroding the lives of the drifters. The most obvious manifestation is that Su Xiao's life value has dropped from 100% to 98%. In the scrap end station, there are no doctors, no food, and crime and disease are rampant. This is a lawless zone, where everything depends on the strength and power. With Mia leading the way, Su Xiao quickly walked out of the scrap end station and came to a high wall. The high wall built of black stone stood towering, and a not very large city gate appeared in Su Xiao's view. This is as far as I can take you. The Goa Kingdom has laws, and drifters can't enter the city. Once discovered, they will be executed. Although Mia was talking to Su Xiao, her eyes were always staring at the compressed biscuits in Su Xiao's hand. Throwing the compressed biscuits to Mia, Su Xiao ignored her, and Mia quickly ran away. She only led the way for the temptation of food, nothing more. The gate of the Goa Kingdom was wide open, with several guards standing on either side. This is just a side door, used for convenient garbage dumping. Although those guards seemed lazy, a cold glint occasionally flashed in their eyes. These guards must often kill people, killing the drifters attempting to break into the city. Su Xiao hid to the side and did not rush to enter the city. He was waiting for an opportunity. It was impossible to confront those guards head-on. The residents of the pirate world were abnormally strong. The girl Mia could recover in a short time after being struck heavily, which made Su Xiao vigilant. Su Xiao guessed that those guards' attributes were at least above 10 points, possibly even higher. An hour passed, then 2, and until 3 hours later, it was already noon. The temperature quickly rose, the weather became hot, and the opportunity Su Xiao was waiting for finally appeared. A carriage full of domestic waste drove out of the city, the stench spreading far and wide. The guards didn't even glance at the carriage and instinctively stepped back a few steps. "Gentlemen, do you need an inspection?" The coachman stopped the carriage, somewhat intimidated by those guards. "Hurry up and go, it stinks." The guards waved their hands in annoyance, without any intention to inspect. Seeing this scene from a distance, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and quickly followed the carriage. After the carriage went deep into the garbage mountain, it found an open space and began to dump the waste. The previously meek coachman suddenly had a dagger at his waist. Weak prey for the strong, that's the rule of the scrap end station. Lighting a cigarette to cover the stench, the coachman picked up a shovel and began to clean the dirty carriage. When the coachman was busy sweating, Su Xiao approached silently like a wild cat. Just as Su Xiao was ready to knock out the coachman, he stepped on a half-broken glass cup. Crack, a crisp sound came, and the coachman's body trembled. Su Xiao was also startled. In this dirty, scrap end station, there was a deep layer of waste underfoot, very soft and unable to detect anything below. But with the bow fully drawn, Su Xiao had no choice but to charge forward. That coachman wasn't a kind person either. He turned and drew the dagger at his waist, stabbing directly at Su Xiao. The coachman's vicious expression made Su Xiao realize that the other party wanted his life. Su Xiao's eyes turned cold. In this mission world, it's either you die or I perish. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Raising the flintlock gun in his hand, Su Xiao aimed the muzzle at the coachman's head. If an ordinary person were held at gunpoint, they would definitely stop or retreat immediately, but this coachman was different, he rushed even faster. Su Xiao expressionlessly pulled the trigger. The hammer collided with the flint, sparks flared, the gunpowder inside the barrel ignited, and in the narrow space, a lot of gunpowder was ignited, bursting forth with strong kinetic energy. As flames and smoke erupted, the bullet in the barrel shot out. Bang! Thick smoke rose, and an acrid smell of gunpowder spread. A lead bullet directly penetrated the coachman's skull. The coachman's forward momentum stopped abruptly, being pushed 2 meters back, his body twitching twice before dying. Hint, you killed a black market merchant. Your talent, Soul Eater, activates, permanently increasing mana value by 5 points, current mana value is 65 points. You obtain treasure chest, white. This is your first kill, storage space unlocked, 2 cubic meters. After returning to Reincarnation Paradise, storage space can be upgraded in size with Paradise coins. The hint from Reincarnation Paradise let Su Xiao know that this was not just a coachman but a black market merchant, probably using the coachman's identity to conduct some kind of transaction in the scrap end station. After the black market merchant died, a wooden box floated above the corpse. The whole box was white, only the size of a palm. Su Xiao attempted to pick up the floating wooden box. Although it was only palm-sized, it was heavy in hand. Treasure chest, white, open or not. Su Xiao did not open treasure chest, instead placing treasure chest and old flintlock pistol into the storage space. With a thought, old flintlock pistol appeared in his hand. Su Xiao was very satisfied with the new storage space. It was a very practical function. If used well, such ability would greatly help him complete tasks. This place was not safe, so Su Xiao chose not to open treasure chest, white. If the treasure chest opened and emitted a brilliant light, he would be in danger. The priority now was to enter the capital city of the Goa Kingdom. Su Xiao took off his coat, changing into the clothes of the black market merchant. After some hesitation, he directly lay down in the water-stained ground. A foul smell came, and large areas of sewage stained his clothes and face, making it impossible to see his appearance. Sitting at the front of the carriage, Su Xiao clumsily manipulated the horses, heading towards the city. At this point, he held a dagger in his hand, exactly the dagger that the black market merchant wielded, but the dagger was somewhat different from what he imagined. Modified, Chapter 6, This is the Real World. When Su Xiao previously obtained the old flintlock pistol, he received a lot of prompts. But the knife he got did not come with any hints, no detailed information, and it didn't show whether it could be sold. This led Su Xiao to speculate that the old flintlock pistol he obtained earlier was partly a matter of luck, and possibly deliberately arranged by Reincarnation Paradise. The implication being that he could acquire weapons, but would need to take on certain risks, which should be the law of Reincarnation Paradise. However, the knife he held clearly did not fall within this category. The knife was very sharp, he could use it, but he couldn't take it out of the pirate world, nor exchange it for paradise coins. Which is only reasonable. If anything could be sold for paradise coins, then the currency mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise would just be a joke. Driving the somewhat disobedient horse, Su Xiao gradually approached the city gates, the few guards already appearing in his line of sight. Having suddenly changed owners, the old horse was understandably a bit unresponsive, making Su Xiao uneasy. He'd never maneuvered a horse before, but with the guards right in front of him, retreating was not an option. A pull on the reins, the horse snorted and stopped in place. Su Xiao actively stopped for inspection. Based on his guess, it's relatively lax when leaving the city, but entering the city would not be as simple. Several guards stepped forward, seemingly lazy in demeanor, yet their eyes were as sharp as birds of prey. What's going on, coming back to the city so early today? The familiar tone of the guard made Su Xiao's hair stand on end. These guards might know the identity of that black market merchant, and there might even be an interest relationship between them, making the situation tricky. Sir, I just left the city today, and it was robbed by Toby's forces, ugh. Su Xiao's voice was very vague, accompanied by frequent dry heaving. His voice differed from that of the coachman, so he deliberately did this. With the stench of sewage on his clothes, the guards did not suspect. They even stepped back a bit from Su Xiao. What? Toby? Are they courting death, even daring to rob you? Does he not know your identity? The guard in front of Su Xiao was clearly a bit angry, but another guard beside him said, Boss, recently Toby's forces have expanded rapidly. According to my informants, Toby has just destroyed Roger's forces. Aside from the Balsam pirate gang, no force at Scrap End Station surpasses Toby. Just let it go like this. What about the money? The guards exchanged glances, each carrying some resentment in their eyes, but they didn't have a solution for Toby, hidden within Scrap End Station. Never mind, if this happens again, don't bother coming back, just live at Scrap End Station. Su Xiao feigned a submissive nod, but his eyes remained very calm. The more it comes to a critical moment, the calmer you must be, as many failures occur right before success due to complacency. Driving the horse forth, the brown old horse grudgingly moved forward. Just before Su Xiao left, a guard bent down to peek under the carriage, ensuring no one was hiding underneath, a common method for vagrants entering the city. Su Xiao never considered hiding under the carriage, choosing instead to eliminate the coachman directly and take his place, a risky method, but one that exploited a blind spot in the guard's inspection. The garbage truck gradually passed through the city gates, moving steadily forward, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Carlos, wait. A guard's call came from behind. causing Su Xiao's pupils to contract for a moment but quickly return to normal. I've arranged your nephew's matter with enough sincerity, he can report to the guard team today. The guard raised one hand high, thumb and middle finger rubbing together, indicating that the so-called sincerity referred to money. Su Xiao hurriedly nodded, gesturing to thank, but continued to emit dry heaving sounds. Hurry up and go, it's really stinking, I can smell it from this distance. Such an opportunity wouldn't be missed by Su Xiao. He picked up the whip from beside him, cracking it on the old horse's buttocks. Smack dot. The sharp sound echoed, the old horse neighed mournfully, and its pace visibly quickened. The infiltration succeeded, Su Xiao safely blended into the royal capital of the Goa kingdom. Though he had safer methods of infiltrating the capital, they required time, which was currently not on his side. Moreover, from the guard's casual words, he acquired much useful information. First, the current time is before the main protagonist Monkey D. Luffy goes to sea in the original work, meaning during Luffy's childhood, or Luffy hasn't even been born. The basis for this conclusion was from the guard's mention of the Balsam Pirate Gang. If Su Xiao remembered correctly, the Balsam Pirate Gang is the pirate group in the original story that battled in a fire with young Luffy, Ace, and others. In the original, the Balsam Pirate Gang was used by the King of Goa Kingdom, who personally ignited Scrap End Station and abandoned them to perish in the fire. The second was an unexpected gain, perhaps the key to Su Xiao's mission success. The guard's earlier words sparked joy in Su Xiao's heart. I've arranged your nephew's matter with enough sincerity, he can report to the guard team today. It seems that the deceased black market merchant and the guards made some deal, buying a position in the guard team with money. If Su Xiao impersonated the nephew to enter the guard team, it would mean he'd be one step closer to his assassination target. Though risky, it was still the best option given the Reincarnation Paradise hadn't arranged an identity for him, making him a foreigner without a record. Su Xiao drove the carriage along the streets of the royal capital of Goa Kingdom. Being in the outer layer of the capital, it was just a residential area for commoners. The streets in the civilian area were relatively clean, with stalls lining the sides hawking their goods. Large groups of civilians leisurely traversed the streets, making the entire city look bustling, though some had worried expressions and hurried demeanor. The only difference between these civilians and the vagrants outside the walls was that they wouldn't starve, but they also struggled to make ends meet. The pirate world was amidst turbulent times, replete with war and roaming pirates, making civilians' living conditions relatively impoverished. Walking through the bustling streets, Su Xiao felt as if he'd crossed worlds, as if it wasn't a mission world, but a real one, full of blood and breath, not just NPCs. The guard's earlier vigilance showed that underestimating anyone could be detrimental. If Su Xiao hadn't been thoroughly prepared and quick-witted, he might have been exposed. In the mission world, never underestimate anyone, Su Xiao silently cautioned himself. But now the primary matter was to find a place to clean his body, and to open the treasure chest, white, he obtained earlier, utilizing every available resource. As an LV.1 Su Xiao, it was truly difficult to navigate in this LV.6 nightmare difficulty world. Chapter 7, Reference Letter. The scorching sun blazed down on the earth, with temperature soaring up to 30 degrees, causing pedestrians on the streets to gradually become sparse. Su Xiao walked down the street under the blazing sun, and people around him frowned, looking at him with some disdain. The carriage had already been dealt with by Su Xiao, and the horse was sold at a low price. After counting the banknotes in his hand, Su Xiao sighed. This currency, called belly, brought him 100,000 belly for selling the horse. It sounds a lot, but in reality, it's equivalent to only about 6,000 RMB in purchasing power. Do not overestimate this 100,000 belly, its purchasing power is far less than imagined. After trying it himself, Su Xiao found that buying a decent set of clothes would cost 8,000 belly, and to have a hearty meal would take about 900 belly. Scanning his surroundings and finding no one around, Su Xiao slowly approached a residential house. Though it seemed like a random choice, he had been observing this house for a while. The house wasn't very tidy, but there were no vine plants climbing on the walls, indicating that someone lived there, and its facilities were intact. The fine layer of dust on the doorknob indicated that the house owner didn't often return, it was only occasionally visited, making it an excellent temporary shelter for him. The reason for not staying in places like inns or taverns was that those places were mixed with different kinds of people, very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. He came to the pirate world to complete a mission, and now the mission deadline was only 68 hours away. Apart from what the mission entailed, he didn't intend to have much contact with people. Interacting with too many unknown people equals trouble equals unknown danger. Once again ensuring no one was around, Su Xiao took out some simple lockpicking tools. Click, click, crack dot. The door opened in response. Su Xiao had learned lockpicking skills, and the simplistic locks in the pirate world were merely child's play for him. Entering as if it were his own home, Su Xiao went inside the house and made sure the door was closed tight. Upon entering, as he expected, the room was empty. The house was over 100 square meters, and a photo hung on the wall, displaying a man, a woman, and a young girl. Judging from the woman's sincere smile, it was a happy family. Su Xiao quickly stripped off his clothes and rushed to the bathroom. Though his endurance was astonishing, the stench on him made him nauseous. Clear water flowed over his head, washing away the grime and stench, and putting on new clothes, Su Xiao felt completely refreshed. Sitting on the sofa, a white treasure chest suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Treasure chest, white, open or not? Choosing to open, the treasure chest in his hand opened silently, without a dazzling glow or even making any sound. You opened the treasure chest, white, and obtained the following items. Belly, 500,000, usable only in this world. Recommendation letter from City Gate Guard Captain Rowan. 100 paradise coins. Only 3 items were obtained. The rewards were not bountiful, but not bad either. After all, it was just a white treasure chest. According to Reincarnation Paradise's item levels, white treasure chests were the lowest level. First, he put away the belly, as it wasn't needed yet. Su Xiao picked up the letter. Recommendation letter from City Gate Guard Captain Rowan. Quality, white. Type, trigger item. Rating, 5. Item ratings are the same as equipment ratings. 1, 10. The higher the rating, the more valuable the item. Description. This is an impassioned recommendation letter, where Captain Rowan abuses his authority to recommend a bully from Windmill Village as a member of the guard team. With this letter, anyone can become a member of the guard team, provided they are male and have sufficient belly in hand. After reading the letter's description, Su Xiao showed a hint of joy. This was exactly what he wanted. Since he couldn't assassinate the king directly, at least he needed to meet the person. The task difficulty at nightmare level couldn't be solved by brute force alone. Su Xiao stored all the items in the storage space and left the residence immediately. First, he found a restaurant and had a hearty meal, then he began to pay attention to patrolling guards on the streets. What they called the guard team should be the ones patrolling the streets and punishing petty thefts. Although their power wasn't huge, it was still a department under the Goa Kingdom. After following a few guards, Su Xiao soon found the guard headquarters, which was a 2-story office building with 2 guards standing lazily at the door. With the recommendation letter in hand, Su Xiao walked directly forward. Stop right there, this is the guard team, don't wander around. A young guard spoke rudely and, upon seeing Su Xiao dressed like a commoner, had an arrogant tone. I'm a new guard. Su Xiao was about to state his name but immediately thought that his name was somewhat incongruent in the pirate world. Quickly thinking, Su Xiao continued. I'm the new guard, Bai Yi. The young guard was stunned, sizing Su Xiao up and down. Bai Yi. How come I haven't heard about a newcomer? You're not thinking of sneaking in? Lise. Remember what the captain mentioned earlier, don't ask too much. Bai Yi, come with me. An older guard glared at the young guard and then led Su Xiao into the guard headquarters behind him. The young guard gave Su Xiao a resentful look and mumbled something. Being uninterested in trivial roles like that, Su Xiao followed the older guard to the office. Ahem. The older guard straightened his body, tidied up his appearance, and was just about to knock on the office door when a voice came from inside. The older guard put his hand down and stood quietly to the side. Knocking on the door at this moment would obviously be inappropriate as it might disturb the superior's mood. The older guard gave an apologetic smile to Su Xiao. Since Su Xiao was under special consideration from higher up, the older guard didn't want to offend him either. Su Xiao and the older guard walked aside, and he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to the older guard. Pa. The cigarette lit up as the two chatted idly in the corridor. Even though it was just a cigarette, it could build a flimsy friendship, so why not? You're quite lucky, having higher up looking after you. Don't worry, someone has already made arrangements for you to join the guard team. No problem at all. Oh, and I'm Hank. From now on, we're colleagues. Su Xiao smiled humbly but his eyes remained void of any change in emotion. I'm Bai Yi, pleased to meet you. As Su Xiao spoke, he stuffed the remaining cigarettes in his hand into Hank's jacket pocket. He was already considering whether this guard before him had any usefulness, as he was currently clueless about the situation in the royal capital, which made Hank very valuable to him. Hank's smile visibly showed more pleasure. It took Hank quite a while before he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Get in here." A rough voice emanated from the office. Chapter 8, Dragon Slashing Blade. Hank showed a fawning smile as he pushed open the office door. "Boss, it's me, Hank." Su Xiao followed closely behind and entered the office. "Hank, is it? At least you had the sense not to interrupt my leisure time. Speak up, what's the matter?" In the office sat a burly man with a bare chest. His shiny bald head and fierce demeanor made it clear he was no weakling. "This is Bai Yi, the newcomer. He comes highly recommended by that person. Here's the letter." The strongman glanced at Su Xiao, took the recommendation letter, briefly skimmed it, and then tore it to pieces. The initial price was 200,000 belly, but with big events looming, the situation is tense. So, at the very least, it's 400,000 belly now. Su Xiao maintained his smiling demeanor. Though weak for now, he had to hide his true feelings. Even though he was tempted to pull a gun on the strongman and ask him how much it really cost. He directly handed over 400,000 belly to the strongman without uttering a word. Su Xiao's straightforward approach made the strongman's eyebrows twitch. "No wonder you're from that side, you're so generous. From now on, you're one of the guard team. Remember to call me boss, or sir." Su Xiao continued to smile, but there was something eerie about his smile. "All right, boss. Successfully joining the guard team meant he was one step closer to completing the task of assassinating the king. Hank, standing to the side, kept his head down and his eyes fixed on the floor, as if there was something interesting there. In truth, he was only conveying his stance, implying he didn't see his superior accepting a bribe. This incident highlighted the chaos in the pirate world. As long as you have money, even higher positions can be bought. For Su Xiao, this was undoubtedly good news. Belly didn't mean much to him. What he lacked most now was time, and any problem that could be solved with belly wasn't a problem at all. Tip: the hunter has joined the guard team, causing minor changes in the plot and gaining 2.1% of world source. After leaving the office, Su Xiao received the standard guard team equipment, a uniform and a matchlock gun. In the warehouse, Su Xiao looked somewhat speechlessly at the crude matchlock gun in his hand and glanced at Hank. "Hank, could I switch to another weapon?" Hank displayed a look of difficulty. "Well, these are designated supplies, I too." That stammering tone made Su Xiao realize that the guy in front of him was seeking a benefit. Without much ado, he slipped 30,000 belly into Hank's pocket, changing Hank's expression into a broad smile. "We're all colleagues, we can discuss our difficulties. You can choose your own weapon, but only one. That's a rule no one can change." Su Xiao placed the matchlock gun down and searched through the warehouse. There were various weapons inside, and soon his gaze landed on a long knife. The knife was over a meter long with a blade about 3 centimeters wide and a slight curve. Although not as good as Su Xiao's usual blade, it was still a decent weapon. "This one." Su Xiao picked up the knife and sheathed it. As soon as he touched it, Reincarnation Paradise displayed a prompt. Hey, you can take any other weapon, but not that knife." Hank's expression turned cold, as if he hadn't just received 30,000 belly. "What did you say?" Su Xiao held the knife and turned his head to look at Hank, icy glints flickering in his eyes. Constantly giving in only made others think he was weak and easy to bully. Hank noticed Su Xiao's gaze, and his expression turned to surprise as a chill surged through him. This guy had killed before, and not just one person. Hank's mind was in turmoil. He wanted to confront Su Xiao on the spot, but the Su Xiao holding a sharp blade made Hank extremely apprehensive. "Hank, let's not worry about these things. We're friends, aren't we?" Su Xiao pointed the hilt of the knife towards Hank's chest. Either take the money and keep quiet, or Su Xiao would cut Hank down then and there. These were the only two choices because this long knife would be of great help in completing his mission. Moreover, what was already in hand, Su Xiao wouldn't abandon due to a mere threat. Su Xiao believed that even if he killed Hank, as long as he bribed that strongman with enough money, the men would turn a blind eye. "This matter is for you and me to know, and this knife is a token of friendship." Hank patted Su Xiao's shoulder cordially, signaling his surrender, and the tense atmosphere in the warehouse dissipated. "I've just arrived in the royal capital today and need to get to know some things, so we're friends now." Su Xiao sighed inwardly. If even an ordinary guard was this hard to deal with, what kind of enemies would he face when he got close to the king? This sense of challenge made Su Xiao's heart beat faster, and his blood surged through his body. He began to relish this feeling. the fighting instinct within him was gradually being awakened. The reason Su Xiao was so determined also had a reason. Previously, when he touched the long knife, Reincarnation Paradise had given him a prompt. Acquired Dragon Slash. Dragon Slash, White Rare. Origin, 1 piece, Steel Melting Ironsmith Shop. Durability, 35/40-5, this weapon has suffered serious damage, durability -5. Attack power, 516, calculated based on slicing power strength. Equipment requirements, strength 2 points to use, more than 5 points of strength for flexible use. Rating, 10, note, white equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. White equipment rated 10 is marked rare, and has additional special attributes. Additional attribute, Dragon's Majesty, while holding this weapon, enemies will experience a fear effect. Fear effect reduces enemy morale. Description, this was once the blade of dragon-slaying swordsman Longma in his youth, but it was significantly damaged, lowering its grade after restoration. Later, after Longma acquired the Black Blade Autumn Water, this weapon remained in Longma's room, and upon his death, it did not qualify to accompany him to the grave, eventually drifting into the world. Master, I'm almost rusting, where are you? Please wield me to cut down the giant dragon. Price, 1,100 paradise coins, this item is a rule item and can be taken out of the pirate world. Longma was indeed a significant figure, a formidable force in the pirate world. Perhaps even Hawkeye Mihawk, the current world's greatest swordsman, might not surpass him. A weapon of such a powerful man in his youth could not possibly be weak. Su Xiao even suspected that if this dragon slash hadn't been damaged, it might have been a green, or even a blue weapon. This was why Su Xiao was willing to risk turning against Hank just to get this knife. Fortunately, neither of them turned hostile, and this fraudulent friendship could continue for a while. You're lucky, this knife was seized from a pirate crew, and very few people besides me know it's a treasure. If I weren't bad with a sword and the warehouse didn't have a strict rule against choosing a second weapon, I would have taken this knife long ago. Su Xiao smiled without a word, simply tucking the dragon slash at his waist. With the blade on him, his combat strength increased significantly, making him feel more at ease. Let's go, something big is happening in 2 days, and we won't be idle then. Hank sighed, as if worried about something. What is it? Give me a hint so I can prepare too. In half a month, the world aristocrat celestial dragon people are coming to inspect Goa Kingdom, so the day after tomorrow, we have to clean up the scrap end station. Chapter 9, Pierce Them. Hank's words made Su Xiao's eyes light up. He finally confirmed the current timeline, which was a scene from the original work, 3 days before the scrap end station was set on fire. This means that within the maximum time limit of his mission, the scrap end station will be incinerated. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Xiao. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities he would have. He would be able to fish in troubled waters. Hank walked towards the warehouse door, as if remembering something, turned his head and said, "Our boss is named Brandon Oka. You're a member of the guard team now, how come you don't know the boss's name?" Su Xiao chuckled lightly and nodded his acknowledgement. The two walked out of the warehouse. By this time, the sky had already darkened, and the streets were full of weary pedestrians. Through casual conversation, Su Xiao discovered that the burly man he had seen before, who was now his superior Brandon Oka, had been the leader of the guards for about 10 years. He has extensive connections and has been in contact with big and small officials in the royal palace, even having been summoned by the king. Hank's words were not entirely believable to Su Xiao, who suspected some flattery was involved. While it might be true that Brandon Oka had been the leader for 10 years, his supposed extensive connections were yet to be verified. Staying in a position for 10 years suggests that his superior might not be doing too well in the royal capital. Just as Hank was about to say goodbye and leave, Su Xiao spoke up proactively. "How about a drink? I've just arrived in the royal capital today and have a lot to ask you." Hank pretended to look troubled, but under Su Xiao's enthusiastic invitation, the two entered a tavern. After a few cups of rice wine, Hank's face was slightly flushed, and with the smell of alcohol, he became noticeably more talkative. "Let me tell you, if the boss hadn't been held back by something himself back then, he would have already been working in the royal palace by now. Who could the boss possibly run into that was worth running into, hic dot." Hank hiccuped, stopping midway as if realizing he had said something wrong. Su Xiao picked up his glass and clinked it with Hank's. As Hank tilted back to drink, the wine in Su Xiao's hand disappeared without a trace. Drinking in this dangerous mission world was undoubtedly courting death, so Su Xiao had not drunk a single drop of wine. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. The boss lives a carefree life as it is now and often visits Joy Street, which makes one envious. Su Xiao made some casual remarks and poured Hank another cup. After several rounds of drinks, it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiao parted from Hank at the tavern door, and the streets were already brilliantly lit. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, looking thoughtfully at Hank as he walked away through the billowing smoke. The other party had provided him a lot of information, and nighttime was the time for Su Xiao to act. Positioning his hand on the hilt of his blade at his waist, Su Xiao stopped a passerby. Although initially annoyed, the passerby became visibly apprehensive upon seeing Su Xiao's guard team uniform. "I'm trying to find out where Joy Street is." The passerby had a knowing smile that all men understood and then pointed Su Xiao in the right direction. The smile and the name Joy Street made Su Xiao think of what kind of place Joy Street might be. His superior really did have abundant energy. As the evening lights came on, in a district dominated by pink and red lighting, the street sides were lined with 2- or 3-story steep-roofed buildings. Their tops covered in glazed tiles, and lanterns hung at the front. The gentle sound of musical instruments mixed with laughter filled the street, with many men and women closely snuggled up together. On the balconies along the street, partially clothed women holding slender pipes could be seen, smiling seductively trying to attract passing guests. This was Joy Street, the flower street of the pirate world. On the rooftop of a pavilion, Su Xiao, dressed in black, crouched at the top, holding the Zhan Long flash. After entering the pirate world, Su Xiao hadn't really taken action until tonight, where he planned to assassinate his first target to lay the foundation for completing the mission. A hearty laugh echoed down the street. The somewhat familiar laughter immediately caught Su Xiao's attention. Wasn't the men laughing the same superior he had seen during the day? Following behind Brandon Oka were 2 guards, swaggering down Joy Street. The passers-by quickly moved to the side upon seeing Brandon Oka, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Finally, he's here. Su Xiao hid on the rooftop, closely following Brandon Oka and his entourage. It wasn't long before Brandon Oka and his party entered a pavilion, and Su Xiao maneuvered through the night to reach the roof of that pavilion. After waiting for a moment, Su Xiao leapt from the rooftop, landing silently and immediately pressing against the wall to avoid detection. Using the cover of night and dim lighting, Su Xiao began searching room by room. He didn't need to use his eyes to search the rooms, sound alone sufficed. Su Xiao had specially trained for this ability and still remembered Brandon Oka's voice. After investigating 3 rooms, Su Xiao located his target, hearing conversation between a man and a woman inside the room. "When will you finally rescue me? Are you really willing to watch me accompany other men here?" "Soon, very soon. This is the left minister's business, it's not just a money issue. I've been trying hard." The left minister is someone close to the king. Su Xiao listened expressionlessly to the conversation in the room, but as the two continued speaking, their conversation became increasingly sappy, causing his brow to furrow. But now was not the time. Su Xiao needed to wait for Oka to be at his most vulnerable moment to deliver a fatal blow. Soon enough, the opportunity presented itself, with the attention of the nearby guards being somewhat diverted due to their conversation. Su Xiao slowly unsheathed the long knife at his waist, then gently pushed open the window, slipping into the room without making a sound. Within the room, a man and woman were closely embracing each other. Su Xiao chose this moment because only now would Oka lower his guard. Every step closer to Oka, Su Xiao was extraordinarily cautious, as silent as a leopard before pouncing. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao reached behind Oka, slowly raising the long knife in hand, the tip aimed at the side of Oka's neck. At this moment, Oka had his head turned toward Su Xiao, his line of sight elsewhere. Just then, the woman beside Oka seemed to sense something, but it was too late. Tightly gripping the knife's handle with one hand, Su Xiao drove it toward Oka's side neck with all his might. Plunge. The long knife pierced directly through Oka's throat, the sharp blade cutting through as though piercing a piece of paper, subsequently penetrating the woman next to Oka. If Su Xiao had only killed Oka, the woman beside him would have screamed immediately, drawing the guards into the room, placing Su Xiao in a precarious situation. The body attributes of civilians in the pirate world are quite strong, not to mention the guards. Without hesitation, he killed both with a single strike. This is also why Reincarnation Paradise chose him to become a hunter. Being a hunter requires not only special talent but also the courage and decisiveness to kill the enemy. Chapter 10: The Heart's Longing for Strength. After Su Xiao's knife pierced through 2 people, he immediately noticed a faint red blood bar appear above Oka's head. No doubt, this represents Oka's remaining life value. His knife pierced through Oka's spine, putting the opponent in a pseudo-death state, not complete death. The so-called pseudo-death means the body has lost the ability to resist, but the brain is still alive. This was the first time Su Xiao saw a blood bar. When he killed the black market merchant before, the opponent was headshot by him, and no blood bar appeared at all. The blood bar is undoubtedly the advantage of semi-digitalization, allowing him to judge whether the enemy is dead and their approximate life value. Now, Oka has about 5% life value remaining, already on the edge of death. Pulling the long knife out from Oka's brain, Su Xiao gripped the knife with one hand, switching from a reverse to a forward grip, and slashed towards Oka's neck. Poochie. Blood spurted several meters high, and a few drops splashed on Su Xiao's cheek, making him look especially cold. After this slash, Oka's head flew up, and the blood bar was instantly emptied. You have killed the leader of the guards, Brandon Oka. Brandon Oka was an official of the Goa Kingdom, gaining 3.6% of the world source. You now have a total of 5.7% of the world source. Your talent, Soul Devourer, has been activated, permanently increasing mana value by 10 points, now with 75 mana value. Your talent, Soul Devourer, has been activated, permanently increasing mana value by 1 point, now with 76 mana value. With consecutive notifications, Su Xiao only briefly checked them. Killing Oka actually gained world source, which was unexpected for Su Xiao. If he kills a stronger enemy, the amount of world source gained will increase accordingly. If he kills the Navy Admiral Sengoku or the 4 emperors like Red Hair in the One Piece world, the amount of world source gained will definitely be an exaggerated number. But for now, it's just something to think about. Su Xiao can't even face such high-level powerful beings. Even if he could, he wouldn't make a move, as that would be suicidal. The current role of the world source is still unclear. Previously, Reincarnation Paradise only hinted that the world source relates to the reward he will receive when he leaves the pirate world after completing his task. This so-called reward should be the key to his growth. The pirate world indeed has many ways to become stronger, but all require time. He only has 72 hours in total, now only more than 60 hours left. Being able to complete the task within the time limit is already lucky enough. Su Xiao has no time to think about other things. As for miraculous items like the devil fruit, Su Xiao hasn't even considered them. Without a solid strength foundation, he simply doesn't qualify to seek or snatch a devil fruit. He's just an ordinary person with relatively strong physical attributes, fundamentally different from the strong ones in the pirate world. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiao's first world wouldn't be a high-risk world like One Piece. This is all because of his identity as a hunter. The current situation is like throwing a level 1 novice into a high-level map, where even the little monsters in this map are like bosses to Su Xiao. What Su Xiao has achieved so far is already far beyond a normal person. If it were an ordinary contractor, there's a high chance they would have died at the scrap end station outside the royal capital. Leaving aside the world source he obtained, the mana value he gained further confused Su Xiao. He doesn't have any ability to consume mana value, so no matter how much mana value he has, it's meaningless and doesn't help in combat. The beginning of everything is difficult, he still has to rely on himself. Above Oka's corpse, a white treasure chest floated up, identical to the one he opened before. Su Xiao picked up the treasure chest and directly stored it in the storage space, then quickly left the scene. He is now a guard, and this identity is crucial to him. Moreover, once outsiders find out about the killing of the guard leader, Oka, he will become a fugitive in the Goa Kingdom. At that point, let alone completing the task, just avoiding the soldiers of the Goa Kingdom would drive Su Xiao to distraction. The cool night breeze blew Su Xiao's black hair, gradually dissipating the bloody smell on him. Returning to the civilian house where he bathed during the day, Su Xiao checked the warning devices he set up earlier, a short twig and a few strands of hair. No one had come, it was very safe here. After entering the house, Su Xiao didn't turn on the light but sat in the dark bedroom and took out the treasure chest obtained from killing Oka. Treasure chest, white, open. Yes/no. Opening the treasure chest, a necklace appeared directly in Su Xiao's hand. You have opened the treasure chest, white, and obtained the following items. Gained 300 paradise coins. Gained Widow's Pendant. Widow's Pendant, white. Origin, One Piece, Garrett Jewelry Company. Category, Jewelry, Jewelry type equipment is rare. Durability, none. Jewelry type equipment has no durability and doesn't require repair. Equipment requirements, wearable by anyone. Equipment effect, power +1. Rating, 8, note, White equipment is rated from 1 to 10, with white equipment rated 10 marked as rare, carrying additional special attributes. Introduction: I love you like you love those little lovers, Oka's suicidal wife. Price: 1,600 paradise coins. Tightly holding the necklace, a smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. He finally found a way to become stronger. This gemstone necklace in his hand could actually increase his power. Taking a long breath, Su Xiao calmed down and put the widow's pendant around his neck. After checking his personal information again, his original 6 points of power had turned into 7 points. A stream of warmth rushed into his body, and Su Xiao clearly felt that his power had significantly increased. The power increased to 7 points didn't mean his power increased by 1/6, it had grown considerably. This means that increasing one attribute point brings a huge change, not as simple as 1 plus 1. Reincarnation Paradise is truly a magical place. Su Xiao clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and the surging power roared within him. This feeling of suddenly becoming stronger made him somewhat intoxicated but not confused. Su Xiao knew clearly that the power increased by the necklace was just external, his actual power hadn't increased. Once the necklace was gone, his power attribute would decrease. The joy of power enhancement didn't cloud Su Xiao's mind. He immediately thought that the pendant was Oka's item, which might be recognized by others, and if so, it would cause trouble. As Su Xiao was troubling over this, he suddenly noticed a line of tiny text in his vision, very difficult to detect. Enable hidden equipment function. This feature costs 100 paradise coins and is a permanent ability. Su Xiao didn't understand the purchasing power of 100 paradise coins, but the paradise coins he had were earned through risking his life, so they were extremely precious. But this feature was very practical, so Su Xiao activated it decisively. You have activated the equipment hiding function, allowing you to freely hide worn equipment. Weapon-type equipment cannot be hidden. The pendant on his neck gradually disappeared, but the power bonus remained, which made Su Xiao very satisfied. The 100 paradise coins spent were worth it. When Su Xiao first entered Reincarnation Paradise, there was some doubt in his mind about the unknown and powerful existence, wondering what its purpose might be. From the current situation, as long as he completes his tasks, Reincarnation Paradise will reward him. As for whether Reincarnation Paradise would harm him, Su Xiao wasn't too concerned about this question now. The fact that it could restore his fatal injury and transport him to the One Piece world all demonstrated the power of Reincarnation Paradise. Su Xiao doesn't have the habit of worrying unnecessarily. If Reincarnation Paradise wanted to harm him, why save him? Even if it's an exploitative relationship, Su Xiao can still gain benefits that are impossible to obtain in the real world, namely, becoming stronger. Maybe after completing his first task, Su Xiao will understand more about Reincarnation Paradise. For now, becoming stronger is the key. Weakness is original sin, and Su Xiao deeply understands this. If he was strong enough back then, he could have prevented that tragedy. A white ground stained with blood, shattered remains of bodies, and that. Su Xiao forcefully cut off his memories, his dark eyes wide open in the darkness. Lying on the bed without any sleepiness, Su Xiao forced himself to rest. There were many things to do tomorrow, and necessary rest would make him more energetic. The situation is now opened, and if everything goes smoothly, Su Xiao is confident in killing the king of the Goa kingdom. Not only must he kill him, but he must also retreat unscathed. He is merely executing a task, not an assassin for Reincarnation Paradise, and there's a fundamental difference between the two. An assassin is just a death warrior, but Su Xiao has a clear goal. Chapter 11, One Day. Early the next morning, Su Xiao woke up at dawn. He washed up and put on his guard uniform, then headed to the headquarters of the guard team. Before entering the headquarters, he saw a large number of guards bustling in and out, looking urgent. Hurry, Sir Oka was assassinated. This matter disturbed the left minister, and that lord ordered a citywide hunt for the culprit. Hank was grief-stricken as he commanded the large number of guards, but his eyes revealed something called ambition, as if he would be the boss after Oka's death. Su Xiao noticed 2 guards standing at the entrance of the headquarters, watching everything coldly. These 2 were the guards who had been following Oka the previous night. Needless to say, they were definitely Oka's trusted aides. This move by Hank might have already aroused suspicion in the 2 men, but it was indeed an opportunity. If operated properly, Hank might replace Oka's position. The guard team wasn't too large of a department. Aside from Oka, everyone else was just ordinary guards, and in fact, Oka was just a captain-type figure. As for the position of deputy captain, the guard team had never had one. Not only was it an additional expenditure, but Oka also wouldn't allow his power to be divided. Su Xiao already experienced Oka's arrogant character yesterday. The reason Su Xiao killed Oka was not that the other party acted like a boss in front of him. He now needed a rapid promotion, and with Oka alive, there was no suitable position. As for the interior of the royal palace, Su Xiao had no understanding and didn't want to get involved. The simpler the plan, the fewer the loopholes. He just needed a position that could get him in contact with the king and allow him to climb quickly. Tomorrow was the day to burn down the scrap end station. The royal palace wouldn't get involved in such disgraceful matters, they would only send people down the line to do it. Su Xiao had investigated that there were two forces of guards in the royal capital. One was the guard team responsible for the royal capital's security, and the other was the gatekeeper team responsible for guarding the city gates. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should be handed over to the gatekeeper team to handle. But when selecting weapons in the warehouse before, Su Xiao saw a large amount of explosives. From the traces in the warehouse, Su Xiao judged that those explosives had just been stored there recently, and their purpose was obvious. Setting fire was clearly not enough to ignite the fairly large scrap end station. Therefore, Su Xiao needed the position of leader of the guards. Whether he could meet the king would depend on his actions. Hank, what happened? Hank, who was directing the crowd, turned his head toward Su Xiao. The boss was assassinated, just last night. These guys just found out this morning. You're here just in time, come with me to see the left minister immediately. Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart. See the left minister. This Hank might have bad intentions. He had just become a guard yesterday, which was undoubtedly a weakness. Did he want him to become a scapegoat? Unlikely. While already contemplating how to deal with Hank, Su Xiao put on a smile. The left minister. That kind of big shot wants to see me. Su Xiao pretended to be puzzled but kept his eyes fixed on Hank. Yeah, the left minister wants to see you. As for the specific reason, I don't know either. Hank showed a look of envy, even some jealousy. This sudden good news left Su Xiao a bit surprised. He had no connection with the royal palace's high-level officials. The only possible link was that letter of introduction. It seemed that the letter of introduction was far more important than he imagined. Following Hank through several neighborhoods, Su Xiao arrived in front of a courtyard, where a luxurious villa appeared in his sight. Hank was a bit nervous, and timidly stepped forward. Two guards stopped Hank. Is this the person Lord wants to see? Hank quickly nodded, and the guards confiscated Hank's weapon. As for Su Xiao, all his weapons were in his storage space, which the guards couldn't discover. The guards led the way at the front, and Su Xiao entered a hall. Inside the hall, a family was having breakfast, with an elderly man full of white hair and a stern face sitting at the head. Upon seeing Hank, the old man casually put down the food in his hand and gestured for the others to leave, leaving only a brawny man standing behind the old man. The brawny man gave Su Xiao an extremely dangerous feeling. Although he was unarmed, Su Xiao noticed the thick calluses on his knuckles and the flat bones of those knuckles. This was a taijutsu expert, the personal guard of the elderly man. You're called Hank, right? Is this the new guard? The old man's speech was slow and composed, a person of high position and authority. Yes, sir. Hank was struggling to speak, very constrained. You may leave. The old man seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Hank's nervousness, not even looking directly at him. Hank kept his head down as he retreated to the door, then disappeared from Su Xiao's sight. I am the kingdom's left minister. Carlo has offered me many interesting collections, and as his nephew, I should have looked out for you. Unfortunately, Carlo had trouble leaving the city yesterday, and my collection fell through. I can't find him, so naturally, I turned to his nephew, which is you. Su Xiao deduced the general situation. Carlo was the black market merchant he killed yesterday. After Carlo's death, this left minister's patronage fell through. Unable to find Carlo, the left minister sought Su Xiao as a substitute. That black market merchant was truly unlucky, exploited by both the gatekeeper team and having to serve this left minister. In the current scenario, the other party wanted him to replace Carlo in acquiring goods. Su Xiao didn't understand the transaction between the two parties. If it weren't for the protection behind the other party, Su Xiao would have long since controlled this left minister. But such a chance to connect with kingdom's top levels was rare. The collection is no problem, I fully understand Uncle's channels. He was heavily injured yesterday and is recuperating, but... The left minister raised an eyebrow and said to Su Xiao. If you can get me the collections I need, you can state your conditions. I heard your captain died yesterday. Accomplish this, and I'll make you guard captain. Half an hour later, Su Xiao left the left minister's courtyard, strolling down the street. Things were progressing smoothly, but the conditions proposed by the left minister gave Su Xiao a headache. Moreover, after the left minister proposed the conditions, a new task appeared in Reincarnation Paradise at the same time. Triggered side quest, Left Minister's Collection. Left Minister's Collection. Difficulty level, LV.2. Quest description: the Left Minister's collection is very rich, and any valuable collections will catch this greedy old man's eye. Quest information: kill the owner of Mount Corvo and obtain its tooth. Owner of Mount Corvo, pirate world's fierce wild beast, a large-sized feline animal. Quest deadline: within 10 hours. Quest reward: leader of the guard's identity. Failure penalty: expulsion from the guard team and falsified charges leading to a warrant for arrest. Su Xiao understood what the owner of Mount Corvo was, a huge tiger that almost killed the young Luffy. He sighed deeply. After entering the pirate world, his opponents were all too strong, leaving Su Xiao feeling somewhat powerless. Someday, he wanted to carry his long knife and battle his way through, never being so timid again. But the pirate world was too dangerous, he didn't even have the right to risk his life. Still too weak, he must learn to be appropriately patient until he's strong. The owner of Mount Corvo was strong, at least not someone Su Xiao could confront head-on right now. But no matter how strong, it was just a beast. Not being able to contend directly didn't mean Su Xiao couldn't kill that tiger. Chapter 12, Arrangement and Estimation. Walking on the streets of the royal capital, Su Xiao paid attention to the shops on both sides of the street until a shop called Duduib Grocery Shop appeared in his sight, and his footsteps stopped. This was exactly the place he was looking for. Su Xiao walked into this business-declining grocery shop. "Hey, guard sir, our shop paid the protection fee 3 days ago, how come?" The gaze of the grocery shop owner seemed to view a plague god. It seemed they were often squeezed by the guard team in the past. "I'm not here to collect protection fees. Do you have a certain type of plant here?" Half an hour later, Su Xiao left the grocery shop with a smile on his face, and the shop owner warmly sent him to the door. It seemed Su Xiao bought quite a few things. Wanting to kill the master of Mount Corvo is definitely not simple. According to Su Xiao's memory, the size of that tiger was at least several times that of an ordinary tiger, with a height of 4 to 5 meters, making it a thorough beast. Su Xiao didn't go to the wild directly to find the master of Mount Corvo, but first returned to the guard headquarters. After wandering in the guard headquarters for a while, Su Xiao came to the warehouse where supplies were stored. Due to Oka's death, the guard team is now leaderless, and only after a morning, the guard team was showing signs of factionalism. Hank and Oka's close confidants were forming two factions, engaging in both open and underhanded struggles. Tomorrow night is the time to incinerate Scrap End Station, so today, the higher-ups must select a new leader of the guards, otherwise, it will affect major events. In such chaos, Su Xiao easily infiltrated the warehouse, stayed there for a while, then left the guard team, heading in the direction of Mount Corvo. Looking at the distant city gate, Su Xiao previously infiltrated from this gate, and now he wanted to leave the city very simply, just need to walk forward openly. The members of the gatekeeper team, upon seeing Su Xiao, nodded to him and let him pass without questioning at all. After passing through the city gate and voicing the Scrap End Station, Su Xiao saw a large forest. This is Mount Corvo, the place where the original protagonist Luffy grew up. Walking into the forest, Su Xiao clearly felt the air here was fresher, filled with the aura of various plants, with some unknown birds chirping non-stop on branches, and occasionally some docile herbivores passing through the vegetation, not too afraid of humans. Although Mount Corvo is picturesque, it is also equally dangerous, with beasts often appearing, and generally, people dare not venture deep inside. Walking in the deserted forest, Su Xiao kept his hand on the sword handle, appearing relaxed but actually vigilant about the rustling and swaying surroundings. The surrounding dense forest is not suitable to be Su Xiao's hunting ground. He needed a clearing. A clearing doesn't need to be large, but it must meet the following 2 points. The first point is to have a water source, as the Goa Kingdom is located on an island. Lacking water is the most common situation, so Mount Corvo doesn't have much water source. Finding water would greatly increase the chances of finding the great tiger. The second point is that there needs to be vegetation coverage on the clearing, making it more convenient for him to set traps. Of course, the trap Su Xiao set is definitely not just digging a pit to lure Mount Corvo's master to fall into. The soil layer of Mount Corvo is not very hard, and such a large-sized creature, unless the pit walls are poured with concrete, will certainly collapse, leading to a dead end with no escape. It's not easy to find the trap arrangement point Su Xiao wanted, but the heavens help those who help themselves. After 3 hours of hard search, Su Xiao finally found a satisfactory terrain. It's a clearing surrounded by trees, covered in lush green grass, with colorful wildflowers growing, emanating a faint floral fragrance. Upon smelling the floral scent, Su Xiao frowned, as it might affect his plan to some extent, but there are pros and cons. Floral fragrance can cover the scent of arranging certain items. Retrieving a shovel from the storage space, Su Xiao took off his shirt and began digging pits in the clearing. 2 hours later, Su Xiao hit on a big tree near the clearing, which looked completely normal, with just a few randomly placed dried fruits on the ground. Sweat dripped down Su Xiao's cheeks, revealing well-defined muscles after going shirtless. His muscles were not exaggerated, appearing smooth. Actually, those muscle-bound strong men aren't suitable for combat. Strong muscles indeed enhance power but also affect speed and flexibility, being very disadvantageous in fighting. Su Xiao had attempted. He once visited a famous boxing gym, sparred with their strongest fighting coach. According to Su Xiao's estimate, that muscle-bound fighting coach's strength was at least double his own, and the punch speed was very fast. Yet in just 5 minutes, that coach, reportedly a city freestyle fight champion, collapsed on the ground, twitching continuously, his miserable moans evoking sympathy from some female trainees. Su Xiao honed the skill of killing, but that fighting coach practiced competing. There is an essential difference between the two. If rules were set, Su Xiao might not be an opponent, but if they fought to the death, Su Xiao could kill the other within 2 minutes. Upon seeing Su Xiao's approximately 1.8 meter, not very strong physique, the coach remarked, no need for rules in sparring, so he invited disaster. Su Xiao sat on a thick tree branch, holding the old flintlock pistol, which still had 3 bullets. Su Xiao previously attempted to load this gun, but Reincarnation Paradise hinted, due to severe wear, loading bullets might cause the entire gun to break and become unusable. This probably is a kind of restriction, as Su Xiao picked up this gun and did not acquire it from a treasure chest. After opening 2 white treasure chests, Su Xiao roughly understood some rules of Reincarnation Paradise. Items acquired through treasure chests are mostly rule-bound and can be taken out of the pirate world, while picked up or obtained during tasks items have a certain chance to be brought out, like the Zhan Long flash on his waist. Through initial exploration, Su Xiao reached some conclusions. The semi-digitalization of organisms served only as an indication, like the notion of his strength increasing from 6 to 7, straightforwardly showing his enhancement. As for life value kinds of things, they are basically unquantifiable, at most calculated as a percentage, and won't show how much health an enemy loses with each slash. The blood bar above enemies indicates their life signs. The more it loses, the weaker the enemy becomes. Upon receiving fatal damage, the enemy will die outright. Even if 100% life value is left, the blood bar would be emptied, resulting in death afterward. Data word for equipment or items is even more interesting. For instance, his waist weapon Zhan Long flash, durability, and additional attributes were comprehensible, and attack power, 516, referred to this weapon's sharpness and attack strength. Equipment rating is the most critical data. From the rating, one could intuitively see an item's value. After several battles, Su Xiao understood that although semi-digitalized, it is merely a convenient estimation of strength, and everything conforms to reality, with no gamification. Semi-digitalization serves to provide an intuitive reflection of his strength and item value. This is the greatest help Reincarnation Paradise offers Su Xiao. Chapter 13, Weaknesses of Feline Animals. Being partially data-driven has many advantages, such as allowing him to intuitively understand his own strength. Thinking this way, the method to become stronger is not complicated at all, just improve all the attributes of the body while also enhancing combat capabilities. No matter how strong the attributes are, if they cannot be utilized in battle, they're completely meaningless. Moreover, Su Xiao speculates that if he can be teleported to the pirate world, he will certainly be teleported to other worlds, giving him plenty of opportunities to become stronger then. His current attributes are Power 7 points, Agility 7 points, Stamina 5 points, Intelligence 6 points, Charm 3 points, and Luck, only a pitiful 1 point. The use of power and speed attributes is self-explanatory, extremely intuitive, and closely related to his close combat ability. Stamina represents the strength of life energy and resistance, while intelligence is related to magic, whose role is not clear at present. Charm is even more perplexing. Could it mean that increasing charm would make him more handsome? Su Xiao shook his head. The charm attribute should not be like this, it should enhance social or summoning types. As for the last luck attribute, it should be a very important attribute, extremely game-changing, but likely very difficult to increase. Su Xiao is skilled with the sword, and his future development may be related to attributes such as power and agility. He has not yet determined a development direction because, after all, this is the first derivative world he has experienced, and it's too early to consider this kind of question. While Su Xiao was thinking, distant branches and snapping sounds came from the forest as a massive wild beast was approaching. Here it comes. Approaching is none other than the owner of Mount Corvo, a massive giant tiger. This giant tiger is similar in appearance to an ordinary tiger, just much larger, over 4 meters tall, and at least 7 or 8 meters long, bigger than an elephant on Earth, as big as a house. The giant tiger's deep yellow fur is extremely textured, shiny, reflecting a faint glow under the bright sunlight. Su Xiao hid in the tree, intently staring at the giant tiger below, even lowering his breathing. This kind of beast might sense even the slightest sound, so Su Xiao was exceptionally cautious. After approaching the trap set by Su Xiao, the giant tiger's nose twitched, as if it smelled danger, unwilling to approach the trap. But the dried fruits on the trap have a fatal attraction to this giant tiger. These dried fruits were bought by Su Xiao at the Royal City grocery store, known as mutianji. Mutianji is a dried fruit unique to the pirate world, and in the real world, there is a plant with a similar effect to mutianji, which is catnip. Although the owner of Mount Corvo is enormous, it cannot overcome the instinct of feline animals and has no resistance to mutianji, similar to catnip. One must know, catnip is nicknamed cat drug addiction, and has a fatal attraction to most feline animals. Seeing the drooling gaze of the giant tiger, Su Xiao knew that his plan was successful. The giant tiger paced around the trap, very cautiously. It smelled a strange odor but didn't detect danger. Finally, under the temptation of mutianji, the giant tiger gradually approached the center of the trap. The giant tiger first proceeded cautiously for a few steps, then suddenly stopped, actually beginning to turn its head and scan around. Su Xiao's eyes twitched slightly on the tree, sighing in his heart that the animals of the pirate world have a much higher intelligence than ordinary wild beasts. Judging from the giant tiger's behavior, its intelligence is at least equivalent to a 10-year-old child, or even higher. Time flowed by like sand through fingers, a long standoff began, which was a contest of patience. Finally, the owner of Mount Corvo couldn't resist the temptation of mutianji and leaped forward. Boom. Dust rose, and the owner of Mount Corvo took all the mutianji on the ground into its mouth and began to chew. The taste of mutianji isn't good, not only bitter but also very astringent, but the owner of Mount Corvo chewed it with relish. After chewing for a while, the owner of Mount Corvo began to react, switching from lying down to rolling on its back, rubbing its back on the grass. The owner of Mount Corvo began to roll over. After a house cat eats a large amount of catnip, this is the reaction it has, experiencing hallucinations and rolling around on the ground. Although the owner of Mount Corvo looks mighty, it cannot suppress this instinct, and from the constantly drooling mouth corner, it can be seen, it is currently trapped in a hallucination. The time is ripe. Su Xiao raised the flintlock gun in his hand, aiming at the ground under the giant tiger. That's right, the ground. The flintlock gun in his hand, even if aimed at the eye of the owner of Mount Corvo and fired, wouldn't kill the giant tiger, only injure it, and with his spear ability, he couldn't guarantee a hit to the giant tiger's eye. In the soil beneath the giant tiger, Su Xiao buried a large amount of explosives. And on top of the explosives, he did some other work, enough to make the giant tiger suffer. He outstretched his arm and pulled the trigger of the flintlock gun. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the forest, breaking its peace and startling a large flock of birds. With the burning of the gunpowder's explosion, a scorching bullet flew from the muzzle, pushing air waves in the air, spinning into the soil, breaking a green weed, fragmented leaves splashing. The red-hot bullet first penetrated the surface soil, then entered the buried gunpowder barrel underground, where the high temperature of several hundred degrees instantly ignited the gunpowder. This sudden gunshot made the owner of Mount Corvo, who was rolling on the ground, shiver and immediately want to get up and run, but it was too late. Boom. A loud noise spread through the forest, all animals within a kilometer shuddered in fright, looking towards the source of the sound. More than a dozen barrels of explosives buried underground were successively detonated, forming a chain explosion, the loud noise converging into one sound. The ground where the owner of Mount Corvo was located erupted, dirt splattered in a radiating pattern, spraying around, amidst which some nails could be vaguely seen, placed on the gunpowder barrels by Su Xiao to increase the damage of the explosion. The owner of Mount Corvo, a massive creature weighing several tons, was lifted by the explosion's impact force as high as 3 meters, and hundreds of nails deeply embedded into its body with the help of the explosion's impact. Roar. A piercing tiger roar came, but the nightmare did not end here. Flames surged skyward, engulfing the owner of Mount Corvo in midair, as a rush of burnt fur smell emanated. Bang! The owner of Mount Corvo fell to the ground, and the thick smoke produced by the gunpowder explosion swallowed the giant tiger, still hearing crackling burning sounds within. Su Xiao stood atop a distant tree, coldly watching all of this, but his expression was not good. It's not that he had an attack of sympathy, he had long since fed such things to the dogs. The reason for his grim expression was that the giant tiger was not dead, at least Reincarnation Paradise didn't give any prompt. The plan was executed smoothly, but the strength of pirate world creatures is daunting. Jumping down from the tree, the shirtless Su Xiao drew the Zhan Long flash from his waist, holding the sword single-handedly as he walked towards the smoke. If it can't be blown to death, then it will be cut to death. As long as there is a trace of hope for victory, he has the courage to fight, he's never been afraid of battle. From a certain angle, Su Xiao is a person who is passionate about combat. The feeling of life and death on the line during a fight allows him to forget hatred, forget past misfortunes, and be fully committed to the battle until the enemy is slaughtered. Chapter 14: The Beauty of Battle. Thick smoke rose to the sky, and the stench of gunpowder mixed with the burning smell of fur, creating a strange odor that caused Su Xiao to frown deeply. His view was obscured by the dense smoke, making it impossible for him to determine the exact position of the giant tiger. Roar! An angry tiger roar came from within the thick smoke. Hearing the roar, Su Xiao was highly focused, but his whole body's muscles remained relaxed. Tensing muscles would lead to delayed movements, causing deadly flaws during combat. The long knife in his hand naturally hung down, the tip touching the ground. The giant tiger had not yet appeared, hiding within the thick smoke, but Su Xiao could feel it had already discovered him. A strong wind blew through the jungle, dispersing the rising smoke. It was at this moment that a massive figure, with some lingering smoke, burst out from the dense smoke. It was the giant tiger. The giant tiger that appeared in Su Xiao's sight no longer looked as majestic as before. Large patches of fur were scorched, the burned fur clinging to the skin with glowing embers still flickering. The massive body was also riddled with wounds, countless metal spikes embedded in the flesh and skin. The most severe injury was to one of the tiger's eyes, surrounded by metal spikes, with black and red liquid oozing from the eye socket. Seeing the giant tiger's injuries, Su Xiao smiled. Such wounds would reduce the tiger's combat strength by at least 90%, even if it didn't die. His trap was very effective. Indeed, humans are the most dangerous creatures in nature. The giant tiger charged at Su Xiao with a whistling wind, reaching him in just a few strides. Compared to the massive tiger, Su Xiao was not even as tall as its front leg. Yet for some reason, Su Xiao's heart began to race. The giant opponent somewhat excited him. Before the tiger could charge at him, Su Xiao pushed forcefully off the ground, scattering dried leaves as he rushed to meet the tiger, slashing at its front paw with his long knife. Squish! Blood splattered as a wound was carved into the tiger's front paw. Zhan Long flash, with a rating of 10, effortlessly cut through the tiger's outer skin, deeply cleaving into the muscle beneath. The tiger roared in pain. The previous explosive injuries had left it somewhat sluggish, and its brain still slightly dazed. As the tiger prepared to counterattack, Su Xiao leaped to the side, positioning himself at the blind spot created by the tiger's blind eye on its left side. Two millstone-sized tiger paws swiped continuously forward, the claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. If Su Xiao were caught, the consequences would be dire, yet the tiger couldn't touch him in the slightest. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao stepped forward, both hands gripping the knife's hilt, delivering another slash to the tiger's claw. Attacking the tiger's paw was a matter of necessity. At least 4 meters tall, it was extremely difficult to target vital areas such as the throat or head. With the threat of the two claws, Su Xiao dared not recklessly attack the tiger's vulnerable parts. But that wasn't an issue. There were a few hours left before the deadline for the side mission, giving Su Xiao time, unlike the giant tiger. After just a short battle, the ground nearby was stained with blood. It wouldn't be long before the tiger would collapse from blood loss, then it would be at his mercy. The tiger also realized this. Its one eye glared hatefully at Su Xiao while it began to consider retreating. Wild beasts are like this. In extremely adverse circumstances, most will choose to flee unless cubs need protection behind them. Avoiding harm is as much a beast's nature as it is a human's, more so given this tiger's high intelligence. The tiger panted heavily, claws digging deeply into the ground, ready to flee at any moment. With the battle at such a degree, how could Su Xiao let the tiger escape after spending valuable time setting up traps? Just as the tiger showed signs of retreat, Su Xiao unleashed a continuous slash with Zhan Long flash, leaving several bloody gashes on the tiger's body. Seeing the tiger's health bar at just 8%, it was surely doomed. In Reincarnation Paradise, there was no case of becoming berserk with health below 10%. When health drops below 10%, any creature becomes extremely weak. Never mind going berserk, the tiger could barely run now, its attacks chaotic and solely focused on escaping. On the sixth attempt by the tiger to flee, Su Xiao drove his long knife into its hind leg, gripping the hilt with both hands, fiercely pulling outward. The sound of the blade slicing through muscle was distinct, as Su Xiao felt the mild vibration through the knife handle from the flesh tearing apart. With a wail, a deep wound appeared on the tiger's hind leg. Before its blood could fill the wound, Su Xiao saw a severed tendon inside. With the tendon cut, the tiger lost any chance of running away. It was doomed today. Perhaps the tiger realized this too, changing its demeanor and continuously roaring threateningly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao stood before the giant tiger, his bare chest stained with tiger blood. The slippery and warm feeling of the fresh blood stimulated Su Xiao's ferocity, making him seem particularly fierce at that moment. Facing this beast the size of a house, Su Xiao laughed softly. The master of Mount Corvo had dominated the mountain for many years, fearing no creature. But at this moment, this giant beast felt a little afraid of Su Xiao because this smiling human might take its life. Roar! A roar tinged with anger and fear echoed across Mount Corvo. Su Xiao, moving agilely, charged at the giant tiger, frequently shifting his position. The tiger flattened its body, seemingly ready to fight Su Xiao to the death. A tiger claw, carrying a rancid gust, swung towards Su Xiao's face, fast and fierce. This giant tiger had concealed its speed until this dying moment to deliver a lethal blow to Su Xiao. If hit by this claw, even if he survived by luck, Su Xiao would have no choice but to flee. Although Su Xiao appeared to have the upper hand, that was not the case. The gap in strength between him and the tiger was too wide. Even after several slashes, the tiger's health bar had only reduced by about 1%, hardly significant, considering the tiger was quickly losing blood. But if he took a direct hit from the tiger's claw, the battle might end. With the deadly claw almost upon him, Su Xiao continued his forward momentum, seemingly choosing to meet it head-on. As the claw was about to strike, Su Xiao spread his legs, dropping into a kneeling stance, lowering his center of gravity, his whole body leaning backward. The tiger claw, with its heavy metallic scent of blood, swept past the tip of Su Xiao's nose, the wind raising his hair. Kneeling on the leafy ground, Su Xiao narrowly evaded the tiger's claw. With a palm on the ground, Su Xiao leaped up, now directly under the tiger's head, exposing its vulnerable throat. Su Xiao wasn't going to be polite, taking a direct slash. Blood gushed out in torrents, enveloping Su Xiao in a bloodbath. While Su Xiao and the tiger fought desperately, a small figure was crouched behind a distant bush, appearing to be a child from the size. So strong. The shrubbery rustled, and the child's head peeked out from the bush, with a few green leaves perched on top of their straw hat. Chapter 15, Elite Creatures. After Su Xiao slashed out with this nearly fatal strike, the giant tiger's body began to collapse, its massive form pressing towards him. Under the giant tiger, Su Xiao felt a shadow looming over his head and quickly realized something was wrong, rolling to the side. Boom. Dust surged up as the giant tiger collapsed to the ground, seemingly dead. Covered in blood, Su Xiao stood up, cautiously eyeing the fallen giant tiger. He didn't move closer because the blood bar above the giant tiger's head still had 5% of its life value remaining. The master of Mount Corvo wasn't dead. This clever giant tiger actually knew how to play dead to paralyze Su Xiao. What a clever beast. With a flick of his long knife, the blood staining the blade was flung away, forming a semicircular splatter on the ground. Huff. Heavy panting could be heard. Although they had exchanged only a few blows, it was filled with peril, causing Su Xiao to expend a lot of stamina. His physique is 5 points, which means his endurance isn't strong, just on par with an average person. In the real world, improving by even 1 attribute point is extremely difficult. Su Xiao's rigorous training over 3 years only allowed him to increase by 1 point in strength and 2 points in agility. With just these 3 points above the average person, Su Xiao already had the power to crush ordinary people, demonstrating the significant change brought by each attribute point increase. 1 minute, 2 minutes, human and tiger began to stalemate. The master of Mount Corvo continued to play dead, and Su Xiao didn't attack either. He needed to recover some stamina now. The giant tiger lying in the pool of blood suddenly opened its single eye, showing some despair and unwillingness. It's hard to imagine that a wild beast would express such complex emotions, but it's not surprising since animals in the pirate world tend to have higher intelligence. In a desert nation within the pirate world, there is even a lecherous camel that only carries women. The master of Mount Corvo struggled to stand, its single eye fixed on Su Xiao, blackish-red blood trickling from its mouth. Having recovered some stamina, Su Xiao slowly approached the master of Mount Corvo. Roar. A threatening low growl echoed, and simultaneously, a tiger claw tentatively swiped at Su Xiao. Su Xiao immediately retreated, but approached again after a few seconds. He chose not to fight head-to-head with the giant tiger in front of him. Su Xiao knew clearly that even in its current state, the giant tiger still had the power to kill him. The tier position of the pirate world was too high, so Su Xiao could only proceed cautiously. Seeing Su Xiao stalling for time, the master of Mount Corvo felt complete despair. It had encountered an experienced hunter. Shaking its limbs, the master of Mount Corvo struggled to stand straight, then let out an earth-shattering roar. This might be its final roar in the forest. After roaring, the master of Mount Corvo dragged its wrecked body and lunged directly at Su Xiao, caring neither for the sharp blade in his hand nor for its shattered internal organs. Boom, boom. With the charging of Mount Corvo's master, the ground within several hundred meters lightly trembled. It's coming, the beast in front of him was making a desperate counterattack. The momentum of Mount Corvo's master was indeed dazzling, but its battered body rendered its strength insufficient. The attack it chose was simple, just to bite, opening its maw wide to bite Su Xiao head-on. But due to the injured tendon in its hind leg, the master of Mount Corvo couldn't run far before tumbling to the ground, its pouncing motion transforming from an attack into a sacrifice. The gaping tiger mouth reached in front of Su Xiao, surprising him, but his hands moved swiftly, thrusting the knife forward. Zhan Long Flash first pierced through the soft oral cavity of the giant tiger, then passed through a layer of bone, embedding deeply into the giant tiger's brain. Zhan Long Flash, as a rating 10 piece of white equipment, was among the finest of white equipment, surpassing even some green equipment. Its sharpness was absolutely reliable. From such a grievous injury, the giant tiger's eyes finally began to dim, the blood bar above its head rapidly dropping to the lowest point, on the verge of emptying. Sustaining such injuries, the giant tiger still wasn't dead. Its life energy was astonishing. What happened next was completely unexpected. The giant tiger he had pierced through the brain instead actively pushed its body forward, causing the blade to stab deeper into the brain. However, Su Xiao's face turned grim. As the giant tiger moved forward, his arm entered the range of the tiger's bite. The tiger's jaws snapped shut, and Su Xiao's right arm was caught in the bite of the giant tiger. He immediately felt his knife-wielding right arm pierced by sharp fangs, first a feeling of numbness, then piercing pain. Even though his entire arm began to numb, Su Xiao didn't let go of the Zhan Long Flash in his hand. Cold sweat dripped down his temple as Su Xiao's free left hand reached for a flintlock gun. Pressing the flintlock gun against the giant tiger's single eye, Su Xiao pulled the trigger. Bang! The single eye exploded, bodily fluids splattering everywhere. This shot was the final straw. The giant tiger's blood bar emptied, and the bloodthirsty mouth around Su Xiao's arm loosened, allowing him to pull his arm out. The spot on his upper right arm was a bloody mess. He tried moving the arm, and thankfully, the bone wasn't hurt. Painful, but no bone damage. Despite appearing severe, the bite from the giant tiger wasn't overly damaging in reality. You have killed the elite creature, Master of Mount Corvo. The Master of Mount Corvo is an elite creature, obtaining 3.2% of World Source, now having a total of 8.9% of World Source. Your talent, Soul Eater, has activated, permanently increasing 15 mana value, currently at 91 mana value. The prompt from Reincarnation Paradise relaxed Su Xiao a bit. The Master of Mount Corvo was completely dead. Blood loss and fatigue left Su Xiao weak, slumping to the ground. Taking a cigarette from the storage space, he lit it with a snap, a wisp of smoke floating upward. Hey, hee. Su Xiao, covered in blood, sat on the grass, shoulders trembling as he bowed his head. He had become addicted to the life and death feeling in battle. The victor lives, the defeated dies, cruel yet simple. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Xiao looked at the giant tiger's corpse. Above the giant tiger's corpse floated a light green treasure chest, its alluring green glow flashing. Covered in blood, Su Xiao stood up with difficulty. This was his first time seeing a green treasure chest. Opening a white treasure chest granted him such a miraculous piece of equipment as the dead wife's pendant. What could be gained from a treasure chest more precious than a white one? Su Xiao felt a burning excitement, but now was not the time. In this forest filled with unknowns, other dangers could appear at any time. Blood had tainted a large area near the ground, and the scent could attract other wild beasts. Su Xiao put away the green treasure chest, knocked out all the tiger teeth with the knife hilt, and prepared to wash up in a nearby water source. But at this moment, there was a subtle sound from a bush more than 10 meters away from him. Su Xiao's gaze became sharp instantly, gripping the John Long flash tightly as he looked toward the bush. "Who's there? Come out!" Su Xiao shouted firmly. If there were wild beasts in the bushes, there would definitely be a reaction. But contrary to expectations, the bushes remained silent, making him more alert. There might be someone in those bushes. Chapter 16, The Blade of Escape. Su Xiao slowly approached the bushes, the flintlock gun in his left hand aimed at them, with the last bullet ready to fire. "Wait, I'm not a bad person," a clear child's voice came from the bushes. A child. Su Xiao looked at the bushes in confusion. How could there be a child in the dangerous Mount Corvo? This made him vigilant. "You have 3 seconds to come out, or don't bother coming out at all." The trigger of the flintlock gun was gradually being pulled, and if the person didn't come out within 3 seconds, he would shoot. "Is that so? Then I won't come out." Perhaps the child in the bushes misunderstood Su Xiao's words. Su Xiao's eye twitched, and he could now confirm that it was indeed a child in the bushes, and the child's intelligence wasn't very high. He put away the flintlock gun. The last bullet might have other uses and shouldn't be wasted here. "Come out." Su Xiao stepped forward to the bushes and kicked them hard. There wasn't the feeling of kicking a body, instead, he felt a rebound. Bounce. It sounded like kicking a ball, and a small body was sent flying far away. Bounce. After the figure hit the ground, it bounced a few more times before lying flat. Boo-hoo, what? The child kicked by Su Xiao was possibly hurt and sat on the ground crying loudly. This strange rebound made Su Xiao squint his eyes, and he focused on the child. Yellow skin, black hair, dark black eyes, and combined with that strange elasticity, Su Xiao guessed the child's identity. Isn't this the protagonist in the original, Monkey D. Luffy? Previously, he was puzzled about how a child could be on Mount Corvo. If it was Luffy, then it made sense, he lived on Mount Corvo as a child. Su Xiao walked in front of Luffy, sizing him up. Luffy was sitting on the ground crying in pain, with snot flowing down due to being kicked by Su Xiao. In his early years, Luffy's devil fruit abilities were barely developed, so he had weak immunity to attacks. Now, Luffy was just a little brat, lacking the demeanor he had in the original work. "Kid, don't cry, or I'll slaughter you." Currently, Su Xiao was covered in tiger blood, looking very fierce, so the crying stopped abruptly. "Don't kill me, I don't want to die." Su Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, such a straightforward response. He wasn't paying attention to the protagonist of the pirate world, he merely wanted to observe the devil fruit user for a bit. Grabbing Luffy's cheeks, Su Xiao lifted Luffy up, stretching his face long. Luffy sniffled, looking a bit dazed at Su Xiao, appearing especially comical. At that moment, Reincarnation Paradise suddenly issued a series of warnings. Warning. Warning. Hunter is in contact with the son of the plane, please stay away from him. Warning. Warning. Hunter is in contact with the son of the plane, please stay away from him. Warning. Warning. Hunter is in contact with the son of the plane, please stay away from him. This time, the warnings weren't the usual light blue, but blood red, giving off a dangerous feeling. Warning, a super powerful creature is approaching. Upon detection, the creature is Monkey D. Garp. Hunter, please evacuate immediately. Mission triggered, Legends Throat Killer. Legends Throat Killer. Difficulty level, LV.79. After seeing difficulty level, LV.79, Su Xiao directly tossed aside Luffy and started walking toward the water source. He didn't even look at the task rewards and wouldn't take on the so-called Legends Throat Killer. There's no need to think, the rewards for a difficulty level LV.79 task must be astonishing. But for Su Xiao, this level of task was premature, he was already struggling with tasks at LV.3. When he entered the pirate world, the difficulty of the pirate world was shown as LV.6, but this was not the true difficulty of the pirate world. The so-called LV.6 referred to the difficulty of the Goa Royal Capital area. Su Xiao didn't care much about Monkey D. Garp, the opponent should be far away from him, or he wouldn't have had a chance to leave. Arriving at a small river, Su Xiao began to wash his body. Blood was washed away by the clear river water. After Su Xiao cleaned himself, a section of the river turned bright red, attracting a swarm of fish with the scent of blood. A large fish leaped out of the water, and Su Xiao instinctively drew his blade, piercing the more than 2-meter-long fish. With force in his arm, the fish was lifted onto the bank. The angle of this slash was extremely cunning, and the force was handled exceptionally well, even surprising Su Xiao. His sword technique had significantly improved, which was unexpected considering he'd only gone through one battle. This leap in sword technique was tied to his training in the real world. In reality, Su Xiao rarely had the chance to fight with all he had. This battle with the giant tiger activated the results of 3 years of sword technique training. The real world was like a cage. His practiced killing techniques had no use beyond revenge. And during revenge, it was usually a one-hit slaughter without much combat opportunity. But Reincarnation Paradise is different, filled with dangers. Even if you're extremely wealthy or hold high authority in the real world, if you are not strong enough, you can only await death in Reincarnation Paradise. Having broken free from the cage, Su Xiao felt relieved. Reincarnation Paradise indeed is dangerous. The rule of survival of the fittest is like a primitive forest. But compared to the real world, he preferred it here. Perhaps he was born for Reincarnation Paradise, where only here could he utilize his talents. Gaining power while adventuring in other worlds might be quite a nice experience. Su Xiao took a deep breath, deciding to make a significant impact in Reincarnation Paradise, to become stronger, and stronger until stronger than anyone else. Only then could he break free of his shackles. However, before achieving this grand wish, he first needed to fill his stomach, and the struggling large fish on the grass was undoubtedly the best lunch. Bleeding, descaling, gutting, lighting a fire. A dozen minutes later, the more than 2-meter-long fish was roasting over the fire. Without any seasonings, the fish might not be tasty, and he also noticed one thing: killing this fish didn't grant him any mana value. This should be because the fish was too weak to meet the criteria of his talent ability, Soul Eater. It makes sense. If killing any creature could grant mana value, Su Xiao only needed to stomp to death a nest of ants to instantly increase 100 mana value, the maximum he could gain in any world. As for what the mana value could do, Su Xiao wasn't sure yet, but it might have a crucial use in the future. The branches crackled as they burned, the fish quickly cooked, with oil seeping from the crispy skin and sizzling on the fire. Cutting off a piece of fish, Su Xiao directly put it in his mouth. Although it looked decent, the taste was probably not great, considering there were no seasonings. But after a few bites, Su Xiao was slightly taken aback. The fish was tender, fresh, and had a primal aroma, the flavor inherent in the fish, making any seasoning unnecessary. Delicious, extremely delicious. This was probably the tastiest food he'd ever eaten. Swallowing the fish, Su Xiao looked at the large fish, his mouth watering. Perhaps he could not only gain strength in the derived plane but also taste various delicacies. After enjoying an exceptionally tasty lunch until he was completely full, Su Xiao left with satisfaction. The side quest was already complete. If nothing unexpected happened, the identity of the leader of the guards would be his, and it was time to prepare for the assassination of the king. That was his ultimate task. Everything done so far was merely preparation. Chapter 17, Initial Success. After returning to the royal capital, Su Xiao went directly to the left minister's residence. In the study, the left minister was inspecting those few tiger teeth. Yes, very good. The left minister put away the tiger teeth and looked at Su Xiao meaningfully. I didn't expect you could actually do it. Although that tiger isn't very strong, it's very difficult to hunt as it hides in Mount Corvo. You are more outstanding than your uncle, so you will replace him from now on. With just a few words, Su Xiao replaced the position of the black market merchant, showing how unfeeling this left minister is. The offerings the black market merchant gave him were already forgotten. The task has been completed, and I'm ready to take over the position of leader of the guards today. I wonder, left minister. Su Xiao looked at the left minister. Knowing this old man's cold nature, defaulting on his promise was not impossible. Leader of the guards? What are you talking about? I never said. The left minister's words abruptly stopped, and the cunning old eyes suddenly began to dim. The left minister violated the Reincarnation Paradise's ordinance, forced correction by Reincarnation Paradise in progress. A cold voice appeared in Su Xiao's ear. This was the first time he heard the voice of Reincarnation Paradise. It was a mechanical sound, devoid of emotional fluctuation, revealing cruelty amidst the coldness. After a very brief silence, the left minister continued, since you have completed the task, the position of leader of the guards is yours. I will operate in the royal palace for you, and in an hour, you will be the current leader of the guards. The tone of the left minister was rigid and contradictory, causing the guards behind him to be a bit puzzled. Su Xiao carefully observed the left minister. The oddness of the opponent was undoubtedly related to Reincarnation Paradise. Su Xiao had already guessed the left minister wouldn't keep his promise. The reason he went to hunt the owner of Mount Corvo was entirely because Reincarnation Paradise issued a task. Until now, although Reincarnation Paradise appeared very cold, devoid of emotional fluctuation, it never broke its word. Cold and cruel, yet just, that is the impression Reincarnation Paradise gave to Su Xiao. So Su Xiao also wanted to test what would happen if the left minister defaulted. It should be known, his side task reward is the identity of leader of the guards. From the current situation, Reincarnation Paradise chose to directly control the left minister, forcibly giving the task reward. As for what will happen to the left minister in the future, it's hard to say, perhaps he might recover, or maybe he will become an idiot. Furthermore, Su Xiao had previously puzzled over one issue, whether the pirate world he was in was a real world or a world fabricated by Reincarnation Paradise. If it were a world fabricated by Reincarnation Paradise, the left minister would be equivalent to an NPC and wouldn't break promises. From the current situation, it is highly likely this place is a real world. At least everything Su Xiao encountered was very real. The so-called derivative world may just be derived from people's fantasies, ultimately becoming a real world. Leaving the left minister's residence, Su Xiao began to ponder how to assassinate the king. Although he is now the leader of the guards, this identity does not help him see the king, and even if he meets him, he can't directly assassinate. The king must be heavily guarded, and even if Su Xiao risked a 1 in 10,000 chance of success in assassination, he'd still die. Previously, Reincarnation Paradise gave a warning that if he dies in the pirate world, he would die permanently, with no second chances. It seems Su Xiao is in a predicament, but that's not the case, he already has the capital to assassinate the king. To successfully assassinate the king, 2 points are crucial. The first is infiltrating the royal palace, which Su Xiao has never been worried about. The second point is to divert the guards around the king, which is the key point. The guards around the king must be very strong. Under what circumstances can those bodyguards be drawn away? That's when there's a strong enemy in the royal palace, and that strong enemy is likely to threaten the king's safety, forcing the guards to take action. And at that time, it will be the moment when Su Xiao makes his move. As for the king's own strength, Su Xiao is not worried. If the king were very strong, the possibility of completing the task would be too low. The main task difficulty couldn't be only LV.3. As for where to find a strong enemy threatening the king, it depends on the incineration of the scrap end station. So he worked hard to acquire the identity of leader of the guards, simply to gain decision-making power during the incineration of the scrap end station. Although the nobles of the Goa kingdom do not regard the refugees outside the city as people, they will not entrust the incineration of the scrap end station to the kingdom's departments. The reason is simple, it would tarnish the kingdom's image. Thus, the incineration of the scrap end station will only be entrusted to some black forces, and the black forces in the pirate world are nothing but the nearby sea pirates. Several large pirate groups in the surrounding sea have received the news that the Goa kingdom has a big deal. If done well, they could obtain a noble status. The noble status is a deadly lure for desperados, and most people become pirates as a last resort. So several pirate groups have already arrived in the waters near the Goa kingdom, waiting for this opportunity. And tonight, the Goa kingdom will select one group from these pirate groups to burn the scrap end station tomorrow night. The guard team, as the armed force within the royal capital, Su Xiao's current identity is responsible for contacting and negotiating with those pirates. If he utilizes his current identity well, there is definitely a chance to successfully assassinate the king. According to the original plot, the king never intended to give those pirates noble status, he was just using them. While Su Xiao was thinking, he had already returned to the guard headquarters. Compared to the guard headquarters a day ago, it now appears to be a mess. The guards on duty at the entrance have disappeared. After entering the guard headquarters, Su Xiao saw more than a dozen guards gambling in the lobby, and some even gathered together to drink. The hall was filled with the smell of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. There was no longer a boss here, and although Su Xiao was now the boss, he would not manage those guards. He only needed the current identity, the state of the guard headquarters had nothing to do with him. Arriving at Oka's former office, Su Xiao pushed the door open and entered. There were 3 people in the office, namely Hank and Oka's 2 confidants. Hank was sitting on the sofa, while Oka's 2 confidants stood on either side of Oka's chair. The 3 were in a standoff, but no one dared to sit on that chair. Su Xiao entered the office, surprising the 3. Hank didn't speak, but Oka's 2 confidants spoke. "Is this the place you should come? Get out." Su Xiao's eyelids drooped, he didn't even look at them and directly sat on Oka's seat. "You bastard. Is this a place you can sit? Who do you think you are? One of Oka's confidants walked angrily towards Su Xiao. Get out, you're not a guard anymore. You have 1 minute to disappear. Su Xiao still didn't look at them, he was thinking about the next strategy. He didn't want to waste time on this kind of riffraff. Oka's confidant stood there in disbelief, then looked at Su Xiao with a cold sneer. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and a commander walked in, holding some documents. Mr. Bai Yi, here is your appointment notice for leader of the guards and your identification. The left minister's efficiency was faster than expected. Oka's confidant was stunned, staring at Su Xiao dumbfounded. You two don't need to leave anymore, just stay here forever. Su Xiao looked at Oka's two subordinates, and Hank, standing aside, rapidly considered his options and shouted. Everyone downstairs, come up and congratulate our new boss. Hank was very unwilling but had no choice, he didn't dare openly resist the kingdom's orders. Chapter 18, Pirates. The dense sound of footsteps drew near, and a large group of guards rushed to the office. Because of the sheer number of people, the guards crowded at the office door. Listen up, this is our new boss, Master Bai Yi. Hank stood beside Su Xiao, showing his stance. The surrounding guards were a bit confused, but when Su Xiao raised the appointment letter in his hand, they all understood the situation. Hello, boss. Master Bai Yi, I'm Kaba. Boss, from now on, the brothers will listen to you. Flattering voices continuously came forth, and Su Xiao merely nodded, looking at the two confidants of Oka. These two colluded with pirates, intending to disrupt the order of the royal capital. Before Su Xiao could finish speaking, the two confidants of Oka actually drew their weapons and pointed them at him. Brothers, don't listen to him, Sir Oka is our real boss. Su Xiao was stunned, somewhat surprised as he looked at the two. Do these guys have no brains? Actually, it's not that the two are brainless, but Su Xiao's current identity, and his previous words, made them quite terrified. Su Xiao had said before that he would make the two stay here forever. Get them, these two guys colluded with pirates, and now that they've been exposed, they actually want to openly resist. Hank was very astute, immediately realizing the current situation. What fools. Su Xiao sat behind the desk, not moving, as there was no need for him to act anymore. The large group of guards swarmed in, and at that moment, the two confidants of Oka were completely hopeless. Wait, we just wanted to. Before the two could explain, the large group of guards had already slashed with their chaotic blades. Sounds of weapon clashes, gunshots, and bodies being torn apart followed. 30 seconds later, two mutilated bodies lay in the office, with every guard inside the room stained with blood. The smell of blood permeated the air. This seemed ludicrous, but it's not. The rules of the pirate world are so brutally bare, the strong control everything, while the weak can only await death. In this blood-stained office, the royal palace's messenger swallowed his saliva. Su Xiao's ruthlessness made him somewhat terrified. His initial thoughts of gaining some benefits had vanished into thin air. Clean up, you may leave. Not long after, only 3 people remained in the office, Su Xiao, Hank, and the messenger. Hank didn't leave, just stood straight beside Su Xiao. Su Xiao merely glanced at Hank and ignored him because he was too unfamiliar with the guard headquarters, so he needed an old hand like Hank. An intelligent and ambitious assistant, he very much needed. Master Bai Yi, please ask your subordinates to step aside, I have an important matter to convey. No need, he's my confidant. Hearing Su Xiao's words, a smile appeared on Hank's face. All right then, the thing is, you might have heard about the operation tomorrow night. The operation mentioned by the messenger is the incineration of Scrap End Station. I have heard. That's good, I'll get straight to the point. The intention from above is this: there are currently 3 forces suitable for this job, and we've had preliminary contact with them. Now, we need you to approach these 3 forces and choose one of them to execute tomorrow night's operation. Oh. Su Xiao looked at the messenger, a strange light in his eyes. I get to decide who does it. Yes, you decide, because we've only heard of these pirates, and we need actual contact to make a decision. Having received a clear answer, Su Xiao was overjoyed inside. He indeed made the right choice, as his current position played a crucial role. Got it, I'll go contact these 3 forces in a while. The messenger smiled at Su Xiao and was about to turn and leave. Oh, one more thing, although there are 3 forces, you can only select one to carry out tomorrow's plan. The specific information is in the files. Under Hank's polite send-off, the messenger left, and Su Xiao picked up the files on the desk. Inside was the detailed plan for incinerating the scrap end station, which roughly meant: choose a pirate group, then provide them with explosives to ignite scrap end station using the explosives. There are 3 pirate groups to choose from. The first group is an indigenous force from the Goa Kingdom, the Balsam Pirate Gang, who in the original story fought against young Luffy, Ace, and others. The second group is the Click Pirate Group, recently sailing into nearby waters. Seeing the information on this pirate group, Su Xiao was a bit surprised, as it's a pirate group he's familiar with. The Click Pirate Group is a relatively famous pirate group in the East Sea. In the original Barity storyline, the Click Pirate Group was annihilated by the Hawkeye Group and then fled to the Barity, engaging with Luffy's pirate crew, ultimately being defeated. Although this is 10 years before the storyline begins, the Click Pirate Group is not weak, with around 600 people in the entire fleet. As for the third pirate group, named the Skeleton Pirate Group, they are not very strong and were directly ruled out by Su Xiao. Based on original intelligence, the Balsam Pirate Gang was of average strength, defeated by young Luffy, Ace, and a group of mountain thieves, indicating their actual strength. While the Click Pirate Group has high hopes from Su Xiao, so he plans to meet this pirate group first. Hank, go contact someone from the Click Pirate Group. Hank awkwardly smiled. Well, sir. Hank's attitude made Su Xiao understand. I'll leave it to you, I must meet them today. Clearly, Hank was able to contact the Click Pirate Group, and as for the nature of their relationship, Su Xiao had no interest in knowing. Collusion between government officials and pirates is a common phenomenon in the pirate world, with many possible mutual interests between them. Hank did not disappoint Su Xiao. Within just 2 hours, he had arranged a meeting place with the Click Pirate Group. The location was, of course, inside the royal capital. No one would trust a group of pirates. In a dirty alley in the civilian district, several men in loose black clothing with hoods stood inside, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Boss Click, this is it. That old warehouse ahead is the agreed meeting point. A thin and lean pirate with a sailor's knife at his waist cautiously stood behind a tall man. The man was also wearing loose black clothing and a hood, but through the gaps in the clothing, one could faintly see that he was clad in a golden armor. You guys wait here, Jean, come with me. Click's voice was deep, and as he walked, his armor clashed noisily. Yes, boss. Jean was dressed similarly, with weapons hidden in his sleeves. Boss, I heard that the newly appointed leader of the guards is very ruthless, we should be cautious. Click tilted his head to look at Jean. Do you think I can't handle a leader of the guards? If not for the many conveniences that the noble status brings, I wouldn't even bother doing things for the Goa Kingdom. Arrogance is a common disease among most pirates. Jean remained silent as the two headed toward the direction of the warehouse. Chapter 19, The Eve. In an abandoned warehouse, Click and Jean were waiting anxiously. The long-unused warehouse door made a grinding noise. Click and Jean became alert at the same time. Both were pirates, accustomed to the edge of danger. Su Xiao stood at the warehouse entrance, not stepping in immediately. Wait here for me. After speaking, Su Xiao walked into the warehouse. Hank, behind him, opened his mouth but ultimately didn't utter a word, staying outside to guard. Stepping into the warehouse, Su Xiao saw some haphazardly placed wooden crates, the floor covered in dust, indicating the warehouse had been abandoned for a long time. Too slow, is this the attitude of the Goa Kingdom? Click spoke first, with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, sizing up Click in front of him. With a tall stature, his appearance hidden under a hood, though a few meters away, Su Xiao detected a strange odor. It was the scent of some potent poison. Su Xiao sometimes coated his blade with poison and was familiar with the smell. Leave the matter to you, once it's done, the kingdom will bestow you with a noble title. Su Xiao went straight to the point, not wanting to waste words with these pirates. Just like that. Wasn't there talk of 3 competing forces? Click's words were cut off mid-sentence by Su Xiao. No, those 2 groups are rabble. I have the decision-making power, you only need to answer agree or disagree. Interrupted mid-sentence, Click was clearly dissatisfied, but being within the Goa royal capital, he dared not be too arrogant. Su Xiao wasn't alone to meet Click. Over 100 guards were lying in ambush near the warehouse. Click hesitated, appearing not very trusting of Su Xiao, or rather, he didn't trust the Goa Kingdom. First, explain specifically what needs to be done. The task of incinerating the scrap end station was only known to insiders of the royal capital, outsiders were unaware. Click belonged to an external roaming force, thus wasn't clear about the details. These guys were lured by the promise of noble status. Ignite the scrap end station at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, the timing must be precise. Su Xiao began narrating the specifics, with Click and Jin listening becoming increasingly serious. Burn it all down. This would be somewhat challenging, the scrap end station covers a significant area. Don't you know there's something called explosives? Su Xiao stared at Click, ready for any sudden change. The negotiation had reached its most critical point. What a joke, such an amount of explosives unless you provide them, otherwise I choose to give up. Click's attitude, Su Xiao had long anticipated. Is that so? That's truly unfortunate. With that, Su Xiao prepared to turn and leave, skipping the bargaining part with Click altogether. Wait a minute. Jin stopped Su Xiao, then whispered to Click. Boss, if we move all the explosives from the ship, the amount would be sufficient. Click angrily glared at Su Xiao. He knew the ship's explosives were enough, just loath to part with them. Do you really think just igniting the scrap end station can earn you a noble title? The explosives must be provided by you, or no deal. Half an hour later, Su Xiao walked out of the warehouse, leaving behind a very reluctant Click and Jin. As a preliminary benefit, Su Xiao left behind a certificate, a document for the testing of noble status by the kingdom. As long as Click signed the document and later certified it at the kingdom, Click could become a noble. Moreover, this document couldn't be unilaterally voided as it was stamped by the world government. Pirates were not easy to deceive. Without offering real bait, they would never risk their lives. Master Bai, have the matters been settled? Hank tentatively asked. Su Xiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. Are you sure you want to know? The cold look from Su Xiao made Hank instinctively take a few steps back. I wouldn't dare. At this moment, Hank deeply regretted not killing Su Xiao when choosing weapons. Hank, there is something I need you to do, and it's very important. After speaking, Su Xiao signaled for the guards hidden around to reveal themselves. Over 100 guards assembled behind him, as he led them back to the guard headquarters. As night fell, Su Xiao sat alone in the office at the guard headquarters, the room completely dark. The sudden appearance of the Click pirate group didn't disrupt Su Xiao's plans, instead, it made his plans proceed more smoothly. With his elbow resting on the desk, Su Xiao gently pressed his forehead. Although he considered himself fairly clever, he knew the plan wasn't perfect and there were possibly unknown loopholes. But there's nothing he can do about it, he's too weak now and can only rely on strategy to achieve his goals. With Su Xiao's way of doing things, he prefers to solve problems with the knife in his hand. Soon, just need to leave this high-risk world. Although the first world he experienced was the high-risk world of One Piece, he believes Reincarnation Paradise won't keep throwing him into worlds 5 levels higher than him. The reason he entered the pirate world might be a test from Reincarnation Paradise, a test regarding his identity as a hunter. Or perhaps, he's not actually a hunter until he completes the main mission, he only has the title without the function. Su Xiao slept in the office that night. Early the next morning, Su Xiao woke up and started preparing for tonight's action. It's the last day of the main mission's time limit. At midnight tonight, his mission will reach the maximum time limit. Tonight, he will assassinate the king of Goa Kingdom. Success or failure will be determined by this. Su Xiao was busy throughout the day. As the primary person in charge of the scrap end station burning, no matter which department he faced, they would make way for him. The left minister is already completely done for. When Su Xiao saw him, those lifeless eyes gave him a chill down his spine. He worked non-stop until 4 in the afternoon, then he went into the office at the guard headquarters and disappeared from everyone's sight. Now he just needs to wait for the pirates outside the city to ignite the scrap end station. The purpose of burning the scrap end station, as far as Goa Kingdom is concerned, is quite laughable. In a few days, the celestial dragon people will come for an inspection, and to keep them from seeing the huge garbage mountain outside the city, Goa Kingdom decided to incinerate the entire scrap end station, along with the refugees outside the city. There are at least thousands of refugees outside the city. This is the pirate world's rulers. To prevent the upper class from seeing stains, they're willing to burn tens of thousands of people. At 5 in the evening, the sky was gradually darkening, the night breeze gently blowing, and in an hour, it would be time to burn the scrap end station. The city was eerily quiet. In the pitch-black office, only Su Xiao was sitting behind the desk. Suddenly a green treasure chest appeared in his hand. This treasure chest was obtained after killing the owner of Mount Corvo. He simply hadn't had the time to open it recently. The green treasure chest filled Su Xiao with anticipation, a smile appearing on his tired face. Treasure chest, green, open/do not open. Su Xiao chose to open it, and several items appeared in his hand. You opened the green treasure chest and obtained the following items. Received 1,000 paradise coins. Received soul crystal, small. Received tiger claw. No equipment was found, but that was expected. Su Xiao has opened several treasure chests and has some understanding of the treasure chest rules. The item level obtained from opening a treasure chest is related to the color of the chest, and the qualities he knows of are white. As for the equipment or items from the treasure chest, it's related to the person or animal that dropped the chest. For instance, if Su Xiao kills a tiger, the treasure chest dropped by the tiger will never contain a sword or a shield. Killing a tiger most likely results in getting a tiger's claw or pelt, and the same applies to killing humans. When killing a black market merchant, Su Xiao got an introduction letter left by the black market merchant. After killing Oka, Su Xiao obtained the pendant Oka wore. Su Xiao examined the items in his hand. The paradise coins were directly stored in the branding. Although called paradise coins, they're actually a formless currency. Tiger claw. Quality, green. Type, material. Rating, 16. Note, green material ratings range from 10 to 30, the higher the rating, the more valuable the material. Description, claws of an elite creature, can be used to forge equipment in Reincarnation Paradise or as an enhancement augment. Soul crystal, small. Quality, none. Type, compressed soul essence. Rating, none. Description, soul crystals are rare items with multiple uses. Insufficient permissions to access the following content. Playing with the soul crystal in his hand, Su Xiao is completely clueless about the two new items he just received. But he has a feeling that this crystalline, only fingertip-sized soul crystal might be the most valuable item he's ever obtained. Everything will become clear once he returns to Reincarnation Paradise. For now, his main task is to complete the mission. Time has unknowingly reached 6 in the evening. Su Xiao left the office, disappearing into the night. He will either complete the mission tonight or die in the royal palace. There's no third option. Chapter 20, Deception and Blood Money. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions, continuous in succession, came from outside the city. The Click pirate group had ignited the scrap end station, and he only had a few hours left for his main quest. After setting things up for 3 days straight, the moment to reap had finally arrived. Su Xiao moved through the descending night, beginning to approach the city gate. Outside the city, scrap end station. The explosions here were already continuous, flames shooting into the sky, large piles of burning trash blasted high into the air. The vagrants resting at the scrap end station were jolted awake by the sudden explosions, the fire beginning to spread over the mountain of trash. By the time the vagrants reacted and tried to escape their shelters, the fire had already completely spread. Wretched screams intertwined with the explosions, creating a scene of hell. If there was indeed a hell, the current scrap end station was it. The members of the Click pirate group, witnessing the spreading inferno, began rapidly approaching the city gate. They had previously discussed with Su Xiao that as soon as scrap end station was ignited, they would head to the city gates, and Su Xiao would send someone to open them. This act of placing one's life in another's hands was something Click naturally disagreed with. So after their meeting, Su Xiao sent his confidant, Hank, to accompany the Click pirate group. At this time, Hank was disguised as a pirate, following behind Click. Quick, the fire is about to spread, and then we'll be in danger. Click shouted, and his subordinates quickened their pace. 3 minutes later, the Click pirate group arrived outside the city gate. Coming before the gate, the pirates' faces showed smiles. Their task was done, and next, they only needed to enter the city to embrace a better life. Especially Click himself, already dreaming about life as a noble. Luxurious accommodations, exquisite food, and a harem of supple women. In that moment, Click even contemplated completely abandoning his pirate identity. Bang, bang, bang. Click knocked on the gate. Open up, we are the Click pirate group, scrap end station has been ignited by us. After Click knocked on the gate, there was dead silence. Aside from the night wind fanning the flames, there was no sound from inside the city. Hey, open the gate quickly, the fire is about to spread over here. Still silent, Click felt a pang of panic. Behind him lay the all-consuming fire, in front the solid city gate, they were trapped. It wouldn't take long before they would be burned to death. What's going on? Why isn't the gate opening? Click's eyes flooded with blood streaks, glaring at Hank like an enraged beast. Hank's lips were slightly white. He was sent by Su Xiao outside, and as just an ordinary guard, he was unaware of the king's refusal to honor his promise. No, no, it can't be. Wait for me, I'll try something. Hank's words were stumbling as he vaguely guessed what might be happening. Bang, 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 open the gate, I am Hank of the guard team, Bai Yi, come out, come out. Hank began to roar, foregoing the formal address. Bai Yi, I will kill you. Click had understood, he had been deceived by Su Xiao. They were merely chess pieces now, sacrifices. The bloodshot eyes turned towards Hank. Burn him alive. After Click stated this word by word, his subordinates immediately bound Hank, and together they threw him into the nearby sea of fire. Ah, it's not my fault, Bai Yi, you won't die a good death. The flames started to kiss Hank's skin, his shrill screams subsisted for over 10 seconds before fading away. Just as the Click pirate group was on the brink of despair, a deep male voice echoed from the city wall. Hey, you down there, want to live? Everyone in front of the gate shuddered. Who is it? Come out. Click was somewhat irrational, looking up to the wall aided by the firelight to see a slim middle-aged man. Just as Click was about to speak, barrels of explosives were successively tossed down from the wall. Seeing the landed barrels, Click's hair stood on end. Behind him was an inferno. Did they wish to blow them to pieces? Blow open the gate, and you might have a glimmer of hope. After speaking, the middle-aged man on the wall retracted himself, melting into the darkness. Within less than 2 seconds of hesitation, Ajin rushed to the barrels first, positioning them at the gate entrance. Urgent voices emerged from inside the gate, indicating they've discovered the situation outside. Click tore off his black robe, revealing yellow armor, raised his arm, and fired a bullet at the barrels. Boom. The blast's shockwave pushed the members of the Click pirate group back. Some unfortunate pirates were pierced by the shattered debris and fell dead. The 100-strong pirate group lost at least a dozen members in this explosion. But it was well worth it, for the city gate had been blown open. Behind the shattered gate lay several broken bodies, all of them gatekeeper guards. The Click pirate group stepped over the splintered gate, entering the royal capital. This was a band of enraged pirates set to plunder and kill within King City. Hey, stop right there. Click looked towards a dark corner, raising his arm, the muzzle on his shoulder pointing forward. Don't shoot, I'm the one who saved you. The middle-aged man from before stepped out of the darkness, fear evident in his eyes. Why save me? I don't seem to know you. Click didn't lower his weapon. I have a grudge against Bai Yi, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Click showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Where's Bai Yi? In the royal palace, he's receiving a reward from the king, supposedly being awarded noble status. Words like reward and noble status stung Click, as they were meant to be his. Bang. A gunshot rang out, piercing the middle-aged man's chest, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole. Click had actually shot his own savior. You bastard, you dared throw explosives at me, trying to kill me. After saying this, Click led his men towards the royal palace, intent on killing Bai Yi, killing the king, and ransacking the palace to make up for today's losses. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Watching Click's pirate group leave, the light faded from his eyes. At that moment, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth emerged from the dark corner. Give my wife and daughter the money, I did as you asked. Su Xiao squatted in front of the middle-aged man, exhaling a puff of smoke. Not bad, the money has already been given to them. That's wonderful, thank you. After speaking, the middle-aged man's eyes went completely dark, succumbing to Click's gunfire. This middle-aged man was a death row inmate Su Xiao saved from prison. The prior events were merely a transaction. Su Xiao paid the money, the middle-aged man paid with his life, a deal both fair and unfair. Watching the departing Click pirate group, Su Xiao tossed his cigarette away, stamping it out. Click pirate group, don't let me down. Su Xiao disappeared into the night, rapidly heading toward the royal palace. Chapter 21, Humanoid Tank. Men, charge with me. Kill them, tear Bai Yi to pieces. A large group of pirates sprinted through the streets of the royal capital. The civilians, upon seeing this, screamed and ran away. As the pirates rushed toward the royal palace, the ruthless ones started setting fires along the way. The sky outside the city lit up with flames, and soon, thick smoke billowed inside the city as well. Su Xiao moved swiftly through the night, quickly overtaking the pirates and arriving in front of the royal palace ahead of them. In the pirate world, the Goa kingdom was just a small country, so the royal palace was nothing more than a modestly sized castle. Hiding near the kingdom, Su Xiao began waiting for the Click pirate group. The royal capital was divided into 3 areas. The outermost was the residential area, followed by Center Street, and at the very center was the royal palace. Outside the royal palace area, there was a city wall, but it wasn't very high. The Click pirate group would soon be able to break through it and storm into the royal palace area. The guard team in the royal palace area had already been deployed, and soon, sounds of battle cries were heard. Su Xiao continued to wait. According to his knowledge, the guard team in the royal palace area looked strong on the outside but was weak inside. Those guards, who had rarely seen blood, were no match for the pirates. And indeed, just half an hour later, the guards in the royal palace area were defeated and retreated to the front of the palace. These guards were extremely battered, hurried, and suffered heavy casualties. Some of the incompetent ones even fled on the spot. Men, the royal palace is right ahead, let's take it. Click was already seeing red. Being tricked by Su Xiao and fighting all the way made this pirate utterly mad. Kill everyone, leave no one alive. At Click's command, the hundreds of pirates behind him charged loudly towards the royal palace to engage with the guards. The most brutal close-quarters combat began, with the sound of gunfire like popping beans, blood splattered, and limbs fell. Inside the royal palace, the king, who had been resting, was awakened by the commotion outside the castle. The king of the Goa kingdom was a man in his 60s, with a head of black hair and a big beard. What's happening outside? Why is it suddenly so noisy? King Philip Herbert got up somewhat impatiently, and the queen beside him sat up in confusion. Your Highness, it seems like gunfire outside, what's happening? The queen was very young and timidly nestled in the king's arms. Someone, come. The bedroom door was pushed open, and a burly man charged in, with a deep scar across his entire face, making him look especially fierce. Hausen, what's going on outside? The burly man called Hausen was the king's personal guard. But around Hausen's neck was a metal collar, made of black iron, with some precise mechanisms at the connection. If Su Xiao were present, he would surely recognize this collar as a slave collar from the pirate world. This Hausen was a slave, his life and death in the king's hands. No wonder the king made him a personal guard. Hausen didn't speak, he just made a few gestures. Hausen had no speaking ability, his tongue had been cut out by a slave trader. If not for his abnormally strong physique, he might have been killed by them. Pirates? How can there be pirates inside the royal palace? Right, Minister, go send people to take care of these pirates. Although the king felt something was amiss, he didn't pay much attention, apparently very confident in the palace's guard strength. Hausen stood motionless in the room, the slave collar around his neck restricting his freedom, capable of being triggered to explode, which would kill him. Outside the royal palace, Su Xiao was waiting for the right opportunity. The time wasn't right yet, even though the battle inside the palace was intense, it hadn't reached its climax. After about an hour of fierce fighting, the king in the palace could no longer remain calm, sensing the shouting and killing getting closer. At this moment, the king realized the gravity of the situation. With a bang, the bedroom door was smashed open, and the right minister, covered in blood, burst into the room. Your Highness, there's trouble. The pirates have come, and they're already on the 3rd floor. The king's face changed dramatically. Impossible, where are my guards? Weren't they handpicked elites? How could they be pushed back so easily? The right minister knelt on the ground, completely curled up, not daring to speak up. The palace guards were not elites at all, merely some young men hired at great cost. Hausen, go, wait. The king looked troubled. Hausen was indeed strong, but if he sent Hausen out, his own safety was not guaranteed. Yet, if he didn't send Hausen, those pirates would soon be at his doorstep, and bullets had no eyes. Deal with those pirates as quickly as possible, then return immediately. Even if you're injured, it doesn't matter, understand? If I die, you'll be buried with me. Hausen's eyes showed no emotion, just a blank nod, then he left the room. Waiting outside the royal palace, Su Xiao soon heard a loud explosion from inside the palace, and a large area of purple poison gas spread on the 3rd floor. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Su Xiao sprang up, like a gecko climbing against the castle's outer wall. Nimbly climbing upward, Su Xiao directly bypassed the 3rd floor. The battle was taking place on the 3rd floor, so the king couldn't be below it. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Su Xiao saw through a window that 2 people were engaged in combat, Click and the burly man. Surprisingly, Click was in bad shape, with an arm hanging limp, seemingly unable to hold on much longer. The burly man was like a human tank, each charge shattering large sections of walls. If Su Xiao fought such a monster, he wouldn't last 2 minutes. Not directly assassinating the king was undoubtedly correct, fighting this kind of enemy was courting death. This burly man's power attribute was conservatively estimated to be over 20 points. Click couldn't hold on much longer, so time was of the essence, and Su Xiao had to act quickly. There were many rooms in the palace, and Su Xiao rapidly checked through the windows. No sign of the king on the 4th floor, then the 5th, 6th. After a swift search, Su Xiao finally spotted the king via a window. The king wasn't in a room but rather fleeing down a corridor, seemingly trying to escape to higher ground to reduce the chance of being discovered by pirates. The continuous vibrations from below the castle had rattled the king. White moonlight streamed through the windows, and the king ran swiftly down the corridor. "Your Highness, Huff-I can't run anymore, let's take a break." The queen, following the king in flight, sat on the ground gasping for breath. The king's expression changed repeatedly. He still had some interest in this woman, so he was reluctant to abandon her, but compared to his life, women meant little to him. "Then rest here, my love." Saying that, the king prepared to turn and leave, abandoning the queen, who sat dumbfounded on the ground. Just then, with a crash, the glass window beside the corridor shattered, and a figure wielding a sharp blade burst through. Chapter 22, Return and Reward. Glass shards flew, and after Su Xiao rushed into the corridor, he adjusted his center of gravity in midair and slashed at the king of the Goa kingdom in front of him. The king was facing away from Su Xiao, completely unaware of him behind, with a face full of shock. The dazzling blade light swept across, illuminated by the moonlight. Its beauty was poignant, the sharp blade slicing through the air with a whimpering sound. Pook! Su Xiao's knife sliced through the king's waist, and blood splattered out, forming little blood beads in the air that shattered upon contact with the ground or walls. This slash directly cut the king in half at the waist. In midair, the king looked at the 2 legs on the ground in bewilderment, full of surprise. The king suddenly felt that those 2 legs seemed familiar. Plop! The king's upper body hit the ground, followed by intense pain as if to swallow him whole. Mouth agape! Just as the king wanted to scream, Su Xiao's second slash arrived. Still as fast, accurate, and ruthless, the blade swept across, and the head rolled out. Mission accomplished. Lightly flicking the blood off the blade, Su Xiao single-handedly executed a king without a scratch, in a world full of monsters. To achieve this, both bravery and courage were indispensable. "You have killed the king of Goa Kingdom, Philip Herbert." Philip Herbert was the mission target, unable to obtain the world source. A total of 8.9% of the world source has been obtained. Your talent, Soul Devourer, activated, permanently adding 2 points to mana value. Current mana value is 93 points. After the king's death, a white treasure chest floated above the corpse. Having opened several white treasure chests before, Su Xiao directly chose to open it. You have opened the treasure chest, white, obtained the following items. You have obtained the World Tree Ring. A ring appeared in Su Xiao's hand, completely transparent, as if made from some kind of crystal stone. World Tree Ring. Quality, white. Rating. Description: this is a ring made from Adam's wood. Do not underestimate it, as its material comes from the core position of the Adam tree, also known as the World Tree, which is the pivot of the pirate world. This ring has no attributes, and its quality is white, with an unclear description. Su Xiao directly threw it into the storage space, preparing to study it later. Ah! A scream came from the queen. Su Xiao frowned. The scream would attract other enemies. Stepping forward quickly, then a slash to the throat, the scream ceased abruptly. Being merciful to enemies is an extremely foolish behavior. Su Xiao knows this. As long as they are listed as enemies, he won't hesitate. People who waver are not suitable for battle, much less for venturing in Reincarnation Paradise. The hunter has completed the main mission, assassinate the King of Goa Kingdom. Main mission difficulty LV.3, world difficulty LV.6, hunter's exclusive trial successful. Hunter identity officially unlocked, initiating hunting mission, to be released in the next world. Main mission completed, the hunter will exit this world in 30 seconds, returning to Reincarnation Paradise. Please prepare in advance. It's over. After many difficulties, Su Xiao finally completed the mission. In just 30 more seconds, he could leave the pirate world. Although not entirely safe in Reincarnation Paradise, it shouldn't be dangerous unless Reincarnation Paradise wants to kill him. It wouldn't continuously put him in danger. Boom. A loud noise came from below, and with it, the entire castle began to tilt to one side. This was likely caused by the king's guards fighting with Click. So, humans can indeed be this powerful. Su Xiao wasn't afraid of their strength. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had a feeling that he might come to the pirate world again, but next time, he wouldn't just complete tasks in a small country. Perhaps participate in the top battlefields. Or join the sea battles. The premise of all this, of course, is that he becomes strong enough. As the 30 seconds passed, Su Xiao blacked out, feeling as if he had been hit on the head. A daze enveloped him. In his hazy consciousness, he faintly felt enveloped in a transparent membrane, traveling at high speed, with vague stars around. Thunk. During the teleportation, Su Xiao felt a shock around him, his consciousness clearing. Is this reincarnation paradise? What a joke. Su Xiao looked around in confusion, greeted by vast darkness. Zheng. A towering sword chi sliced through the darkness, within which, a large swath of thunder spread. The thunder seemed to devour everything, even the surrounding darkness, overrunning towards Su Xiao. A human. How can there be humans in the void? Interesting. This power of spacetime is quite strong, that awareness. Come out. Fight with me. A voice with a bloody scent came, indeed, smelling of blood. Su Xiao couldn't see what existence was there but could feel its strength. Standing up in the darkness, Su Xiao looked toward the source of the voice. Warning. Transmission interrupted by an unknown powerful creature, suspected dangerous creature, void swordsman, repairing. Repairing, Ziz, repair completed, resuming transmission. Su Xiao's vision blacked out again, reverting to the previous feeling. In the void, a man wielding a long sword perceptively scanned the surroundings. Escaped, eh? How dull, was hoping for a fight. Well, that bald guy called Sate whatever was quite alright, gonna find him for a fight. The void was filled with unknowns and dangers. Su Xiao was somewhat unlucky to encounter such a danger. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he was already in a room. The room was somewhat peculiar, with completely sealed walls, no windows or doors. The ceiling emitted a soft light, making the room very bright, and the temperature was just right, not at all stifling. As Su Xiao was observing his surroundings, a prompt from Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Transmission complete, Hunter returning to exclusive room. Exclusive room is an absolute safe point. Without the Hunter's permission, no one can enter. Hunter returned to Reincarnation Paradise, beginning task reward calculation. Derivative world, 1 piece. Difficulty, LV.6, Purgatory. Obtained world source, 8.9%. Number of completed tasks, 2, main task, assassinate the King of Goa Kingdom, side task, the Left Minister's collection. Comprehensive evaluation, A-. Note, ratings range from E to S+. Comprehensive evaluation based on total world source obtained and the number of tasks completed. Due to world level exceeding Hunter level LV.5, Nightmare difficulty, rewards doubled. Beginning to collect world source. World source collection complete, beginning to send rewards. Obtained reward, 4 attribute points, 10,000 paradise coins. These rewards are the doubled values. Comprehensive evaluation is A-. Hunter level +1, upgrading to LV.2, level increases with rating. As this world is a trial world, the increase limit is LV.1. Calculation complete, rewards automatically deposited into Hunter's brand. Su Xiao immediately opened the branding to check what attribute points were. It didn't disappoint. This is the hope of becoming stronger. Su Xiao's mouth curled up because the attribute points could enhance any attribute except luck. As long as he could become stronger, what's risking his life worth? Actually, the most despairing thing isn't being in danger, but not even having the chance to venture. Su Xiao was about to use the attribute points, but Reincarnation Paradise prompted that they could only be used in the Attribute Strengthening Hall, a facility within Reincarnation Paradise. With the settlement complete, Su Xiao looked around somewhat dazed. Sealed walls on all sides, how was he supposed to get out? At that moment, a somewhat peculiar prompt appeared before him. Yes/no to sell World Tree Ring, selling price 50,000 paradise coin. World Tree Ring was the item Su Xiao obtained after killing the king, and now, Reincarnation Paradise was actually prompting him to sell it. Given the current situation, if he refused to sell, Reincarnation Paradise wouldn't let him out, keeping him locked in the exclusive room. After some hesitation, Su Xiao chose no, preparing to act boldly. Chapter 23, What is the difference between seeking trouble and being a salted fish? The prompt disappeared, and the room was silent. "Heh, I don't believe I'll be trapped here." Su Xiao simply sat down and began to stalemate with Reincarnation Paradise. He now understood one thing, and that is the World Tree Ring in the storage space is a very precious item. From the rating of the World Tree Ring, it can be seen that Reincarnation Paradise seems unwilling to display the value of this item. "Please, Hunter, sell the World Tree Ring so that Reincarnation Paradise can absorb the world's power." The prompt appeared again, and Su Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "What purpose do you have for teleporting me to a derived world, and what exactly is this ring?" Surprisingly, Reincarnation Paradise actually gave him an answer. Reincarnation Paradise and the hunter have a symbiotic relationship. Hunters or other contractors explore the derived planes to obtain the world source, and Reincarnation Paradise needs the world's power to evolve and maintain its normal operation. The World Tree Ring contains a large amount of world's power. Please sell it immediately, Hunter. The following content cannot be viewed due to insufficient permissions. Although the hints from Reincarnation Paradise were not many, Su Xiao understood the most crucial thing. The reason Reincarnation Paradise teleported him to the derived world was for him to obtain the world's power. This so-called world's power should be extracted through the world source, so Reincarnation Paradise rewards him accordingly based on the amount of world source. Reincarnation Paradise should be acting according to some kind of rule, otherwise, it wouldn't ask him to sell the World Tree Ring but forcibly take it instead. His identity as a hunter indicates one thing, which is that under normal circumstances, Reincarnation Paradise cannot directly execute contractors. Reincarnation Paradise can't penalize him unless he violates its regulations, not only for him but also for other contractors, which is why there are hunters. The so-called hunter deals with those violations in the derivative world that haven't breached the rules of Reincarnation Paradise. Like a contractor who discovers a loophole in Reincarnation Paradise's rules and uses it for profit. That's the time for Su Xiao to step onto the stage. No doubt those violating contractors will be strong and very cunning. Su Xiao remained sitting on the ground, playing with the John Long flash as if nothing happened. He had a bold idea, to blackmail Reincarnation Paradise. Although it seemed like courting death, Reincarnation Paradise wouldn't do much to him given his identity as a hunter. Su Xiao was gambling, betting on the importance of his hunter identity. If it wasn't important, wouldn't he have endured the nightmare difficulty world in vain? As time passed by the second and minute, eventually, 2 hours later, a prompt from Reincarnation Paradise appeared in front of him. Special mission, choice. Difficulty level. Mission brief, hand over the World Tree Ring to Reincarnation Paradise. Mission information, none. Mission duration, 5 minutes. Mission reward, an inheritance that has a very high compatibility with the hunter's talent. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. It seemed his hunter identity had more standing than he imagined, for Reincarnation Paradise had issued a mission. After some consideration, Su Xiao chose to accept this mission. Faced with the cold and heartless Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao was unsure in his heart as he would still need to survive within Reincarnation Paradise in the future. Special mission, choice has been completed. Preparing to grant reward, please prepare, Hunter. Prepare? Looks like this reward is not simple. Just as Reincarnation Paradise finished giving the prompt, a ray of light appeared in the room, enveloping Su Xiao. Su Xiao sat still in place, staring forward, his eyes losing focus, occasionally flashing with blue light. At this moment, Su Xiao's consciousness had arrived in a vast hall. The hall was extraordinarily expansive, and even the edges were unseen. Su Xiao looked around and discovered 600-meter-tall stone sculptures in front. They were statues of humans, only magnified many times. Successor, step forward. A majestic voice came, and Su Xiao's body tensed up. This voice was actually emitted by one of the stone sculptures in front of him. The time has come to fulfill our former agreement. Another stone sculpture spoke. Su Xiao's arrival seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the 6 stone sculptures started speaking one after another. You are the last successor, henceforth, our inheritance ends here. Whether we should vanish in the river of time or those spellcasters, it will be verified by you. Spellcasters destroy the balance of the world and matter, and that so-called spell consumes the rule power. Foolish spellcasters, even if our bodies are destroyed, our consciousness will persist. Su Xiao stood in place, his scalp tingling, as these speaking stone sculptures far exceeded his imagination in strength. Moreover, these stone sculptures were not living beings but rather the consciousness left behind by immensely powerful entities. Destruction, birth, annihilation, recovery, all in this sanctum of birth. Successor, remember our shared name, we are the shadow of annihilation law, the nemesis of all spellcasters. The 6 stone sculptures simultaneously opened their eyes to look at Su Xiao. He felt a surge of ferocious energy pouring into his body, followed by a world-spinning sensation and a buzz in his ears. Huff, huff, huff. Su Xiao in the room awoke, taking deep breaths. He was still in the exclusive room, the previous scene seemed like an illusion. Reward concluded, exclusive room activated. After the prompt from Reincarnation Paradise, a room door appeared on one wall of the exclusive room, indicating he could finally leave. But Su Xiao no longer cared about that, as he felt the energy inside him threatening to burst him apart. What is going on? Su Xiao could no longer speak properly, as the energy inside him swiftly transformed his body. His blood was flowing rapidly, and the unknown energy was not destroying his body but instead enhancing it, albeit in an exceedingly violent way. The cells in his body were undergoing metamorphosis, with the most notable change being his hair, as the black hair faintly began to show strands of gray, though the change was minuscule and barely noticeable. With a thud, he slumped to the ground, feeling like he couldn't hold on, and if this continued any longer, he would soon die. Detected abnormal life characteristics of the hunter, preparing to activate the recovery function. This function will consume the paradise coin held by the hunter. Activate, yes/no. The voice of Reincarnation Paradise at this moment was no longer cold to Su Xiao but a heavenly melody. Activate. His body was filled with excruciating pain, gradually devouring his consciousness. As soon as Su Xiao's voice fell, a green light engulfed him, and simultaneously, his paradise coin began to deplete rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the recovery function consumed over 1,000 paradise coins. A dozen seconds later, the energy inside him vanished, completely absorbed by Su Xiao's body, and the recovery function shut down simultaneously. Su Xiao sat up and tried to move his body, quickly noticing an anomaly. This is... Somewhat disbelieving, he looked at his hands. After absorbing that energy, it seemed he had become somewhat stronger. No, he had become significantly stronger. However, this enhancement wasn't assisted by Reincarnation Paradise, so no prompt was given by it. Opening his personal information, Su Xiao was taken aback. The reward from trading the World Tree Ring was far more astonishing than he had imagined. Chapter 24, The Unexpected Person. Contractor number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number, and the hunter cannot be traced by any means. Name, Su Xiao, Hunter. Level, LV.2. First tier. Every 10 levels is a tier. Level increase does not provide any attribute bonuses, corresponding to the hunter's authority in Paradise, as well as world difficulty, mission difficulty, etc. Life value, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized, changes according to injury severity. Mana value, 153. Intelligence times 10, current mana recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Power, 12, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, 10, related to movement, attack speed, etc. Stamina, 6, related to life value, defensive power, resistance to abnormality, etc. Intelligence, 12, related to magic damage, mana value, perception, etc. Charm, 3, related to social interactions, summoning, etc. Luck, 1, related to item opening, creation, etc. This attribute is extremely difficult to improve, hunters are advised to cherish any chance to increase it. Note, the standard attribute for an adult male is 5 points, luck is 1 point. Slaughter talent, Soul Eater, after killing a target, permanently steals 1 to 15 mana value points. This talent can steal a maximum of 100 mana value points per world. After obtaining the inheritance of the Shadow of Annihilation Law, Su Xiao's attributes changed drastically. Power increased from the original 7 points to 12 points. Agility change isn't small either, from the original 7 points to 10 points. And intelligence increased from the original 6 points to 12 points. The enhancement of power and agility immediately showed its effects. Su Xiao tentatively threw a punch, a whirring sound followed, the power of his punch was many times stronger than before. He started running forward randomly and immediately stopped. As he almost hit the wall, the suddenly increased speed made him somewhat uneasy. This sudden power increase made his heart race. If he had these attributes in the pirate world, assassinating the king would be a piece of cake. He wouldn't need 3 days, just 6 hours would be enough. This is strength, intoxicating enough to make one willing to risk everything to pursue it. However, this sudden increase in attributes requires some time to adapt to. If he were to battle now, he would be very unaccustomed. Once he adapts to his current attributes, his combat strength will reach an astonishing level. The Shadow of Annihilation Law, indeed a delightful gain. As he was about to close his personal information, he suddenly noticed his skills option flashing. Upon opening the skill panel, there was a significant change indeed. From an empty sheet, a skill tree appeared. The notification of Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Due to the hunter acquiring the unique profession, Shadow of Annihilation Law, corresponding changes have occurred in the skill list. Shadow of Annihilation Law, unique. Skill 1. Blue Steel Shadow, LV.1, active skill. Usage conditions: upon activation, Blue Steel Shadow, the hunter consumes 2 mana value points per minute, automatically closes when mana value is below 1%. Skill effect: upon activation, Blue Steel Shadow, each close combat attack will deplete the enemy's 10 mana value points, causing equivalent true damage, and the enemy will suffer intense pain from mana burn. Skill 2. Swordsmanship Expertise, LV.1. Passive. Skill effect: increases close combat attack power by 10% and proficiency in knife-type weapons. Note: skillful abilities are divided into basic, mastery, specialization, and master levels. The higher the level, the higher the potential for growth. The probability of acquiring specialization level abilities is extremely low. Skill 3. Absolute Demon Physique, LV.max. Skill effect: unable to master/learn any magic-type skills. Skill 4, not unlocked, requires soul crystals, small, 1000 paradise coin. Su Xiao understood what he acquired earlier. He has received some sort of complete professional inheritance. This profession is named Shadow of Annihilation Law. Upon seeing the above skills, Su Xiao realized this profession is the arch-nemesis of mage-type professions. After activating Blue Steel Shadow, each close combat attack he makes burns the enemy's mana value. When a mage is out of mana value, they become completely useless and can only wield a stick. However, what puzzled Su Xiao is whether there are any mage creatures in Reincarnation Paradise. Although the Shadow of Annihilation Law enhances quite a few attributes and grants him 2 powerful skills, it does come with downsides as well, such as being unable to learn magic-type skills in the future. Yet, considering these things now is too premature, Su Xiao isn't in a hurry to unlock the 4th skill of the Shadow of Annihilation Law, as he wants to first see what Reincarnation Paradise looks like. Upon opening the door, the sound of bustling voices came through, and Reincarnation Paradise appeared before his eyes. A vast expanse of buildings unfolded within Su Xiao's sight, with architectural styles ranging from those made of metal, to ones built of bricks and stones, and some even seemed like a certain type of organism, occasionally leaking fluids. Due to the presence of these buildings arranged in rows, distinct streets were formed within Reincarnation Paradise. Looking up at the sky, the top of Reincarnation Paradise was covered by a layer of milky white membrane, resembling an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire Reincarnation Paradise. The ground beneath his feet was made of a pale yellow gelatinous substance, not exactly soft but very flat. Reincarnation Paradise was vast, at least as far as Su Xiao could see. There was no end. The streets were bustling with people in diverse costumes. Some wore full body armor, while others wielded magic wands and robed themselves, looking just like mages. Su Xiao felt as though he had stumbled into some sort of convention with all kinds of bizarrely dressed people appearing one after another. Some were even directly sitting on the streets with a mat laid in front, calling out their wares for sale. White 6 rating firearm, 700 paradise coin, if you're broke, scram. 5% life recovery potion, 1000 paradise coin, 20% off for 3 bottles or more. Paying big money for Mage Lord protection, next world difficulty LV, 3, price is negotiable. Their tone made Su Xiao feel a sense of familiarity, which led him to suspect that perhaps all the people in Reincarnation Paradise were from the real world. Such as the words scram, Mage Lord, these could scarcely be heard in the derivative world. Su Xiao stepped out of the room and began to wander around Reincarnation Paradise as he needed to understand this place as quickly as possible. Hey, brother, want to take a look at my stuff? It's really cheap. I need paradise coins to urgently save myself as I'm about to enter the derivative world. A man in a suit with his face shrouded in mist called out to Su Xiao. Su Xiao turned his head and noticed the other hand covered his face, but he still couldn't make out his appearance. Stopping in front of the men in the suit stall, Su Xiao began to peruse the items for sale. The items were placed on a black cloth, just laid out openly atop it, without any worry of them being stolen. Su Xiao casually picked up an item and immediately understood the reason. Beast bone. Quality, white. Type, material. Rating, 1. Note, white material ratings range from 1 to 10. The higher the rating, the more precious the material. Introduction, bones of an ordinary wild beast. This item belongs to someone else, cannot be moved beyond 1 meter, nor stored in storage space, requires purchase to gain possession rights. It seems there is some guarantee for selling items within Reincarnation Paradise. But truth be told, the items in front of the men in the suit weren't anything special. This stuff, is it really useful? The man in the suit laughed heartily, but his expression was somewhat displeased. I risked my life to obtain this, nearly lost my life to kill that rhino. How about this, brother? 30 paradise coin. Though this beast bones rating isn't high, it's a material for making weapons. Su Xiao shook his head, discarded the beast bone, and continued to stroll. Hey, you over there, newbie, yes, you. A little girl with white hair and blue eyes called out to Su Xiao. Upon seeing her, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Connor. Chapter 25, a cure-all for various cannons. The little girl ran a few steps to stand in front of Su Xiao, beaming at him. It's me, I'm Connor, how about it, cute right? The little girl was very lively, even twirling in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao scrutinized her closely and discovered that the little girl in front of him was not the all-eating Connor. You're not Connor. Did you find out? As expected, I need to pay more attention to my tone. The little girl stopped pretending to be cute. How about it, want to strike a deal with me? I'll help you understand Reincarnation Paradise, and you give me 50 paradise coins. Su Xiao just needed to understand Reincarnation Paradise, and the fake Connor in front of him was undoubtedly the best choice. Okay, how do I trade you the paradise coins? Su Xiao's directness surprised the little girl a bit. Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? You should know, there are quite a few tricksters in Reincarnation Paradise. Zhan Long Flash appeared in Su Xiao's hand, his gaze cold as he looked at the little girl. If you cheat me, I'll kill you. The little girl chuckled lightly. As expected, you're a newbie. In Reincarnation Paradise, except for the arena, contractors can't attack each other anywhere else. This is an absolute safe zone. Is that so? Then in the derivative world, it should be possible. Su Xiao's icy gaze made the little girl step back a few steps. Hey, we're not enemies, and I won't cheat you. Su Xiao's icy gaze made the little girl's heart tremble. The guy in front was someone not to be messed with, one of those ruthless types who wouldn't blink at killing. Thinking quickly, the little girl decided to retreat for now and not do business with Su Xiao. Ding, you received 50 paradise coins from contractor number 13013. The little girl's face immediately turned bitter, looking at Su Xiao with a bit of grievance. There are many eyes here, let's talk in a cold drink shop. The little girl sighed helplessly and walked ahead, with Su Xiao following behind. Originally didn't want to do business with you, but since the paradise coins have already been paid, let me introduce myself. I'm Shi Luolua, a worker of Reincarnation Paradise. Worker. Su Xiao wondered inwardly but didn't speak up. Soon, Shi Luolua led Su Xiao to a cold drink shop, which had a rather quirky name, Cat and Dog. Welcome. Oh, it's little Shi. Got a new customer. A mature lady, dressed sensuously, came forward. She had a voluptuous figure, long legs, and wore black stockings. With high heels on, her height almost matched Su Xiao's. Boss, I want watermelon juice. What would the customer like? Just water. Su Xiao casually responded, he wouldn't drink anything provided by strangers. Rest assured, we are workers, different from you contractors, not so sinister. Su Xiao tapped his finger on the table and asked, what is a worker? Shi Luolua cleared her throat and started explaining to Su Xiao, who soon understood what a worker was. There are two kinds of people most common in Reincarnation Paradise, the first being contractors, and the second being workers like Shi Luolua. Contractors often need to perform dangerous tasks, whereas workers are different. They are service personnel within Reincarnation Paradise, either selling goods or working in the catering and service industries. Workers are contractors who failed their first world mission, thus being chosen. Without these workers, even eating would be a problem for contractors. It's essential to know Reincarnation Paradise doesn't provide exchange functions, daily necessities require these workers. Becoming a worker has its perks, they only need to enter the derivative world once every 2 months. Shi Luolua was wary of Su Xiao because she also had to enter the derivative world. If she was unlucky enough to encounter Su Xiao with her touching combat strength, survival was unlikely. Shi Luolua took out a transparent tablet and handed it to Su Xiao. This contains detailed information about Reincarnation Paradise. Take a look. It's notarized by Reincarnation Paradise and totally reliable. Su Xiao took the tablet, feeling its futuristic technology, capable of projecting 3D images. He gradually learned the general situation of Reincarnation Paradise. Reincarnation Paradise is vast. The population within hasn't been counted but is definitely over 10,000. The reason no one counted is because the death rate among contractors in Reincarnation Paradise is extremely high. According to Shi Luolua's information, the death rate for contractors in the first world is 80%, 60% in the second world, 50% in the third world, and so on. Su Xiao didn't look into the details further. This terrifying death rate shows how tough it is to survive as a contractor in Reincarnation Paradise. In Reincarnation Paradise, most shops are operated by workers, essential for contractors' daily life. In the central area of Reincarnation Paradise, there are more than a dozen buildings operated by Reincarnation Paradise, including the previously mentioned Attribute Strengthening Hall. These buildings are very important for contractors, closely related to improving their strength. After reading the last piece of information on the tablet, Su Xiao put it down. It mentions contractors can stay in Reincarnation Paradise for 3 days before returning to the real world to wait for the next task. Does this mean I can return to the real world? Shi Luolua, biting her straw, put away the tablet. Yes, after experiencing a derivative world, every contractor can stay in Reincarnation Paradise for 3 days. After that, Reincarnation Paradise will teleport contractors back to the real world. Generally, after returning to the real world, you'll stay for about a week before receiving the call from Reincarnation Paradise to return and start the next derivative world. At this point, Shi Luolua looked a bit sorrowful and somewhat enviously at Su Xiao. Workers, unlike contractors, can only return to the real world for 3 days each month. I really miss my family. Shi Luolua rested her chin on her hands, pouting her lips. Oh, and by the way, you can conceal your appearance through Reincarnation Paradise to avoid being retaliated against or hunted by other contractors in the real world, which might endanger your family. This is a lesson learned in blood. The appearance I have now was modified through Reincarnation Paradise. It cost me 500 Paradise coins. Su Xiao just muttered an "oh" without much care. You don't want to conceal your appearance? You can do it now. Shi Luolua looked at Su Xiao curiously. No need. I have no one to implicate. Su Xiao's reply left Shi Luolua silent. This sharp-witted little girl dared not pour salt on Su Xiao's wound. You've seen the information, so the transaction is completed. A kind reminder, don't provoke mage lords in the derivative world. Those guys are monsters, like cannons. Shi Luolua shrank her neck, showing a fearful expression. Mage lords? Are mages in Reincarnation Paradise very strong? The faint smile on Su Xiao's lips made Shi Luolua shake her head. Not very strong, but super strong. Any adventure group would recruit mage lords without limit. You know, I've experienced 2 derivative worlds, and I paid mage lords for protection both times. Su Xiao nodded, his heart unable to calm. His current job is the Shadow of Annihilation Law, the archenemy of mages. He suddenly felt a bit eager to see if those mage lords would still be so strong in front of him. Su Xiao had just accepted the legacy of the Shadow of Annihilation Law and didn't understand the power of this profession. Now it's not about whether the mage lords are strong in front of him, but whether they can survive after encountering him. Chapter 26, Growth. Leaving the cold drink shop, Su Xiao walked thoughtfully down the streets of Reincarnation Paradise. According to the information provided by Shi Luolua, his first priority is to go to the central area of Reincarnation Paradise and learn about the dozen important buildings there. First familiarize himself with Reincarnation Paradise, then enhance his attributes, and after that, spend the Paradise coins he's earned. He currently has a total of 8,400 Paradise coins. Originally, he had more, but he spent over 3,000 Paradise coins to recover from his injuries and paid Shi Luolua 50 Paradise coins, leaving him with only this amount. After some preliminary exploration, Su Xiao already understands the value of Paradise coins. Ordinary contractors typically acquire between 1,000 to 2,000 Paradise coins after experiencing their first derivative world, which is only enough to purchase a weapon. However, the derivative world he experienced was extremely dangerous, so he earned a lot more Paradise coins, totaling over 10,000. Walking down the streets of Reincarnation Paradise and looking at the diverse contractors, Su Xiao suddenly found himself somewhat fond of this place. Reincarnation Paradise is like a primitive forest, its cruelty ripping off everyone's masks of falsehood, revealing their true nature. Though it is cruel here, it is also simpler. If someone holds a grudge, they might as well settle it with life and death. The arena within Reincarnation Paradise is prepared just for these people. After about an hour of walking, Su Xiao arrived at the central area. Because he did not cover his appearance, many people cast their gazes at Su Xiao, but no foolish bystanders dared to provoke him. There are a few possibilities for not covering one's appearance. Perhaps one is a newcomer or a powerful monster who disdains hiding their face. What Su Xiao didn't know was that he currently embodied both aspects, being both a newcomer and a supremely powerful monster. The inheritance of the Shadow of Annihilation Law boosted him with as many as 14 attribute points. Acquiring attribute points is not easy. Ordinary contractors need to go through 4 to 6 worlds to barely gain 14 attribute points, and that's with good luck. Upon reaching the central district of Reincarnation Paradise, a dozen magnificent buildings came into view. Unlike the workers' shops, these buildings were much taller and stood out significantly. The Attribute Strengthening Hall, Equipment Strengthening Hall, Trial Field, Arena. Su Xiao could only clearly see these 4 buildings. The rest were veiled in mist, suggesting he lacked the authority to access them yet. Su Xiao walked directly into the Attribute Strengthening Hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, he was already inside a small steel compartment. Click, click dot. The sound of machinery operating surrounded him, and a screen appeared before Su Xiao. Welcome to the Attribute Enhancement Cabin, please pay the activation fee of 100 Paradise Coins. This was a situation he was well aware of. Everyone entering the Attribute Strengthening Hall would be randomly teleported to an enhancement cabin, after which they would need to pay to use it. Paying 100 Paradise Coins, a prompt appeared on the screen before him. Power, 12 to 1, Equipment bonus temporarily ineffective. Agility, 10. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 3. The hunter may allocate attribute points freely, current attribute points, 4. Beep, it is verified that the hunter's compatible attributes are power, agility, and intelligence. Please prioritize enhancing these 3 attributes. The hint from Reincarnation Paradise didn't surprise Su Xiao. After inheriting the Shadow of Annihilation Law, he received the hint that once his 3 compatible attributes reached 20 points, there would be additional changes. Every contractor chooses compatible attributes, although they typically decide for themselves. For example, melee contractors would choose power or agility, while mages opt for intelligence, and so on. Su Xiao's situation is somewhat unique. After inheriting the Shadow of Annihilation Law, his compatible attributes became fixed. Moreover, frustratingly, his compatible attributes had a peculiar trait: the difference between the 3 attributes couldn't exceed 3 points, otherwise, the high attributes couldn't be enhanced in the Attribute Strengthening Hall. This undoubtedly limited Su Xiao's rapid growth. If he focused on enhancing just one attribute, it could quickly reach 20 points. But there was a benefit as well: developing multiple attributes simultaneously, as long as he could keep pace with contractors of the same tier, would make him unquestionably one of the strongest. Su Xiao currently had 4 attribute points. After some thought, he allocated 1 point to power and the remaining 3 points to agility, making his attributes balanced. The enhancement begins. As extreme pain accompanies the process, would you like to activate the anesthesia function? This function is free of charge. No activation. Su Xiao answered resolutely. Shi Luolua had inadvertently mentioned before that it was best not to choose the anesthesia function during attribute enhancement, as it could affect the enhancement effect. However, most contractors choose the anesthesia function because the feeling when enhancing attributes is said to be worse than death. To become stronger than others, one must endure what ordinary people cannot. The enhancement cabin started to operate gradually, and a kind of bone-piercing pain followed. No wonder others choose the anesthesia function. Su Xiao's entire skin began to turn red, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The sensation of enhancing attributes was quite exhilarating. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao, soaked in sweat, walked out of the Attribute Strengthening Hall. Although the pain was immense during the attribute enhancement, once the initial extreme pain was overcome, the feeling of gradually becoming stronger was quite satisfying. He wasn't sure how others felt, but he liked this feeling. Only the strength gained through hardship is the most reliable power. he wouldn't choose that so-called anesthesia function, not today, not ever. Actually, Shi Luoluo only mentioned it casually. Besides an extreme few perverts, most contractors would choose the anesthesia function. After enhancing the attributes, Su Zhao's bare attributes became Power 12, Agility 13, Intelligence 12. If the bonus from the dead wife's pendant is included, Su Zhao's power also reached 13, equal to his agility. Though Su Zhao became much stronger now, he wasn't satisfied. With the sudden increase in various attributes, he was utterly unaccustomed, making even walking a bit awkward. His consciousness couldn't fully adapt to the main body yet, which would require a significant amount of training, with no shortcuts. But this was not an issue. The trial field within Reincarnation Paradise is currently his best option. Glancing at the test field ahead, Su Zhao shook his head. He hadn't rested since leaving the derivative world. Inside it, constant vigilance against various dangers made resting peacefully impossible. Activating the brand on his arm, Su Zhao disappeared on the spot and appeared in the exclusive room, which is a welfare provided by Reincarnation Paradise. As long as he is within, he can return to the exclusive room anytime. The comfortable temperature of the exclusive room made Su Zhao drowsy. As he lay on the slightly soft ground, he fell into a deep sleep within 5 minutes. The prolonged tension in the derivative world left him utterly exhausted. Chapter 27, Unspoken Secrets, Seeking Recommendations. After sleeping deeply for more than 10 hours, Su Zhao was awakened by hunger. If it weren't for the unbearable feeling of stomach acid burning his stomach lining, he would have wanted to sleep a bit longer. Before stepping out of the empty exclusive room, Su Zhao frowned. It was too basic here, not even a bed. It seemed he'd need to spend some paradise coins to spruce it up. Reincarnation Paradise only offers the function of expanding exclusive spaces, it can't exchange for furniture. This still needed Su Zhao to purchase on his own. What a hassle. I'll get these things settled as soon as possible today. Finding a restaurant run by a worker, Su Zhao had a satisfying meal with just 3 paradise coins. The dishes were tasty, and the worker manager was very enthusiastic. From such enthusiastic attitudes, it was apparent that surviving in Reincarnation Paradise wasn't easy for workers either. After the meal, Su Zhao searched the stalls on both sides of the street. Buying furniture for daily needs wasn't difficult. A worker once invented a kind of compression capsule, where the volume of various furniture was compressed to finger size, making it very convenient to carry. After spending 200 paradise coins, Su Zhao purchased the necessary furniture for daily use. With food and housing settled, Su Zhao headed straight to the central district of Reincarnation Paradise and arrived in front of the trial field. He could stay 2 more days in Reincarnation Paradise, and within these 2 days, he must adapt to his suddenly enhanced body. Welcome Hunter to use the trial field, please choose a mode. Auxiliary mode / actual combat mode. Su Zhao pondered for a moment and chose the auxiliary mode. Auxiliary mode selected, please choose the summoned mirror image level. 3 options appeared in front of Su Zhao: basic mirror image, intermediate level image, and high level mirage. Prices were marked below the 3 options: basic mirror image at 100 paradise coins per hour, intermediate level image at 1000 paradise coins per hour, and high level mirage at 10,000 paradise coins per hour. After hesitating for a while, Su Zhao chose the intermediate level image. Previously, he observed for a long time in Reincarnation Paradise. The equipment contractors sold were mostly white equipment, and their ratings were very low. The only green level gun he saw was priced at 4,000 paradise coins and was sought after by many contractors. Yet the attributes of that green equipment couldn't even compare to Su Zhao's dragon slash at his waist. There might be good things among the items contractors sold, but they weren't easy to encounter and needed some luck. Compared to buying equipment, Su Zhao preferred enhancing his own strength. Inner strength was true strength. After paying 1,000 paradise coins to summon an intermediate level image for an hour, a mass of milky white light appeared in front of him. As the light dispersed, a middle-aged man holding a sharp blade and wearing a white training suit appeared. The surrounding scene also changed, turning into a dojo of a sword hall. Summoned Gung Si Lang mirror image, from the pirate world. Seeing the Reincarnation Paradise prompt, Su Zhao felt pleased. He was unsure of Gung Si Lang's strength, but if it was about teaching ability, Gung Si Lang was certainly strong. Zoro was a living example. Even though Gung Si Lang hadn't taught Zoro any moves, he helped lay the foundation for Zoro to become a strong individual. Hello, I am Gung Si Lang. We don't have much time, so let's start now. Gung Si Lang appeared naturally. This wasn't the real Gung Si Lang, just a mirror image. Gung Si Lang glanced at the dragon slash at Su Zhao's waist and nodded. A weapon similar to mine, huh? Then things become simple. Slash at me with all your might. Su Zhao didn't waste any words. The summon cost of 1,000 paradise coins per hour caused him much pain, so he slashed at Gung Si Lang with his blade. With Su Zhao's current attributes, this slash was both fast and fierce, and at a very tricky angle, aiming directly at Gung Si Lang's head. What surprised Su Zhao was that Gung Si Lang didn't even unsheath his weapon. He simply blocked with the scabbard, then changed the scabbard's angle. Su Zhao felt the long knife in his hand being uncontrollably deflected to the side, and because he used too much force, he staggered 2 steps to the side. Having his attack deflected so easily, Su Zhao felt a bit unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. The real world from which he came and Gung Si Lang's pirate world weren't even on the same level of power. The swordsmanship he painstakingly practiced in the real world was practically worthless in Gung Si Lang's eyes. Perhaps there was excellent swordsmanship in the real world, but the rapid advancement of technology rendered those skills useless, causing them to fall into oblivion. That's enough. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is lower than I expected. The swordsmanship Gung Si Lang mentioned was actually sword technique, the name differed, but it was the same thing. Su Zhao felt a sense of defeat in his heart. The sword techniques he diligently practiced were nothing in others' eyes, and there was no reason to argue. Compared to Gung Si Lang, it was indeed so. There's no shame in being inferior to others, as long as you catch up. The shame lies in being inferior and yet being stubbornly proud. What should I do? Practice the basics. Su Zhao casually slashed a few times, several white lines flashed by. No, your foundation is very good, much better than most. Very few are willing to spend years practicing such a simple yet laborious action like slashing. Answer me a question, what do you think of the weapon in your hand? Gung Si Lang, clad in a white training suit, sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling at Su Zhao. With the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Gung Si Lang gave off a gentle demeanor. What do I think of the weapon in my hand? A tool for killing. Su Zhao's answer made Gung Si Lang shake his head repeatedly. If you maintain this notion, even if you practice hard for 100 years, you'll only be swinging a stick. It doesn't count as swordsmanship. Su Zhao glanced at the dragon slash in his hand, not saying a word. Perceive the weapon in your hand, make it an extension of your limbs. If you can't even manage this, I can't teach you anything. Gung Si Lang's words made Su Zhao's expression darken. He spent 1,000 paradise coins summoning Gung Si Lang, yet the other party merely instructed him to feel it himself. Su Zhao promptly communicated with Reincarnation Paradise, wanting to pause the practice and continue training after feeling the knife in his hand. Unfortunately, Reincarnation Paradise informed him that training couldn't be paused. He could leave the trial field now, but the paradise coins spent wouldn't be refunded, and Gung Si Lang would also disappear. Left with no options, Su Zhao could only sit cross-legged on the ground, placing the dragon slash on his knees, and start perceiving. Don't imagine your weapon in your mind. Feel it, perceive its sharpness, the sensation. And the unique aura. Gung Si Lang wasn't summoned in vain. As Su Zhao perceived the weapon in his hand, Gung Si Lang began to guide him in detail, imparting some insights to Su Zhao. Those insights were the kind Gung Si Lang would only teach to disciples like Zoro, whom he held in high regard. Now, since Gung Si Lang was Su Zhao's summoned mirror image, he imparted these valuable insights to Su Zhao without reservation. As time ticked away, after half an hour, Su Zhao vaguely sensed the dragon slash on his legs. Instinctively picking up the dragon slash, he slashed out, eliciting a hissing sound in the air. Gung Si Lang nodded in satisfaction from the side, and continued to further guide Su Zhao. After an hour, Gung Si Lang faded into the air, but Su Zhao remained sitting cross-legged, occasionally slashing out with the blade. He felt a door gradually opening for him. Prior to this, the swordsmanship he practiced was practically waving a stick around. Apart from mastering the basic swinging posture, it had little use. Drawing the sword, sheathing it back, Su Zhao was absorbed in his world, even unaware that Gung Si Lang had disappeared. To persevere in practicing a slashing move for 3 years demonstrated Su Zhao's obsession with swordsmanship. It is said that single-minded focus can touch the divine. Su Zhao's 3-year-long hard practice began to gradually elevate after receiving Gung Si Lang's guidance. Chapter 28, Yellow Sand and Death. Su Zhao held the long knife, stretching his arm straight. Although he hadn't yet reached the point where the weapon felt like an extension of his limb, the feeling he had towards the blade in his hand was already different. Achieving that kind of level is not something that can be done overnight. Although he spent 1,000 paradise coins in just an hour, Su Xiao thought it was worth it. Gung Si Lang didn't teach him any moves but opened a new door for him. Summon Gung Si Lang again. Now Su Xiao was in great shape, so he summoned Gung Si Lang again. Unable to summon specified mirror image. Beep, hunter permission activated, please select summon duration. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Xiao's mouth. It seemed his identity as a hunter had some uses. 3 hours. Gung Si Lang mirror image summoning in progress, summoning complete. Gung Si Lang appeared again, nodded at Su Xiao after appearing, without any self-introduction. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. Gung Si Lang seemed to recognize him. Then, continue the last training. You have already initially sensed the weapon in your hand. Gung Si Lang's words made Su Xiao understand why Reincarnation Paradise doesn't offer the same mirror image summon. When the same mirror image appears again, it continues its previous memory, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Su Xiao. Now, you are qualified to spar with me, come on. Gung Si Lang drew his weapon for the first time. Su Xiao recognized that knife, Great Swift Sword 21, Wado Ikamonji. Su Xiao stood up, holding the knife, rushing towards Gung Si Lang. Time was precious now, he had to seize every second to become stronger. The crisp sound of blades colliding echoed. Fighting against an expert like Gung Si Lang was undoubtedly a very valuable experience. If not for Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao wouldn't have had this opportunity. During the combat, Su Xiao paid attention to every move of Gung Si Lang, quickly absorbing sword skills like a dry sponge. After a continuous hour of sparring, sweat soaked Su Xiao's clothes, and his whole body emitted warm steam. Now take a break, there's something you need to pay attention to. During the break, Gung Si Lang began to point out Su Xiao's prior deficiencies. At that moment, because Gung Si Lang was a mirror image, he taught Su Xiao without any reservations. 3 hours quickly passed, Su Xiao was still somewhat unsatisfied. Time's up, see you next time. Gung Si Lang gradually disappeared. Su Xiao really wanted to summon Gung Si Lang again, but upon seeing only 4,027 paradise coins left, he could only temporarily give up. Su Xiao took a deep breath, the feeling of being able to crush everything disappeared. That was the after effect of a rapid attribute increase. Gripping his fist single-handedly, a crisp sound of "kaka, kaka" echoed. He had become quite accustomed to the sudden growth of attributes, now only needing to complete the final step. Paradise, start actual combat mode. Actual combat mode consumes 10 paradise coins per minute, do not pay. Pay. Actual combat mode activated, mechanical puppet will appear in 30 seconds, please prepare in advance. The surrounding scene began to transform, turning from the original sword hall into a desert. The sword hall was a scene that automatically generated after Gung Si Lang appeared, whereas now, the scene represented actual combat mode. Actual combat mode ends only when Su Xiao is killed. Of course, in the trial field, death does not mean real death. The fierce wind raised yellow sand, the surroundings hazy, a silver-white iron ball emerged from the sand. It wasn't just an iron ball, but the head of a mechanical puppet. Numerous iron-made mechanical puppets drilled out from the sand, dozens of red electronic eyes staring sharply at Su Xiao. The number of mechanical puppets kept increasing, soon surpassing hundreds, encircling Su Xiao entirely. Time's up, actual combat practice begins. Kaka kaka dot. A neat metal collision sound echoed. Those mechanical puppets quickly surrounded Su Xiao from all directions. The densely packed mechanical puppets around him made Su Xiao nervous, quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm. Countless weapons attacked from all sides, enclosing Su Xiao heavily. Several silver blades flashed by, large chunks of mechanical puppets shattered. Su Xiao was already different from before, his physical fitness and swordsmanship had greatly improved. Metal shattered, yellow sand splashed, a fierce slaughter began. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao was teleported to the entrance of the trial field. As soon as he appeared, Su Xiao felt around his head to ensure it was intact. Just a moment ago in the siege of those mechanical puppets, his head was smashed. So realistic. Su Xiao left the trial field with a smile. Though he spent over 4,000 paradise coins in total, he was already adapting to his current body. Moreover, he gained not only these benefits, his swordsmanship mastery also improved. Skill 2. Swordsmanship Expertise, LV.2. Passive. Skill Effect, increases close combat attack power by 12%, and sword skill proficiency. Swordsmanship expertise increased by 1 level. According to Su Xiao's understanding, upgrading swordsmanship expertise is very difficult, requiring a small soul crystal and 1,000 paradise coins. For his Shadow of Annihilation Law skill to upgrade, besides self-training, he needed to use soul crystals and paradise coins for upgrading. Now, Su Xiao understood the value of soul crystals. When he killed an elite creature by chance, he only got a small soul crystal. He had searched for soul crystals in the trading market of Reincarnation Paradise, but no one sold them. Not to mention selling, most contractors didn't even know what soul crystals were. So the small soul crystal in his hand was extremely precious. Returning to his exclusive room, Su Xiao spent 100 paradise coins to expand it, adding a bedroom, bathroom, and placing bought furniture appropriately. After some arrangement, Su Xiao's exclusive room transformed, not only becoming spacious but a lot more luxurious. Sitting on that soft big bed bought with 40 paradise coins, Su Xiao fell into contemplation. Now holding a small soul crystal, he had two choices, either upgrade existing skills or unlock new skills. Judging by the current situation, besides the blue steel shadow, skill and swordsmanship expertise, Su Xiao didn't have many combat skills. However, he already had a general goal, which was to make swordsmanship the main force in his combat, with other abilities as support. This is a very potent route. In many derived planes, there are such strong individuals. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman in Pirate World, fights solely with swordsmanship. Even though it's called swordsmanship in Pirate World, what Hawkeye used was a knife. Not only Hawkeye, but even Red Hair and others were the same. Thus, specializing in one ability has great prospects. Su Xiao wasn't yet proficient in the application of blue steel shadow, so he wasn't eager to obtain new skills. Thinking this way, it would be a choice between blue steel shadow and swordsmanship expertise to upgrade one skill. After hesitating for a long time, Su Xiao ultimately chose to upgrade swordsmanship expertise. This would make his strength increase more noticeable. Consume small soul crystal, 1,000 paradise coins, to upgrade swordsmanship expertise. Su Xiao was momentarily dazed. Afterwards, he felt a gain of knowledge in his mind, knowledge of sword skills. Check swordsmanship expertise again. Skill 2. Swordsmanship expertise, LV.3. Passive. Skill effect, increase close combat attack power by 14%, and sword skill proficiency. Using soul crystals to upgrade skills. It was effortless, surprisingly requiring no adaptation, but mastering directly. No wonder soul crystals are so rare. Such an extraordinary item, Su Xiao was lucky to obtain from a green treasure chest. Actually, it's not just good luck. In the nightmare difficulty world, Su Xiao's rewards from killing enemies saw a significant increase. This kind of opportunity may rarely occur in the future. Chapter 29, The Quest for the Knife. In Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao spends most of his time traveling between the trial field and his exclusive space. He has not summoned the mirror image of Gung Si Lang again, instead choosing the actual combat mode to hone his combat skills. Although he has died several times during this period, Su Xiao has also gained a lot. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and Su Xiao receives a prompt from Reincarnation Paradise. The hunter is about to return to the real world. Please remember the Reincarnation Paradise regulations. It is forbidden to disclose anything about Reincarnation Paradise in the real world by any means, otherwise, a warning will be issued. If the warning is ignored, the hunter will be executed. The hunter cannot use abilities obtained in Reincarnation Paradise in the real world, except for personal attributes and passive skills. Most equipment or items obtained in Reincarnation Paradise cannot be taken out into the real world. They are in a locked state and will be restored when returning to Reincarnation Paradise. Teleportation begins. Location, real world. A familiar feeling of teleportation occurs, and when Su Xiao regains consciousness, he finds himself lying in a cold locker. The temperature inside the locker is very low and somewhat narrow. Su Xiao's face turns black, as there is only one possibility for his current location. He kicks the bottom of the locker door, and with his current power, he directly kicks the locker door out of shape, sending it flying outward. This kick not only sends the locker door flying but also causes Su Xiao to slide out along with it. The locker he's in is like a long, metallic drawer. Clang. The locker lands on the ground, making a loud noise in the silent room. Su Xiao surveys the room he's in, and the incandescent light bathes the room in an exceptionally cold glow. His suspicion is confirmed. this is a morgue, a place where bodies are stored. Previously, he was shot and his body was stored here. He entered Reincarnation paradise after his pseudo-death, which locked onto his life force, so he wasn't entirely dead. The loud noise from the morgue draws the attention of others. In the hospital duty room, a young nurse in her internship shudders at the loud noise. The nurse, dressed in a white coat, realizes the sound came from the morgue below. But her colleague who was on duty with her went out to buy a late-night snack, and she is the only person on the first floor of the empty hospital at night, as everyone else is already resting. She's a bit scared to go out. And no, it can't be a ghost, don't overthink, my teacher once said that there is no such thing as ghost gods in the world, none, sob. The young nurse's name is Rua, and she has been an intern nurse for 2 months. Thud. The noise in the morgue occurs again, causing Rua to scream. The hot water cup she was holding slips to the ground and shatters. This loud noise is from Su Xiao violently breaking down the morgue door. He walks down a narrow corridor, with various departments labeled on both sides. The pungent smell of disinfectant lets Su Xiao deduce that this is a hospital, and it's the one in his city. Su Xiao had been here once and had some vague impressions of this small hospital. He is not in a hurry to leave because he must find his family's heirloom knife. Anything could be lost, but not that knife. Su Xiao looks around for hospital staff as he has no clues about the knife's whereabouts. Soon, Su Xiao stands in front of an illuminated duty room, where a beautiful young nurse is staring at him in a daze. Su Xiao opens the door and walks into the duty room. Before he can speak, the young nurse on the chair rolls her eyes and faints directly, sliding off the chair onto the floor. Perplexed by the nurse falling, Su Xiao steps forward and pinches her philtrum hard. The young nurse slowly comes around but shows fear upon seeing Su Xiao, and instinctively wants to scream. Su Xiao immediately covers the young nurse's mouth and nose. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Su Xiao has just left the derivative world, and his killing intent is heavy. The young nurse nods quickly, looking at Su Xiao with tearful eyes, appearing extremely pitiful. Who brought me here? The young nurse's panicked response hints to Su Xiao that she might have seen him before, causing such a reaction. Oh. The young nurse points at Su Xiao's hand, indicating that she still can't speak, and Su Xiao releases his grip. Huff, there's a moment of heavy breathing. Why, you're supposed to be dead. Your death had nothing to do with me, so please don't come to claim my life. I've never been in a relationship, never done anything wrong, sob. The young nurse's voice quivers, tears welling in her eyes. Su Xiao coldly stares at the young nurse. Answer my question. Su Xiao's icy voice makes the young nurse shiver. I'm not sure exactly who, but there's a record in the registry. After obtaining some information, Su Xiao gets up and leaves. East City Garden, not a high-end but rather well-known community, is where Su Xiao was born in this second-tier city. Of course, he knows the location of East City Garden. On the deserted streets at night, he hails a taxi to head straight for East City Garden. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao arrives at East City Garden. He won't enter East City Garden through the front gate, as he is currently a blacklisted person and likely has a murder case on his back. With Su Xiao's infiltration skills, he sneaks into East City Garden in around half an hour. A group of thugs from East City sent him to the morgue, and after some preliminary investigations, he learns their location. In a residential building, on the 3rd floor, in a bedroom, comes the sound of even breathing. The more Su Xiao listens, the harder his expression becomes. His knife is not here with the yellow-haired thug who is sound asleep on the bed. Su Xiao is growing impatient. The longer the delay, the slimmer his chances of finding the knife, so he slowly approaches the sleeping thug. As Su Xiao gets closer to the thug, he suddenly lunges, using his left arm to choke the thug's neck while his right hand grips his left fist, forming a guillotine hold from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This move is extremely vicious, completely cutting off blood supply to the brain. If the strength is sufficient, it can make a person lose consciousness in just 2 to 3 seconds and die in under 10 seconds. The sleeping thug has no chance to cry out and his body goes limp. Su Xiao hoists the thug over his shoulder and leaves East City Garden the same way he came. In this late night at East City Garden, his comings and goings are simple enough. In a dark alley, the thug gradually wakes up. If you want to live, honestly answer my questions. Who are you? I am. Before the thug can finish his sentence, Su Xiao punches him in the chest. A painful groan follows, and the yellow-haired thug slumps to the ground. Where's my knife? The thug looks at Su Xiao in confusion, his face full of pain. Su Xiao's punch felt like being hit by a train. What knife? Who are you? Su Xiao. Su Xiao stands in the dark alley, openly revealing his true name. At this point in the situation, there's no need for concealment. He can confirm that by tomorrow he will honorably ascend to the rank of a wanted criminal. It's you, your knife has already been sent overseas and is ready for auction. The thug's tone is calm, without the slightest abnormality. Lying. Su Xiao grabs the thug's fingers, and after a series of cracking sounds, the alley echoes with a pig-like squeal. This time it's 5 fingers, next time it will be your neck. Once you're dead, I'll find someone else. You're not the only one who knows about this. Death means losing everything. The thug's face twists, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Your knife was taken away by our boss. It's got nothing to do with me. Good, take me to your boss. Chapter 30, Abnormal. Su Xiao drove along the midnight streets, with the gangster in the passenger seat. How much farther? Su Xiao had floored the accelerator, the speed at least above 160, and as it was midnight, there were few vehicles on the street. At this rapid pace, Su Xiao realized something: even driving at this speed, he remained in control. His agility attribute enhanced not only his speed but also his nerve reflex speed. Almost there, friend, please slow down, I don't want to die yet. The gangster's eyes showed some despair, feeling today might be inescapable. Su Xiao's prior look was something the gangster had seen once before, a look that only appears after killing someone. The gangster also noticed that Su Xiao was different from the average killer because Su Xiao's gaze was intensely fierce. Help me find my knife, and those who tried to ambush me before, and you can live. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. The gangster sighed, finally nodding. After driving into a community, Su Xiao arrived at the destination. Get out. Su Xiao held a pitch-black pistol in his hand, a gun he had found earlier in a residential building, likely the same gun that had once hit him. Guided by the gangster, Su Xiao arrived at Elder Fang's door. Knock. The gangster hesitated, glancing at the gun in Su Xiao's hand, which was already loaded. Unable to refuse, the gangster could only knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After several knocks, faint footsteps were heard coming from inside the door. Who is it, at this time of night? A slightly weary female voice came from inside the door. Sister-in-law, it's me, Xiao Zhang. Seconds later, a still charming middle-aged woman opened the door. Come in, what time is it? The middle-aged woman's question trailed off, a black gun pressed against her head. Step back slowly, don't make a sound. The middle-aged woman was scared stiff, staring blankly at Su Xiao, and after being dazed for a while, she slowly retreated. Su Xiao dragged the gangster inside, entering the room and quietly closing the door afterward. As the middle-aged woman retreated, she accidentally bumped into a half-meter-tall vase behind her. Crash. The sound of shattering ceramics was exceptionally sharp in the silent living room. Don't act impulsively, I didn't mean it. Su Xiao ignored the middle-aged woman, his eyes locking onto the coffee table in the living room, where a knife rack stood conspicuously, holding his sheathed sword. Stepping forward, Su Xiao picked up his sword. The familiar feel brought a smile to his face. Mom, it's so noisy. The door of a bedroom in front of Su Xiao opened, a girl in a camisole standing at the entrance rubbing her eyes. The girl stared blankly at Su Xiao and the black gun, her mouth slightly open, about to scream. Su Xiao lifted the gun muzzle, signaling her to return, and she nodded rapidly, slamming the door shut. With his sword found, Su Xiao moved to leave the room and departed the place. Before news of Su Xiao's survival spread, he was already on a train to a neighboring city. At this time, Su Xiao's appearance had changed significantly, he looked like a student. Given his age, with a little makeup, he could easily disguise himself as a university student. Arriving in the neighboring city, Su Xiao did not linger, randomly boarding a long-distance bus. With the bus's jostling ride, Su Xiao's body subtly swayed, seemingly having closed his eyes for a light nap but in reality, on alert to his surroundings. A child's cries, the whispered laughter of 2 girls in the front seat, a young man with headphones shaking constantly from the seat diagonally ahead. Interjecting a piece of news, a fugitive has appeared in the neighboring city. The movie playing on the bus's front LCD screen abruptly paused, displaying a photo of Su Xiao. The criminal suspect. The passengers on the long-distance bus were drawn to this news, eyeing each other. Su Xiao sighed internally at how quickly they moved, his wanted order had been issued in less than 6 hours. Not to mention anything else, his resurrection and status as a former assassin naturally drew a wanted order. But for Su Xiao, this kind of warrant posed little threat. Beyond his strength, his stealth ability made him challenging to track down once hidden. After several transfers, Su Xiao traveled continuously for 4 days, stopping only when he no longer knew where he was. Retrieving a new phone location, Su Xiao discovered he had arrived in DL City, a coastal city. Nice place. DL City, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, even if pursued by the police, he could at most smuggle himself abroad. Unless things got irreparably dire, Su Xiao didn't want to flee abroad, having many enemies overseas. Right now, the most important thing was to find a place to settle down. Su Xiao didn't want to go to places like hotels, which were crowded and unsuitable for long-term stays. Standing on the bustling street, Su Xiao felt a burst of hunger. These few days of constant travel had left him without a proper meal. Su Xiao found a restaurant and ordered local horse crabs. It was May, the peak season for the plump horse crabs, with each weighing at least over a pound. Peeling the hard crab shell and dipping it in the restaurant's secret sauce before taking a delicious bite, the meat was rich and exquisite, with tender crab meat tantalizing his taste buds and the unique aroma of seafood leaving him with endless aftertaste. "Bill, please." Su Xiao laid down the last crab shell and belched. The restaurant owner approached with the ledger, staring in shock at the crab shell on the table. "This dot." The owner was stunned by Su Xiao's appetite, as he had consumed 7 to 8 times the usual amount. Enhanced physical attributes meant Su Xiao needed more energy as strength wouldn't appear from nowhere and required substantial energy. "A total of 789, you can pay 780. Su Xiao took out several hundred-yuan bills, handing them to the owner. "Is there a rental nearby? I'm a student who just arrived here and need a place to stay for a few months." The owner took out a phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then showed it to Su Xiao, displaying DL City Rental Network. At this moment, the owner looked at Su Xiao as if to say, "Young man, nobody looks for rentals on the street these days." Su Xiao gave a sheepish smile, noted the website, and left the restaurant. Walking along the bustling street, Su Xiao's thumb rapidly clicked on the phone screen, browsing the site, a local small social platform dedicated to housing agencies. After a long search, he found a slightly peculiar rental ad. Prime location, convenient transportation, starting rent 10,000 per month. In DL City, a 10,000 per month rent wasn't unheard of, but the ad's lack of extensive housing information, leaving only a phone number, was puzzling. Su Xiao didn't lack money, so he dialed the number, presuming a 10,000 per month housing to be of good quality, likely a luxury villa standard. The call was soon answered, a somewhat hoarse male voice speaking. "Meet to discuss, Tianhai Road number 37. With that simple sentence, the call was hung up. Su Xiao was slightly startled, then shook his head. Too much trouble, there might be other hidden issues. A 10,000 per month house price was odd on its own, and he didn't want to get involved, so chose another location. Chapter 31, The Terrifying Spirit Type. After a round of selection, Su Xiao chose a residence. That afternoon, he arrived at the community where the residence was located. This was a slightly shabby community on the outskirts of the city, but fortunately, the transportation was fairly convenient. The community seemed a bit deserted, with only a few elderly people gathered together playing chess. Old communities are usually like this, with mostly elderly people, but the greenery here is good. Compared to the polluted air in the city center, it's noticeably better here. From a distance, Su Xiao saw a young man in a suit, seemingly waiting for something, occasionally looking at his wrist. Su Xiao approached, and the young man noticed his approach, his eyes brightening as he quickly came forward. "Hello, are you Mr. Su?" "I'm Little G, an agent from Sunshine Housing Network." Su Xiao nodded. He was using the alias Su Xiao, which had a legal identity complete with ID card, train tickets, phone cards, and other items, all under this name. In this era, without a legal identity, it's practically impossible to get by. "That's me. Take me to see the house." Agent Little G's attitude immediately warmed up and he began to introduce the housing to Su Xiao. "Mr. Su, to be honest, the monthly rent of 800 is a very reasonable price. With the current housing market in DL City, if you have the funds, buying this residence is also a great choice." The enthusiastic introduction began, and Su Xiao replied with a smile. He wouldn't buy the place. With his status as a fugitive, how long he can stay here is uncertain, always ready to flee. From Reincarnation Paradise's perspective, they don't seem to want contractors interfering with the real world. This might be the foundation for Reincarnation Paradise. According to Su Xiao's previous observations, most contractors should come from the real world, which is why Reincarnation Paradise avoids their interference in it. As Su Xiao pondered, he arrived in front of the apartment's door. "Here it is, Mr. Su, please enter." Agent Little G opened the door quickly, seeming slightly rushed. "Do you have something urgent to attend to?" Su Xiao observed Agent Little G's expression. The other party showed no abnormalities, just some urgency. "No, I just need to pee urgently, sorry, Mr. Su." Su Xiao entered the room, greeted by a spacious living room, nicely decorated with a cozy style, very suitable for long-term residence. He glanced around the room, noting the good ventilation and sunlight. All the facilities were in place, requiring no additional preparations for moving in. Tapping on the walls, Su Xiao roughly judged the thickness. Walls in such old communities are generally thick, indicating good sound insulation. "Not bad, I'll rent it." Agent Little G looked delighted, it was a performance. "All right, Mr. Su. Due to the favorable price, the shortest lease is a year. Here's the contract, have a look." Su Xiao reviewed the contract. With no issues, he paid, signed, and officially rented the place. After everything was settled, Agent Little G and Su Xiao exchanged polite farewells, but the agent's next actions were odd. Agent Little G first opened the door, ensuring no one was in the corridor, and then quickly left. This scene caught Su Xiao's attention, he'd already found this agent peculiar. Now it seemed the problem wasn't with the apartment, but perhaps there were people in this building that the agent feared. Interesting. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Previously, he'd encountered a property with a 10,000 rent, which was already bizarre, and now he's moved into an extraordinary community. But Su Xiao didn't care. As a fugitive himself, would he fear anyone else? Absurd. Sitting on the living room sofa, Su Xiao suddenly didn't know what to do. He'd already killed his last enemy, the last one he could find. Now in a foreign city, revenge could only be postponed, a reluctant choice. Even with non-human strength, it didn't mean he could act recklessly. Revenge wasn't something to rush, he'd already waited 3 years, so what's a little more time? Moreover, Su Xiao believed that as his strength grew, he'd find more ways to locate his enemies. Calming down, Su Xiao began planning for the future. With a stable residence found, the next step was waiting for Reincarnation Paradise's summons to strengthen himself within it. VRRR. The phone suddenly vibrated, someone was calling Su Xiao, though he wasn't in the habit of using ringtones. Picking up the phone, it showed an unknown number. Su Xiao answered but said nothing. "Friend, I've been waiting for you a long time, why haven't you arrived?" Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, it was the voice of the man from the 10,000 rent call. "Too troublesome to rent your place, hanging up." Saying this, Su Xiao acted as if he would hang up. "Wait." The voice on the other end was slightly urgent, and Su Xiao's finger paused midair. "Friend, we're all risking our lives in paradise, how about we meet?" Su Xiao sprung to his feet, the mention of paradise made him think of Reincarnation Paradise. "Not interested." Su Xiao's voice was calm, but he suddenly sensed something abnormal. Why had he called that number before? Even though he wasn't short on money, 10,000 rent was absurd now that he thought about it. He wasn't a fool with money to burn. Thoughts churned in his mind, and at that moment, Su Xiao realized there might be an issue with that rental ad. He'd inexplicably called the number, thinking at the time that 10,000 wasn't much and that the house must be great quality. In retrospect, it's utterly unreasonable. Hypnosis. No, Su Xiao immediately dismissed the notion. He'd seen hypnosis before, it wasn't this miraculous. The ad was more like some psychological suggestion. "Don't be ungrateful, come see me, or I'll end you sooner or later." The man on the phone started to issue blatant threats. The hyena's wail, harsh words are spoken when stepping on an enemy's head, not over the phone. With that, Su Xiao hung up, not worried at all about the other party tracing his location. The phone he was using was high-end, capable of blocking tracking. In a courtyard on the fringe of town, a burly man with a bare chest sat on a small stool, gripping the phone in rage with a twisted face. "Old Wu, has headquarters tracked the phone's location?" The burly man's roar tugged at his face covered in scars. A thin figure dashed out from a nearby room. "Boss, the other party is significant, completely blocking the trace, possibly military. Headquarters' response is to drop it." Scarface's eyes clearly turned ferocious. "Drop it? Do you know how much paradise coin I spent on that ad? A hefty 10,000, those spirit-type mages, such rip-offs." Though Scarface said this, internally he'd half given up. The ad was only visible to contractors, and those with an intelligence attribute over 20 could resist it. The fact that the other party only called once indicated their intelligence attribute must be high. If the other party were a mage lord, Scarface felt a chill, unwilling to provoke Su Xiao further. After Su Xiao signed a contract with Reincarnation Paradise, the true nature of the real world slowly came into view. Although Reincarnation Paradise doesn't support contractors meddling in the real world, immense profits tempt some to take the risk. What they don't know is that there's an existence within Reincarnation Paradise known as the Hunter, specializing in dealing with them. Chapter 32, The New Derivative World. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the clock echoed in the quiet living room. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, placing his sword on his lap, meditating. This meditation wasn't the kind that mages practiced, but rather a method taught to Su Xiao by Gung Si Lang, allowing him to perceive himself more clearly. Practicing swordsmanship isn't just about slashing, it's also a process of strengthening the body and mind. Although this process might be tedious for others, Su Xiao found joy in it. The level of enthusiasm for something also signifies how far that thing can go. If there's not even a basic passion, it's better to give up, especially in sword training. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao ended his meditation. Although he hadn't exercised, he felt a strong hunger. Picking up his phone, Su Xiao ordered takeout for 8 people. With his current appetite, an average person's portion wasn't enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Seeing the delivery guy drenched in sweat, Su Xiao chuckled. The guy had carried 8 portions upstairs, quite the effort. Click. The door opposite opened, and a man wearing sunglasses with a serious expression stepped out. The sunglasses man glanced at Su Xiao and the delivery guy. Upon seeing Su Xiao, he became noticeably alert since Su Xiao lived across from him. New tenant. New tenant. After exchanging greetings, the sunglasses man went downstairs. After a hearty meal, Su Xiao recalled the man with sunglasses. His steps were strong and stable, not an ordinary person, but Su Xiao wouldn't investigate his background as that would be unnecessary meddling. He was merely staying in the real world for a few days, yet Su Xiao couldn't understand why he felt a bit restless. He found himself eager to venture into Reincarnation Paradise, making him chuckle. Perhaps he was never meant to be a content person. Beep, a new derivative world is about to open. The Hunter will return to Reincarnation Paradise. Please ensure there are no witnesses around. Teleportation complete. Su Xiao felt a sense of daze, a buzz in his ears, and when everything settled, he was back in his exclusive room. A new derivative world had arrived, and Su Xiao couldn't help but feel some anticipation about which world he would enter this time. If it were something as challenging as One Piece, it would be tricky. This time entering the derivative world, Su Xiao would not only receive the main quest from Reincarnation Paradise but also a hunting quest. If the derivative world's difficulty was too high, the likelihood of him hunting successfully wouldn't be big. Paradise, which derivative world will I enter? Hunter level, LV.2, you'll receive notification 10 minutes before entering the derivative world. The Hunter will enter the derivative world in 1 hour, please be patient. Su Xiao understood. He could know ahead of time which derivative world he'd enter, but it required his level. The higher the level, the earlier the notification, giving him more preparation time. Currently, he only had 10 minutes beforehand, which wasn't short but also not long, making it hard to prepare anything substantial. Leaving his exclusive space, Su Xiao headed to a trading market. It was a circular plaza where, although items were sold throughout Reincarnation Paradise, the largest crowds gathered here, and there were good finds. Su Xiao had previously seen a green gun in the trading square. Skill Material Collection, a 4-month-old store. This is too expensive, 700. Why don't you just rob? Buying derivative world outputs at fair prices. Don't miss out, various healing items for sale. The noise of haggling and selling intermingled among the bustling crowd. Su Xiao still had 2,827 paradise coins, intentionally saved for the upcoming derivative world. Stopping at a stall selling healing items, a few contractors had already gathered, hesitating. This stall Su Xiao had seen a few times before. The stall owner was likely a worker, often setting up here. Compared to the contractor stalls, Su Xiao preferred the worker stalls. Many contractors treated items from the derivative world as treasures, pricing them exorbitantly, ridiculously so. But workers were different, they frequently roamed the trading market and understood the prices in Reincarnation Paradise well. If recently many contractors entered worlds with dark creatures, light attribute items prices would visibly increase. Price hikes would change with contractor needs. A rule of thumb, workers wouldn't dare inflate prices excessively as they also had to enter derivative worlds and might face retaliation. At the healing items stall, Su Xiao found a few decent healing items. Salt rice ball. Origin, food captive. Quality, white. Type, healing item. Effect, after eating, can slowly recover 10% of life value. Rating, 3, note, white item ratings range from 1 to 10, with the rating indicating the item's value. Introduction, a rice ball, a magical rice ball that can slowly heal injuries. Golden fried rice. Origin, food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma. Quality, white. Type, healing item. Effect, after eating, can slowly recover 40% of life value. This item requires longer consumption time. Life value recovery depends on the amount of consumption, minimum 1%, maximum 40%. Rating, 5, note, white item ratings range from 1 to 10, with the rating indicating the item's value. Introduction, not only a healing item but also a delicacy. A dish that doesn't make your clothes explode, isn't a good dish. XT, 12 Life Vitality Potion. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise, Radiance Potion No. 3 Production Line. Quality, white. Type, healing item. Effect, after drinking, recovers 15% of life value in a short time. Rating, 8, note, white item ratings range from 1 to 10, with the rating indicating the item's value. Introduction, manufactured by workers, verified safe by Reincarnation Paradise. These three types of healing items, although golden fried rice had the largest recovery amount, it required full consumption and had a slow recovery speed. Salt rice ball was similar to golden fried rice but could be consumed much faster. According to Su Xiao's estimation, he could eat it in 2 bites at most, or swallow it in 1 during emergencies. The most valuable was the bottle of XT 12 Life Vitality Potion. Though it only recovered 15% of life value, it could be sipped during a battle break. Reincarnation Paradise didn't have an automatic potion use feature, requiring personal use. Using healing items during intense battles was difficult but didn't mean they were worthless. They were the best choice for post-battle recovery. These 3, name your price. The worker saw that Su Xiao intended to buy, different from the few hesitant contractors beside him, being more purposeful. Salt rice ball is 100 paradise coins, golden fried rice, 200 paradise coins, XT 12 Life Vitality Potion, 700 paradise coins, totaling 1,000 paradise coins. Friend, I can see you're sincere about buying, and I'm sincere about selling. This is the best price. I'm called Medicine Pot, let's be friends. The prices of the first 2 food healing items weren't high, only the potion's price was as high as 700 paradise coins. But that's something that could save a life, which justified the higher price. Imagine a critically injured contractor possibly owing his survival to just 1 bottle. Too expensive, how about I buy more? After some negotiation, Su Xiao purchased XT 12 Life Vitality Potion, ×1, golden fried rice, ×2, and salt rice ball, ×5 for a total of 1,500 paradise coins. The worker called Medicine Pot was pleased and even explained the correct usage method to Su Xiao. Medicine Pot was obviously a fake name, just like Su Xiao's Bai Yi. Using real names in Reincarnation Paradise was rarer than pandas among contractors. Salt rice ball could only recover 10% of life value but was convenient to eat. Healing items didn't have cooldowns, but continuous use over short spans reduced effects, eventually nullifying recovery. Brother, wish you return alive. Medicine Pot waved goodbye to Su Xiao with a genuine smile. Workers and contractors differed, lacking extensive brutal experiences, most workers hadn't even killed before. Thanks for the good wish. After browsing the trading square for a while, Su Xiao received a notification from Reincarnation Paradise. Hunter will enter the derivative world, Tokyo Ghoul in 10 minutes. Chapter 33, Chapter 1, I have a bold idea. With the prompt from Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao noticed that many contractors around him had a change of expression. It seems that the contractors entered the derivative world at roughly the same time, entering in large batches simultaneously. Are you kidding me? How did I end up in the world of full-time hunter? It's over, completely over, I'm doomed. Can someone form a temporary adventure group with me? I'm willing to give all my possessions, 2,000 paradise coins. A female contractor's wail came from afar, and Su Xiao looked in that direction. After the female contractor shouted, the nearby contractors all showed mocking expressions. Reincarnation Paradise has several highly risky derivative worlds, such as One Piece, Soul Reaper, Full-Time Hunter, etc. Contractors entering these derivative worlds mostly face death over life. There's a rumor that 30 contractors once entered the pirate world during the time when Luffy was fighting Colonel Monka, and only 2 contractors survived, with no others making it out alive. Who is willing to help me? I beg you. The female contractor looked around helplessly, showing despair. The surrounding contractors showed no pity, some even sneered. Reincarnation Paradise is cruel. Aside from themselves, no one can be relied upon, unless there's a stable adventure group. Su Xiao did not have a holy mother aura and didn't care about the other's life or death. However, he noticed a word from her mouth, adventure group, which should be some form of team formation among contractors. He softly inquired Reincarnation Paradise, which provided a hint. There are 2 types of adventure groups, temporary adventure group and permanent adventure group. As the name suggests, a temporary adventure group is some unknown contractors forming a group before entering a derivative world. In the trading square, many contractors have already marked out recruitment information, allowing them to form a temporary adventure group if they enter the same derivative world. However, the permanent adventure group is somewhat special. It requires first to register at the adventure hall in Reincarnation Paradise, then Reincarnation Paradise publishes tasks. After completing the task, contractors can obtain a permanent adventure group and become the leader of the adventure group, inviting others to join. Entering a permanent adventure group means contractors with similar levels will enter the same derivative world, undoubtedly increasing the survival rate. As a hunter, Su Xiao certainly wouldn't join any adventure group. If the target of the hunt were his teammates, it would be terribly awkward. However, from the prompt given by Reincarnation Paradise, permanent adventure groups have special bonuses, which intrigued Su Xiao. Perhaps he could establish a permanent adventure group, one with only himself in it. Su Xiao didn't care about having teammates, but he was very interested in the bonuses of a permanent adventure group. It's still too early to consider these. Only after reaching level 10 can a permanent adventure group be established. There were still 3 minutes before entering the derivative world. Su Xiao took a deep breath, preparing to embrace the teleportation of Reincarnation Paradise. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. A worker offers a reward for being taken along, obedient without causing trouble, with support abilities. Su Xiao turned his head and found that the person calling out was surprisingly the little girl resembling Connor, Shiluolua. In Shiluolua's marked information, Su Xiao suddenly saw the words, Tokyo Ghoul, and Shiluolua unexpectedly entered the same world with him. The other party was a worker, entering a derivative world once every 2 months and coincidentally shared the same world with him. What a coincidence indeed. Su Xiao didn't step forward. He had a hunting task in the ghoul world, so he wouldn't accept her commission. Su Xiao only excelled at killing and wasn't interested in leading others. Time is up, derivative world, Tokyo Ghoul has opened, the derivative world needs resetting, timeline refreshing, refresh complete, consuming 0.03 ounces of power of spacetime. Due to consuming 0.03 ounces of power of spacetime, the contractor's lowest comprehensive rating in this world must reach sea level. A sudden commotion erupted in Reincarnation Paradise, and several contractors looked particularly grim. Shiluolua turned pale, fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with despair. An old man holding a golden scepter suddenly roared. Which bastard disrupted the balance of the ghoul world? It must be that the child of fate died before the plot started. Kaneki Ken at this stage is just useless trash. Before the old man's roar ended, Su Xiao felt the teleportation of Reincarnation Paradise. The familiar teleportation sensation emerged, similar to what he felt when returning from the pirate world. In a moment of consciousness haze, Su Xiao speculated inwardly, hoping he wouldn't encounter another void swordsman. This was Su Xiao worrying too much. His previous encounter with a void swordsman was purely 1 in a billion chance. When his consciousness restored, Su Xiao found himself inside a building. This should be some company's building, Japanese-style decor, with a giant wall tank on one wall in which ornamental fish swam. It was nighttime now, the building brightly lit, yet no one was in sight. As Su Xiao moved to leave, he suddenly noticed a barrier of light appeared around him, gently pushing him back to his original spot. A countdown appeared before his eyes, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The situation was clear, he could only leave after 5 minutes. Su Xiao wasn't alone. Not far from him were more than a dozen people, clearly contractors from their attire, with Shiluolua among them, in the same light membrane with a few contractors, who seemed to have found a protector and formed a temporary adventure group. Temporary adventure groups were somewhat reliable, as mutual attacks were disallowed within the derivative world. But a drawback existed where contractors could forcefully exit a temporary adventure group by paying a breach fee of 10,000 paradise coins. Including Su Xiao, there were 18 people in total, consisting of 2 adventure groups, one with 5 members and another with 7, while the rest were loners clearly identified by the light membrane restricting actions. Everyone be careful, the current situation is a reset timeline, plot resetting to the start. I am Han Yu. I don't know if any of you have heard of me. The old man Su Xiao spotted earlier, holding the scepter, was the first to speak. His intention was apparent, trying to win people over, a common move as the leader of the 7-member temporary adventure group, Han Yu. The adventure group where Han Yu belonged was the largest faction present, which was also the group Shiluolua had joined. The 5-member adventure group's faces shifted slightly, indicating they had heard of Han Yu, as did the other lone contractors who turned to look at the old man. Su Xiao ignored Han Yu. He sensed someone approaching rapidly, with his senses becoming sharper due to his increased intelligence attribute. He's here, behind the left wall of the hall. Boom. Just as Han Yu tried to speak, a loud bang resounded. The left wall of the hall shattered, and several figures flew out from within, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. A purple-haired beauty emerged from the hole in the wall. The beauty had a great figure, her face carrying a faint smile. Why run? Isn't being eaten by me wonderful? The purple-haired beauty walked up to the few, seemingly unaware of Su Xiao and the others. Help, help me. A middle-aged man, looking like an office worker, struggled to lift his arm, not knowing to whom he was appealing for help. This scene entered the sight of many contractors, including the previously composed Han Yu, whose face turned ashen, clearly very wary of the purple-haired beauty. The other contractors looked on at Kamishiro rise with fear. Without the protective light membrane. Su Xiao curiously observed Kamishiro rise, the stunning ghoul beauty, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Suddenly having a strange sensation. It felt like he could beat Kamishiro rise effortlessly. Chapter 34, Chapter 2, The Fangs Emerge. At this moment, the information about the derivative world finally appeared before Su Xiao. Enter the world, Tokyo Ghoul. World difficulty, LV.3. Difficulty level lowered due to the average strength of ordinary contractors. World source, 0%, increases as the hunter explores or interacts with inhabitants of the current world, contributing to final ratings upon world settlement. World introduction. In the chaotic and bustling modern society, Tokyo is infested with a kind of man-eating monsters called ghouls. These ghouls are indistinguishable from normal humans in appearance, but when the RC cells inside them are active, they display red eye. Ghouls maintain the activity of their RC cells by consuming humans, which also grants them physical abilities far superior to ordinary people. Main mission: join either CCG, Ghoul Investigator, or the Ghoul Side, Aojirai Tree, Clown. Subsequent missions will be activated once the hunter allies with a faction. Hunting mission: eliminate violator contractor number 12470. The hunting function activates automatically when the hunter is within a 1 km range of contractor number 12470. Warning: do not mention anything related to paradise in this world. If the warning is ignored, you will be executed. Note: the main task in this world is a chain mission. Returning to Reincarnation Paradise is an option after completing 3 main tasks. The hunter needs to complete the hunting mission. The more main tasks completed, the higher the overall evaluation will be. Note: the hunter has not mastered the language of this world. Spend 100 paradise coins to automatically acquire the language of this world. The world begins. Seeing that the world difficulty is LV.3, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Finally, it's not a deadly nightmare difficulty. He will not feel as restrained as in the pirate world. Now he just needs to assess the strengths of ghouls and CCG. This is the first time Su Xiao has received a chain main mission. As for what to choose, of course, he chooses CCG. Joining the ghouls is a very bad choice. Not to mention his identity as a human, the ghouls' way of hiding everywhere makes them feel untrustworthy. As for the hunting mission, Su Xiao is completely clueless. This unfortunate number 12470, he has no idea who this person might be. No clues at present. The hint from Reincarnation Paradise is that within a kilometer range, he can track the opponent. Fortunately, Tokyo City is not large, and a kilometer perception range is sufficient. Now he just needs to complete the main mission normally. The main mission has a deadline of 48 hours, and the penalty for failure is a deduction of 13,000 paradise coins. If the paradise coins are not enough, then equipment will be deducted, and if that is still not enough, then just wait for death. As for the hunting mission, Su Xiao doesn't see any penalties nor any time limits. Su Xiao feels that there are other hidden secrets in the hunting mission, perhaps because it's not time yet. Any contractor that appears on his hunting list is definitely not a well-behaved guy. The opponent might soon jump out to court death, and he is not in a hurry. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from a distant corridor, as a burly man wearing a mask emerged from the darkness. It seems the title of Big Eater is not for nothing. The man was dressed in a white suit, wearing a white mask with vent holes at the mouth and nose positions. When approaching Li Shi, he pressed his thumb against his index finger, making a crisp clicking sound. Li Shi stopped eating, her face somewhat displeased. I hate being interrupted while dining. The two began to converse, a thick atmosphere of gunpowder spreading. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. This is bad, Lord Han Yu, what should we do? Two S-level ghouls, Kamishiro Rise is between S-level and SS level. The hearts of many contractors went cold. Not only they, but Han Yu hadn't seen such a start either. Reincarnation Paradise actually teleported them in front of two S-level ghouls. Escape immediately after the protective barrier disappears, life and death depend on luck. Han Yu was no longer at ease, tightly gripping the scepter in his hand. The protective barrier had less than a minute before it vanished. Once it disappeared, it might spell their doom. Su Xiao had long recognized the two people in front of him. The purple-haired beauty was Kamishiro Rise, and the masked suitman was named Washiyuri. Washiyuri might sound unfamiliar, but the CCG called him Jason, and the ghouls referred to him as Gecko, the one who trained Kaneki Ken in the original work. I've been ordered to bring you back, and alive. Gecko held a long-handled pair of pliers in his hand, which was actually a surgical tool for ghouls. Ghouls are different from ordinary humans. Due to a large amount of RC cells, their skin is very tough. Ordinary knives or medical instruments can hardly harm them. In the ghoul world, even ordinary humans have traces of RC cells in their bodies, but only in small amounts. Ghouls consume humans not just due to hunger but also to replenish RC cells in their bodies. It can be said that RC cells are a very magical energy. They can enhance the body and form powerful weapons like Hiko. If not for the cannibalistic desire they impart, RC cells could be considered a good enhancement method, at least better than the vulnerabilities of vampire or werewolf bloodlines. Su Xiao guesses that there might be contractors in Reincarnation Paradise who enhance themselves using this method. Although he wouldn't choose it, some heavy-taste contractors might consider it. The battle between Li Shi and Gecko was about to erupt, with Gecko in a heightened state of excitement. Before taking you back, could you give me a finger, 3 or 4 arms, 5 or 6 legs? Gecko laughed loudly. This guy was a sadist. Rather than killing his opponent, Gecko preferred to torture. Such a big body, yet like small toys. Are you fond of playing house? So cute. Li Shi's taunt angered Gecko, who directly charged at Li Shi, swinging the long-handled pliers towards the back of her head. Li Shi did not turn back, 4 Hikos suddenly sprung from the end of her spine. The Hikos were dark red, resembling 4 long tails, shimmering with a red glow, indicating RC cells being highly active. Boom. Gecko was pushed back a few steps by Li Shi's Hiko, piercing the tank beside them, causing a flood of water. Li Shi had no intention of fighting Gecko. She leaped high, preparing to leave. Just as Li Shi leaped high, the protective barrier around Su Xiao disappeared. Time was up. In a flash, Su Xiao's leg muscles tightened, and he leaped fiercely, a shadow crossing the air. He reappeared mid-air, right in front of Li Shi. Su Xiao delivered a fierce kick to Li Shi's soft abdomen. Airborne, Li Shi was a bit startled, unable to dodge Su Xiao's attack. Her beautiful face immediately showed pain. Boom. With one kick, Li Shi crashed to the ground, rolling several times. Landing, Su Xiao flexed his slightly sore calf, surprised by the ghoul's tough skin. Zhan Long Flash appeared in his hand. Su Xiao smiled while looking at Li Shi and Gecko. So this is an S-level ghoul. Haha, surprisingly weak. I was wondering how to join CCG. Killing you two should suffice. Li Shi struggled to her feet, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, warily eyeing Su Xiao. Her beautiful eyes scanned around, already considering how to escape. The distant contractors were dumbfounded, and Han Yu was cold with sweat, finally understanding why they encountered 2 S-level ghouls at the start. It was because, among the contractors, there was an even more monstrous existence. Reincarnation Paradise created this scene to balance the story. Chapter 35, Chapter 3, Blue Steel Shadow. Su Xiao stood still, holding Dragon Slash, and the scene was silent. Gulu. A difficult gulp broke the silence in the arena. Shi Luoluo looked at Su Xiao's back, her large, bright eyes were filled with light. It was obvious that Shi Luoluo had recognized Su Xiao. At this moment, in Shi Luoluo's mind, several tags automatically appeared over Su Xiao's head: Strongman, Super Thigh, Boss. Shi Luoluo suddenly felt a bit regretful. If she had known Su Xiao was so strong, she should have noted his ID before, so she could offer a big reward to help her through difficult derivative worlds in the future. Who are you, and how did you end up here? Gecko's former excitement vanished from his face. He was staring intently at Su Xiao, and his Hiko quickly appeared, enveloping one of his arms. Gecko's Hiko is Scale He, with the Kakuha near the kidneys. Scale He ghouls have very strong recovery ability, characterized by strong attack power but weak defense. There are 4 types of Hiko: Feather He, Scale He, Armor He, and Tail He. Each kind of Hiko has its strengths and weaknesses, and they have no fixed form, shaped by the ghoul's imagination. The current shape of Gecko's Hiko was formed according to his imagination and combat habits. Who am I? Well, you can call me Bai Yi. Your Hiko is pretty good, I'll take it. Su Xiao activated the Shadow of Annihilation Law, opening Blue Steel Shadow for the first time, instantly consuming 2 points of mana value, and reducing by 2 points per minute. Upon activating Blue Steel Shadow, he felt a certain energy within his body being activated, which was his mana value. Mana value circulated within his body and, after a certain mystical transformation, formed a new kind of energy. This energy first traveled through his arm, then spread to the Dragon Slash in his hand. The surface of the Dragon Slash suddenly became enveloped in a layer of blue light. Upon closer inspection, one could also see subtle blue and white arcs dancing. It's not lightning but a newly formed energy through a certain power conversion from mana value, which is the core of Blue Steel Shadow. Blue Steel Shadow is a state-type active skill. After Su Xiao activated it, it consumes 2 points of mana value per minute. It doesn't sound like much, but if he fights continuously for an hour, he would consume 120 points of mana value, out of a total of 153 points he currently possesses, enough for consumption. The advantage of having ample mana value stands out, providing him with the ability to fight for a long time. After activating Blue Steel Shadow, each of Su Xiao's attacks will burn 10 points of the enemy's mana value. It doesn't seem like much, but if he hits a few more times, the consumed mana value would be enough to be fatal. Imagine, after Su Xiao engages in a fierce battle with the enemy and is ready to unleash big moves, but at this moment, the enemy suddenly discovers that they have no mana left. How desperate would that be? Moreover, Blue Steel Shadow not only depletes the enemy's mana value but also causes equivalent real damage. Su Xiao once asked Reincarnation Paradise, what is true damage? The response from Reincarnation Paradise was, damage that ignores everything, no matter how strong the enemy's defense is, they will still be cut. Su Xiao moved his shoulders a little, taking off his shirt, revealing his bare upper body. He has a habit when fighting, which is that he likes to fight shirtless, as it makes his perception keener. It may be an illusion, but it's his habit. With 13 points of power, 13 points of agility, and 12 points of intelligence, Su Xiao wanted to test what kind of combat strength these attributes could bring. Don't think that the intelligence attribute is useless in close combat. The increase in intelligence attribute not only enhances magic damage and mana value but also enhances perception force, which greatly aids in close combat. So then, let's test with you. You look tough, should be hard to slice apart. Su Xiao fiercely stomped on the ground, rushing toward Gecko. With 13 points of agility attribute, his speed surpassed everyone present. Gecko only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Su Xiao's face had already appeared before him, while a long knife emblazoned with brilliant blue light slashed toward his neck. This slash of Su Xiao's could be said to be incredibly tricky. Gung Si Lang's teaching had significantly improved his sword technique. With both hands holding the knife, this slash from Su Xiao was about to cut through Gecko's neck. Although ghouls have exceptionally strong recovery capabilities, they still die if their heads are chopped off. In this critical moment, Gecko roared. Using his arm to block was impossible, but his Hiko was close to his neck, quickly wrapping around it. Poochie. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was heard, but no blood appeared at all. Su Xiao's slash hit Gecko's Hiko. Scale he is not famous for defense, and Su Xiao immediately sliced through it. The face under Gecko's mask twisted. What sort of slicing power was this? If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was using only an ordinary weapon, not a quink made from Hiko. Escape, he must escape immediately. This human in front of him is too strong. Forget about him, even if an SS-level ghoul came, they would be chopped into pieces of meat. Just as Gecko was about to retreat, he suddenly felt intense pain from the wound in his Hiko, followed by a certain energy within his body being burned, which was his RC cells. As RC cells were being burned, Gecko felt an unprecedented sense of pain. Even with his endurance, he couldn't help but let out a scream. The true damage after mana burning took effect. The blue steel shadow, mastered by Su Xiao, in its literal sense, burns the enemy's mana value, but what about ghouls that don't have mana value? The answer is that it burns other energies. The principle of blue steel shadow is to consume Su Xiao's mana value to form a special energy. This special energy adheres to the weapon, which, when Su Xiao attacks an enemy in close combat, invades the enemy's body. It causes an annihilation reaction with the energy inside the enemy, ultimately achieving the effect of burning mana value. If the enemy doesn't have mana value, the special energy will choose to annihilate other energies, like RC cells, chakra, nen, spiritual pressure, etc. Compared to mana value, blue steel shadow's annihilation rate on other energies is a bit lower, dropping from the original 10 points to around 7-9 points. The feeling of having energy within the body being burned is certainly unpleasant. Compared to the true damage caused, that kind of intense pain affects battle even more. The skill description of Blue Steel Shadow is, after activation, Blue Steel Shadow, every close combat attack depletes 10 points of the enemy's mana value and causes equivalent true damage. The enemy will suffer intense pain from mana burning. Su Xiao did not previously care about causing intense pain, but seeing Gecko's expression now, he understood that it doesn't feel good at all. After Gecko screamed, Su Xiao's second slash arrived. The blade swept through the air, making a terrifying wailing sound, and the sharp edge tore through the air, creating a wave of air. Poochie. An arm and half an ear flew up at the same time. Su Xiao's second slash also aimed at Gecko's head. But Gecko abandoned an arm, blocking Dragon Slash for a moment, before forcefully tilting his head to the side, avoiding the fate of decapitation. With just 2 slashes, Gecko was left half dead. His Hiko was severed, and the severed arm dropped to the ground beside him, reducing his combat power by at least 50%. Beautiful woman Li Shi felt a tingling in her scalp after witnessing this, and she cried out internally, "Are all humans in District 20 this strong?" Without using Quink, being able to confront ghouls head-on, no, this scene wasn't a confrontation at all but one-sided ravaging. Li Shi's first thought now was also to run, but a pair of sharp eyes already looked at her coldly. "Where do you think you're going, Kamishiro Rise?" Chapter 36, After Modification, Chapter 4, Li Shi's Despair. Feeling Su Xiao's gaze, Rise's body stiffened, staring unblinkingly at Su Xiao, not daring to look away. At this moment, the Zhanlong flash in Su Xiao's hand had already penetrated deeply into Gecko's head, stabbing in from the eye socket and out the back of the head. Even so, Gecko was still not dead, showing just how tenacious the life energy of scale he ghouls could be. After being severed of his Hiko and losing an arm by Su Xiao, Gecko had basically lost his combat strength. Hence, his head was pierced through with 1 slash. No, impossible, how can a human be this strong? Gecko's body convulsed, brain damage making his thoughts somewhat chaotic. Su Xiao tightened his grip on the hilt, pulling the Zhanlong flash horizontally. A brutal scene unfolded, the sharp Zhanlong flash cutting directly through Gecko's skull, emerging from the temple. Half of Gecko's head was cleaved open, falling to the ground with a thud, black-red fluid flowing from the eye socket, a tragic sight. Having a head pierced and having a head cleaved open are two different concepts. Although Gecko's life energy was strong, he would die quickly without consuming human flesh. Su Xiao had some understanding of the resilience of ghouls, like the gourmet Jukiyama in the original, who survived after Dong Xiang blew half of his head off by consuming his own flesh. The blade flashed, and Gecko's head fell to the ground, the blood-drenched white mask on his face shattering. Su Xiao knew that Gecko was an important character in the original, playing a role in advancing the plot. Without Gecko, Kaneki Ken's growth would be much slower, but what did that have to do with him? He was here to complete tasks and grow stronger using the power of Reincarnation Paradise, not to worship the characters of the original story. If Kaneki Ken appeared before Su Xiao after becoming stronger, he would still strike him down with 1 slash. Currently, Kaneki Ken isn't even worth killing. You have killed the S-level ghoul, Washiyuri. Washiyuri was a key character in the storyline. You have obtained 5.2% of the world source. Current total world source is 5.2%. Your talent, Soul Eater, has activated, permanently increasing mana value by 10 points. Current mana value is 163 points. After killing Gecko, a green treasure chest floated above Gecko's body. This green treasure chest could only be seen by contractors, and at this time, those dozen contractors in the distance were greedily staring at the green treasure chest. If it weren't for Su Xiao, they would have rushed forward already. What? You guys want this chest? If you want it, come and get it. Su Xiao looked at the contractors with a smile. If not for fearing Kamishiro Rise escaping, he would have already started clearing the field. Rise had wanted to flee for a while, but Gecko died too quickly, being slain by Su Xiao in just 4 strikes. The first slash severed the Hiko, the second the arm, the third pierced the skull, and the fourth beheaded him. Rise wasn't unwilling to run, there just wasn't enough time. Don't misunderstand, we have no other intentions. Hanyu was the first to speak, retreating slowly with his people, and the other contractors followed suit. Shi Luolua hesitated for a moment, then retreated with Hanyu as well. Even though she had a previous transaction with Su Xiao, it didn't establish any camaraderie. Su Xiao's ruthless combat style made it clear that he was not someone with a soft heart. The contractors began to retreat, but they didn't leave immediately, observing the situation after establishing a safe distance. Then, it's your turn. Su Xiao flicked the Zhan Long flash, shaking off Gecko's body tissue clinging to it, the blade shining brightly. Through multiple battles, Su Xiao found that Zhan Long flash to be an excellent weapon. Although it's just white equipment, its rating is very high, reaching the limit for white equipment, a rating of 10. This let him understand that fully rated equipment is generally good, even for white equipment. One could imagine, if it's fully rated green or blue equipment, the attributes must be off the charts. As for higher level equipment, Su Xiao had yet to hear of any. But he's certain that higher level equipment does exist. The murderous Su Xiao made Rise involuntarily step back 2 steps. This big eater, at this moment, looked somewhat pitiable. If Rise wiped the blood off her face, Su Xiao would be a complete villain, bullying a weak woman. But Rise wasn't a weak woman, she was a ghoul who ate people, no matter how pretty, still a ghoul. Don't come any closer, we have no grudges, how about you let me go? Rise adopted the most helpless method, negotiation, with the headless body of Gecko lying on the ground. Frontal combat was evidently not an option. Su Xiao collected the green treasure chest dropped by Gecko and smiled at Rise. Let you go. What's in it for me? Rise hesitated for a moment, her eyes filled with killing intent, but she finally gave a coquettish glance. The many contractors afar were extremely unsettled upon seeing this scene. Kamishiro Rise was an absolute boss-level existence in front of them, yet in front of Su Xiao, she was willing to sell herself to survive. How unfair was this? Unfair? They only saw Su Xiao's current strength. Previously in the pirate world, Su Xiao struggled every step. In a world where monsters roamed, to assassinate a king of a country was of unimaginable difficulty. Su Xiao's true strength now far exceeded his level 2 rank, hence the situation of overwhelming an S-level ghoul. Moreover, in Su Xiao's view, the world is inherently unfair, the only fair thing is that everyone dies. Su Xiao looked at Kamishiro Rise with interest, slowly approaching her. Rise hesitated but also began walking towards Su Xiao, though she didn't retract her Hiko. Rise was confident in her appearance, having seduced countless men with her beauty, though those men ended up as her meals. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao's left hand lifted, gently caressing Rise's cheek. The 4 deep crimson Hiko behind Rise started gathering power, glowing red on the surface, poised to strike. Die. The 4 Hiko suddenly lashed out, like iron hooks, stabbing in a ring towards Su Xiao's back. Puchi. The sound of a sharp object penetrating flesh resonated, the long knife in Su Xiao's hand piercing Rise's heart. Rise's red eyes slowly widened, filled with cruelty, madness, and a bit of terror, fear of death. I knew it. Rise let out a bitter laugh, her gaze resignedly glancing toward the long knife that had pierced through her, the Zhan Long flash, penetrating her heart, its tip blood-stained. A man like you, indeed, isn't easily seduced. Feeling the excruciating pain from burning RC cells, Rise doubled over. Su Xiao grasped the hilt with one hand, the other pressing on the blade's back, forcefully pushing it aside. The Zhan Long flash slashed through Rise's chest as if through bamboo, breaking out from the position under her armpit. Voila! A large splatter of blood rained down, Rise's body weakened, her hiko dissipating into the air, her body softly leaning against Su Xiao. From start to finish, Su Xiao's eyes held no desire. In battle, being tempted by a woman was idiotic to an unimaginable degree. At this moment, Reincarnation Paradise surprisingly gave Su Xiao a prompt. Warning: the hunter is attempting to kill an important storyline character, Kamishiro Rise. Ensure to extract the hiko from the character before her death to ensure the storyline continuation. Su Xiao nodded. This was expected. With a thud, Rise collapsed at Su Xiao's feet, gasping heavily, blood spreading across the white tiles. Su Xiao crouched down, his long knife hesitantly moving above Rise. He wasn't entirely sure of the hiko's exact location in her body. Based on original story intel, it should be near the kidneys. Su Xiao simply made an incision on Rise's abdomen, then searched for the kakuho. Rise let out a pained groan, looking at Su Xiao with growing fear in her eyes. In Rise's mind, the man before her might be a psycho, wanting to torture her before her death. Stop. A female voice came from the dark corridor behind Su Xiao, a few figures emerging. Leading them was a small figure wrapped in bandages, wearing loose clothing and a hood, obscuring their appearance. Chapter 37, Chapter 5, Rebellious Youth. The sudden appearance of several people made Su Xiao stop his action. He fumbled around Li Shi's body for a long time but still couldn't find the organ called kakuho. When his left hand withdrew from Li Shi's abdomen, Li Shi's body clearly trembled, lying flat on the ground with a look as if she'd been played with. If Li Shi were lucky enough to escape, Su Xiao would become her shadow. Bronze Tree. The sudden appearance of these people was not of minor roles. According to Su Xiao's memory, the little girl wrapped in bandages was indeed the head of Bronze Tree, the king of the one-eyed, Yoshimura Aet. Yoshimura Aet usually uses the alias Takatsuki-sen, disguising herself as a novelist, mingling within human society. As the rarely seen one-eyed in the ghoul world, Takatsuki-sen's strength was beyond doubt. Although among SSS-level ghouls not the top, she could not be underestimated either. The people around Takatsuki-sen were SS-level ghoul Duduo Liang, SS ghoul Yi Lu, and S-level ghoul Kirishima Ayato respectively. Duduo Liang wore a red mask and a white windbreaker, with the mask covering the lower half of his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. Yi Lu was wrapped even more tightly, with nothing but his hands exposed. Kirishima Ayato also wore a mask, his red eyes defiantly staring at Su Xiao. The goal of the four was evident: to capture Kamishiro Rise. The earlier appearance of the gecko was also to capture Kamishiro Rise. Release her, or die. Duduo Liang spoke in a flat tone. It didn't sound threatening, but a hiko had already appeared behind him. The headless corpse of the gecko lay nearby, and although the group didn't dread Su Xiao, they didn't underestimate him either. Being able to defeat two S-level ghouls demonstrated Su Xiao's strength, but there was still a conjecture among the present ghouls that perhaps the gecko and Kamishiro Rise had mutually wounded each other, and Su Xiao had simply reaped the benefits. Seems like my luck is pretty good today. Su Xiao wiped the blood from his left hand on Rise's clothes, ignoring her for now. Not having extracted the kakuho from Rise's body yet, Rise couldn't die at this point. Otherwise, who knows what might occur in the derivative world, a risk Su Xiao wasn't willing to take. This was something Reincarnation Paradise had clearly warned about beforehand. A SSS-level ghoul and two SS-level ghouls. Currently, Su Xiao also felt pressured. As for Kirishima Ayato, the S-level ghoul, he was directly ignored. Su Xiao was confident he could easily beat S-level ghouls now. As for SS level, it should also be manageable. As for the strongest SSS level, he hadn't had a confrontation yet, so he couldn't conclude. Whether he could cut down these people in front of him would need to be tested in practice. Even if they turned out not to be opponents, Su Xiao could still escape. They couldn't keep him there, and he had confidence in that. The John Long flash pointed obliquely at the ground as Su Xiao slowly walked towards the group from Bronze Tree. Many contractors in the distance all had the same thought in their hearts: Su Xiao had gone mad. Facing Takatsuki-sen, the top fighting force in the ghoul world, was this guy actually going to confront her head-on? And in the presence of other ghouls as well. The contractors didn't hesitate any longer, starting to run away one after another, scattering instantly. They dared not spectate any longer. If Su Xiao lost, they would die, but even if Su Xiao won, he could still be in danger. The few from Bronze Tree noticed the fleeing contractors but merely glanced at them and paid no further attention. Ayato, kill him. Duduo Liang, having a higher status within Bronze Tree, directly ordered Kirishima Ayato to kill Su Xiao. Rebellious youth Kirishima Ayato, though he didn't refute Duduo Liang's command, still gave a hum, seeming somewhat displeased. Human, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm giving you a chance to disappear before me. Although some ghouls guessed that Su Xiao's strength might be adequate, they didn't take him too seriously. The main reason was that Su Xiao didn't wield a quink but held a long knife instead. Quink is the primary weapon the CCG uses to combat ghouls, manufactured by the CCG's experimental institutions, with materials being the ghoul's kakuho. Su Xiao didn't speak, continuing to walk forward slowly. He didn't care about the enemy's contempt, as it was also an advantage. TSK, since you're seeking death, then I'll send you off. The rebellious youth Kirishima Ayato's Hiko, a wing of irregular shape, appeared on the left side of his back. This wing was his Hiko, Feather Hiko. The characteristic of Feather Hiko ghouls is speed and powerful explosive force. Most have long-range attack abilities, but they also have a considerable flaw, which is lacking durability. If they cannot quickly resolve opponents in the early stages of combat, Feather Hiko ghouls generally lose quickly. Although Kirishima Ayato was somewhat arrogant, he wasn't stupid. It was obvious Su Xiao's near-combat ability was outstanding, so Kirishima Ayato didn't approach Su Xiao. Kirishima Ayato's Hiko unfurls at his back, sending dense diamond-shaped, blood-red crystals rapidly towards Su Xiao. Whoosh! The sound of the air breaking could be heard, suggesting the attack power of those diamond-shaped crystals was extraordinary. Su Xiao stopped moving forward, his dark eyes fixed intently on those rapidly approaching blood-red crystals. With his staring, those fast-moving blood-red crystals gradually slowed in his vision. The enhanced agility attribute significantly improved his dynamic vision. With a continuous slash of the long knife in his hand, the blade's light left several white lines in the air. Ding, ding, ding. The crystals that shot towards him were all shattered into countless fragments. Kirishima Ayato was somewhat astonished, not expecting Su Xiao to dissolve his attack so easily. Just when Kirishima Ayato was in a moment of distraction, Su Xiao suddenly sped up, closing in on Kirishima Ayato with a few rapid steps. So fast. Kirishima Ayato's pupils contracted tightly, instinctively wanting to retreat, already assuming a backward leap stance, but his feet hadn't lifted off the ground yet. Could it be so easy to escape once Su Xiao got close? Of course not. Su Xiao took a small forward hop, kicking Kirishima Ayato in the shinbone. The shinbone, though hard, was also brittle. Crack. A chilling sound of bones breaking emerged. Kirishima Ayato's shinbone broke in the opposite direction, forming a V shape, with even the ghastly white broken bone piercing through the flesh. Kirishima Ayato let out a scream, his backward stepping severely interrupted, his body staggering backward. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Xiao's lips, his sharp blade relentlessly slashing towards Kirishima Ayato's throat. This was Su Xiao's combat style, either not attacking or going straight for the enemy's vital points once in action. The John Long flash hadn't even struck Kirishima Ayato's throat, yet he felt a stinging sensation there. If struck, he would surely die. Kirishima Ayato deeply regretted it. He was too reckless, failing to maintain enough caution against the unknown enemy. Just as Kirishima Ayato was about to meet his end, a thick Hiko stood in front of him. The Hiko was exceptionally sturdy, with fang-shaped bones at its tip, belonging to Yi Lu. Su Xiao's slash was not so easy to block. Yi Lu's Hiko was directly cut halfway through, with the John Long flash plunging deeply into it. Su Xiao continued applying force, but it felt as though he was cutting into a rubber tire, with the subsequent damage not being significant. Blue steel shadow activated. The light blue energy permeated Yi Lu's Hiko's wound, making Yi Lu, not far away, groan and retract his Hiko. Su Xiao knew some of Yi Lu's background. This guy was strong, with almost all of his body tissue constructed similarly to that of a Hiko, granting him a nearly undead level of formidable recovery power. Kirishima Ayato, having narrowly escaped death, was panting heavily. He had thought for sure he was done for when Su Xiao's blade came down. This time, no one dared underestimate the smiling Su Xiao. Duduo Liang and the others stepped forward, forming an encircling stance. Chapter 38, Chapter 6, Rival. What a pity, I thought it was another treasure chest. Su Xiao tapped the ground with the long knife in his hand, his bare upper body already stained with a large amount of blood. It was the blood of beautiful woman Li Shi. Earlier, he had slit her abdomen, causing a lot of blood to spurt. Aet, hold him off. Duduo Liang's voice was deep. Among the bronze tree, he was one of the few who knew Takatsuki Sen's true identity. You all take Kamishiro Rise and go first. Takatsuki Sen stared at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with intense expression. Duduo Liang frowned. Is it necessary? It's necessary, this human is completely a monster. Takatsuki-san took off her shirt, her entire body wrapped in bandages, seemingly ready for a deadly fight with Sushao. Understood, we'll go, Kirishima Ayato, Yi Lu. Dudwa Liang did not hesitate any longer. With Kirishima Ayato present, it was inconvenient for Takatsuki-san to reveal her true form. As for Yi Lu, he also knew Takatsuki-san's identity. He was Takatsuki-san's adoptive father. Hey, are we really escaping like this? This guy killed the gecko. Kirishima Ayato, in immense pain, was very unhappy. Earlier, Sushao nearly killed him. Dudwa Liang did not speak, simply looking silently at Kirishima Ayato. Kirishima Ayato felt somewhat unnatural under his gaze, finally giving a cold snort and turning his head. Crash! The sound of breaking glass came through, and everyone's eyes turned toward the source. It turned out that Li Shi, after partially recovering from her injuries, had chosen to escape by breaking through a window. The distance from here to the ground was at least 10 meters, and Li Shi was forced to choose to jump out of the building. Being caught by the bronze tree wouldn't be fatal, but the outcome wouldn't be good. Being caught by Sushao, however, would certainly mean death, so Li Shi chose to jump. Bang! A loud noise came from downstairs, followed by the sharp sound of a car alarm. Sushao no longer paid attention to the others present and quickly ran to the window, just in time to see the stumbling footsteps of Kamishiro rise. Li Shi, having taken a hard fall, stubbornly escaped far away, quickly disappearing into a dark alley. The prey that was in hand escaped. The smile on Sushau's face gradually disappeared as he gripped the hilt of the dragon slash in his hand with a cracking sound. It seems like we pissed off this guy. For some reason, a chill rose in Kirishima Ayato's heart, making him instinctively retreat. However, the intense pain in his leg caused cold sweat to drip from his forehead. Sushao coldly looked at the few people present, the veins on his forehead bulging. Even if he couldn't kill Kamishiro Rise, acquiring her kakuho would undoubtedly bring a rich reward. But after the interference from the bronze tree, the benefits at hand jumped out the window. She escaped, so you'll have to substitute Yoshimura-ite. After Sushao mentioned Yoshimura-ite's name, the expressions of the three present changed, all except Kirishima Ayato, who was somewhat confused upon hearing the name for the first time. Take them away. Takatsuki-sen's voice was clear and cold, no longer the childlike voice from before. Yi Lu's hiko burst forth behind him, the fangs at the tip closing around Kirishima Ayato. Yi Lu, what are you doing? Let go of me. Kirishima Ayato struggled a few times, but the difference in strength was significant, so he couldn't break free. Yi Lu leapt from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, apparently going to chase Li Shi. Need any help? Dudwa Liang was somewhat wary of Sushau's strength, as it was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a powerful pure human. Ghouls had a highly acute sense of smell, exceeding even that of most animals. Through the scent on Sushao, Dudwa Liang judged that Sushao was purely human, a fact that shocked him. Ordinary humans in the ghoul world also have some RC cells in their system, allowing ghouls to discern whether someone is human or ghoul based on RC cell concentration. But Sushao had no trace of RC cell scent on him, not even a hint. No need. You go after Kamishiro Rise. She's very important to me. Among my selected targets, she is the most excellent. After Kirishima Ayato was forcibly taken away, Takatsuki-san no longer concealed her true voice. The CCG is close, and our subordinates can't hold them off for long. Let's finish this quickly. Dudwa Liang jumped out of the window, leaving only Sushao and Takatsuki-san in the room. Who exactly are you, and how do you know my true name? Although Takatsuki-san was already 25 years old, her petite body was only about 1.5 meters tall. The kakuho in Takatsuki-san's body began to activate. As the king of the one-eyed, she had 10 kakuhous. With the appearance of the hiko, the bandages tightly wrapped around Takatsuki-san's body loosened somewhat. Bai Yi. Sushau's simple answer left Takatsuki-san stunned. What? Sushao didn't speak anymore, his muscles slightly tensed, ready to fight. A large amount of hiko appeared on Takatsuki-san, enveloping her. The blood-red hiko surged, and soon, Sushao could no longer see Takatsuki-san's true form. What appeared in front of Sushao was a monster at least 2.5 meters tall. 2 pale claws touched the ground, and behind it blossomed like a flower, a mass of sharp spikes, a concentrated form of hiko that provided strong defense and could also attack. At this time, Takatsuki-san was no longer an ordinary ghoul, she was in the form of a ghoul speaker. Ghoul speakers differ from ordinary ghouls. The creation of a ghoul speaker is very brutal, requiring the consumption of a large number of other ghouls before becoming one. Takatsuki-san did not know how many powerful ghouls she had consumed to reach her current form. In the form of a ghoul speaker, Takatsuki-san opened her bloody mouth and exhaled a red mist. He, I've never seen such a pure human as you should be quite delicious. Takatsuki-san's personality had drastically changed, her tone a little crazy. The mental state of ghoul speakers is generally unstable. With the body filled with a large amount of RC cells, these inherently violent RC cells affect the ghoul's brains. Although Takatsuki-san managed her emotions well, her personality became much more uninhibited. Sushao became cautious. If the pressure from Takatsuki-san before was a 5, it was at least a 13 now. Taking a deep breath, Sushao calmed down, realizing he couldn't let anger cloud his judgment during battle. Her strength increased a lot, and her personality changed significantly. Sushao didn't charge directly but sidestepped to the side, moving in circles around Takatsuki-san. Whenever Sushao circled a certain distance, Takatsuki-san would turn her body, keeping him in view. Sushao feigned a charge, and Takatsuki-san's claw lifted, ready to counter. But Sushao didn't rush forward, the feint ended, and he continued to wait for an opportunity. Takatsuki-san started becoming impatient, opened her bloody mouth, roared, and pounced on Sushao on all fours. In the form of a ghoul speaker, Takatsuki-san wasn't the fastest, but her momentum was strong, akin to a charging armored vehicle. A gust of wind blew towards him. As she closed in on Sushao, Takatsuki-san stood up, a pale claw reaching out, aiming for his head. Sushao tilted his body, the claw brushed past his ear, the accompanying wind lifting his black hair. Having just avoided Takatsuki-san's claw, Sushao saw the sword-like Hiko on her shoulder slashing towards him. With no room for evasion, Sushao chose to counter. Gripping his knife with both hands, Sushao slashed at Takatsuki-san's Hiko. Boom. A loud crash ensued, and the tiles beneath their feet shattered, dust rising. The immense force transmitted through his hands made Sushao's expression change, but what followed surprised him. The blue on the surface of Zhan Long flash flickered, and the special energy converted by blue steel shadow surged into Takatsuki-san's body. Takatsuki-san let out a screech, instinctively retreating. Sushao wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He swung his knife, severing one of Takatsuki-san's claws. With one supporting claw severed, Takatsuki-san's body toppled to the side. Sushao swung again. This strike landed on Takatsuki-san's back, shattering a large portion of the Hiko, turning it into a flurry of fragments. The Hiko fragments, gleaming with a red light, looked especially poignant as they scattered in the air. Enraged by such a severe injury, Takatsuki-san endured the burning pain of the RC cells in her body and thrust her remaining claw towards Sushao's abdomen. Sushao immediately leapt back but was slightly too slow. Deep claw marks appeared on his abdomen, with blood dripping to the floor. His reaction was already swift. Had he been slower, his intestines might have been pulled out by that claw. Huff, huff. Takatsuki-san supported herself with one hand, facing Bai Yi, this man who felt both sharp and nimble to her. She could no longer continue the fight, the sudden pain inside her left her at a disadvantage. Takatsuki-san quickly ran towards the window, and of course, Sushao was not about to let her go easily, covering his abdominal wound with his left hand while holding his knife with his right, following closely. Takatsuki-san leaped into the air, jumping out of the building. Sushao stopped at the window, standing with his blade, coldly watching Takatsuki-san. In midair, Takatsuki-san turned her head, the Hiko on her head splitting to reveal her lower white cheek. For some reason, Takatsuki-san actually smiled at Sushao. Sushao did not jump down, although his power and agility attributes were high, his stamina attribute was not. If he jumped from such a height, while he wouldn't die, leg injuries were inevitable. Today, too many ghouls from the bronze tree were present, and the terrain was not advantageous for Sushao, making it impossible for him to capture Takatsuki-san. Just as Sushao was preparing to temporarily give up and leave, he noticed a man in a suit standing not far away holding a metal box. The man in the suit gaped, staring at him dumbfounded. Amon Kotaro? Sushao had just been chasing the king of the one-eyed, and the scene had been witnessed by Amon Kotaro. This left Amon Kotaro a bit bewildered. Chapter 39, Chapter 7, Beautiful as a flower, ferocious as a wolf. After all members of the bronze tree retreated, the battle also subsided. Sushao sheathed the dragon slash, picked up his coat from the ground, and draped it over his shoulder. During the fight with Takatsuki-san, he lost a total of 12% of his life value. Because his lower abdomen was still bleeding, his life value continued to decrease slowly. Sushao also noted Takatsuki-sen's blood bar. His previous 2 strikes probably cost Takatsuki-sen more than 10% of her life value. It must be said that the vitality of ghouls is indeed astonishing. In ghoul speaker form, Takatsuki-sen's physical attributes were at least 15 points or more. When comparing various attributes, Takatsuki-sen was definitely stronger than Sushao, but when it comes to combat strength, the two were hard to compare. In Sushao's opinion, Takatsuki-sen's battle experience was fairly rich, but her combat skills were appallingly crude, relying mainly on brute force. This is also why he could easily defeat S-level ghouls. When fighting, ghouls tend to charge headlong at the enemy, then use brute strength to defeat them. Otherwise, those investigators from CCG couldn't be a match for the ghouls. CCG investigators are just ordinary people with excellent physical qualities, fighting ghouls with technique and intelligence, though there are exceptions. The appearance of Amon Katara signifies that this place has been surrounded by CCG, which is undoubtedly a good opportunity to join CCG. After sheathing the dragon slash, Sushao walked slowly toward Amon Katara. "Stop!" Amon Katara shouted, simultaneously pressing a button on the handle of his briefcase, causing it to undergo a significant transformation, as something inside rapidly expanded. The briefcase hit the ground, and Amon Katara now held a peculiarly shaped weapon. A metal staff wrapped with hiko in its upper half was Amon Katara's quink. This peculiarly shaped quink fascinated Sushao. Can it really be used for combat? Who are you? Ghoul. Human. Amon Katara gripped his quink tightly with both hands, watching Sushao cautiously, as Sushao's earlier pursuit of the one-eyed King Gaoji Quan had spurred this first-class investigator. Have you ever seen a ghoul fight with a sword? Sushao placed one hand on the hilt at his waist and continued walking toward Amon Katara. Amon Katara was just about to speak when Sushao preemptively spoke. No need to be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. A flash of white light, and dragon slash, was unsheathed, directly resting on Amon Katara's neck. Guludot. Amon Katara swallowed, unable to believe it. Sushao's draw speed was astonishingly fast. So, there's no need to be tense. Putting away the dragon slash, Sushao patted Amon Katara on the shoulder. Amon Katara felt a surge of immense frustration. If the opponent were a ghoul, he would have already been beheaded. Hey! What? Amon Katara looked at Sushao quizzically. Are you guys at CCG still recruiting? That ghoul lying over there can be considered my gift for joining CCG. It was then that Amon Katara noticed the headless corpse of Gecko. Is this S-level ghoul Jason? Amon Katara, holding his quink, ran a few steps to Gecko's body. In CCG's files, Gecko was named Jason. You haven't answered my question yet. Sushao took out some medical bandages from his storage space, cleaned the blood from his abdominal wound, and haphazardly bandaged it. Amon Katara hesitated for a moment, but he knew in his heart that this was an opportunity. Sushao's ability to pursue the one-eyed king all speaks to incredible strength. There are no more than 2 people in CCG capable of this. Joining CCG requires a stringent assessment, but your situation is special. As long as it's confirmed you're not a ghoul, joining CCG should be no problem. With a definite answer, Sushao smiled. His biggest fear was that joining CCG would be too troublesome. He didn't have much time for his main quest. Duh. The sound of urgent footsteps came, and an old man with shoulder-length white hair, carrying a briefcase, rushed into the room. The old man not only had white hair but also had one large and one small eye, moving with a slightly neurotic behavior, giving off a sickly impression. Where is it? It must be here, owl. The newcomer was Amon Katara's superior, first-class investigator Shimohira Washitsu. Shimohira Washitsu was originally a very justice-oriented ghoul investigator, humble in demeanor, but his wife was killed by ghouls, and he personally witnessed her face being devoured. After that, Shimohira Washitsu's personality changed dramatically, harboring extreme hatred for ghouls and becoming obsessed with crafting quink. Yet even so, Shimohira Washitsu was quite good to his fellow investigators, as evidenced by his earnest mentoring of Amon Katara. Mr. Matsumi, you're here. Amon Katara went up to meet him, whispering something to Shimohira Washitsu. Not long after, both large and small eyes of Shimohira Washitsu suddenly widened, staring at Sushao in disbelief. Shimohira Washitsu took a few brisk steps to Sushao, moving very agilely, then sniffed around Sushao like a canine. Human, there's no mistake. That beastly smell, I'll never forget it until I die. After confirming Su Xiao was human, Shimohira Washitsu became very enthusiastic. Hello, I'm Shimohira Washitsu. Did you really engage with the one-eyed owl? The flames seemed to burn in Shimohira Washitsu's eyes, full of anticipation. Seeing Shimohira Washitsu's gaze, Su Xiao sighed. It was such a familiar look. He once had that gaze too. Hatred, all-consuming hatred. Yeah, engaged, but the terrain was tricky, and the bastard got away. What a pity. Ha ha ha. A laugh that was both morbid and crazy came out. You want to join the CCG? Come with me, I'll vouch for you. At this point, Shimohira Washitsu no longer cared about Su Xiao's background or identity. As long as the one-eyed king owl could be killed, he would give anything, including his life. Mr. Matsumi, calm down a bit. Amon Kotaro placed his hand on Shimohira Washitsu's shoulder, who took a moment to calm his breathing and nodded. May I have your name? Amon Kotaro said, smiling at Su Xiao. Bai Yi. Your background. Su Xiao's silence left Amon Kotaro a bit helpless. All right, Mr. Bai Yi, you've been injured in your previous battle and it was against a ghoul. We have our medical car below. As for joining the CCG, we can discuss it further at the District 20 branch. Su Xiao pondered for a moment, finally nodded, and followed Amon Kotaro downstairs. Shimohira Washitsu had already spotted Gecko's corpse, lifted it over his shoulder, and went downstairs with the two. By then, a dozen vehicles had already stopped beneath the building. A cacophony of police sirens blared, and red and blue lights flashed. CCG might have received a report from the public about the ghoul's presence, so they dispatched 2 ghoul investigators, while the on-site police officers were only responsible for evacuating nearby civilians. At the back of a medical vehicle, Su Xiao sat bare-chested on a makeshift sickbed as a beautiful young nurse focused intently on treating his wound. A timid voice from the young nurse reached his ears, and Su Xiao glanced sideways. The wound is too deep, I should use a bit of anesthetic, otherwise. No need, anesthetics will affect my nerve reflex speed, just go for the stitches. The young nurse hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. Though this young nurse was as pretty as a flower, with a timid voice and a look suggesting she could easily be pounced on, she worked with a fierce hand, as seen from Su Xiao's occasionally twitching face. Chapter 40, Chapter 8, The Unknown Plan. After bandaging the wound, Su Xiao was sweating profusely. The pretty nurse glanced shyly at Su Xiao, then helped him with some anti-inflammatory medicine. Both the wound dressing and the medicines were free, not because the nurse fancied Su Xiao, but due to CCG privileges. First-class investigators even have the authority to deploy police to evacuate civilians. Mr. Bai Yi, let's go to the nearby branch to discuss your joining CCG. No problem. Together with Shimohira Washitsu, the 3 drove to the CCG branch in District 20. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived in front of a magnificent building. This was just a CCG branch, yet in Ikebukuro, it occupied a substantial area. In the ghoul world, the force opposing the ghouls was the CCG, hence CCG's status is evident. In the ordinary people's mind, CCG is akin to a guardian angel. This is indeed true. Without CCG's extensive cleanup of ghouls, humans would be extinct in no more than 100 years. What are ghouls? They are powerful creatures without natural predators, and humans being the only food source, their extinction is inevitable if ghoul numbers surge uncontrollably. If ghoul numbers were half that of humans, humans would be extinct in less than a month. However, the situation in District 20 is the opposite. Humans live under the sun while ghouls hide everywhere, afraid to expose their identities, thanks largely to CCG. Yet CCG has significant internal drawbacks, but Su Xiao doesn't care about these. He's joining CCG solely to facilitate his plan. It's early morning, yet the CCG branch is brightly lit. Upon entering the CCG branch, a large security gate comes into view. Anyone entering must go through this gate. This gate isn't merely for security, it's an RC cell detection gate. The RC cell level in ghouls is dozens, even hundreds of times that of ordinary humans, thus preventing passage through this gate. Of course, some extremely powerful ghouls can control their RC cells, avoiding the detection gate through special means. Su Xiao walked through the RC cell detection gate with a calm expression. Beep. The green light turned on, and Amon Kotaro behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Su Xiao was led by Amon Kotaro to a conference room. Mr. Bai Yi, please wait. Amon Kotaro said and left the room. When Amon Kotaro returned to the conference room, he had a laptop in his hand. The computer's video function was on, showing a sleepy face on the screen. Amon Kotaro placed the laptop before Su Xiao, and the person in the video spoke. Is this the guy who single-handedly repelled the king of the one-eyed? Upon seeing the person in the video, Su Xiao recognized him as Marudii, one of the 7 first-class investigators in CCG. Amon Kotaro actually contacted CCG high-level directly. If an ordinary person joined CCG, they wouldn't receive such treatment. But Su Xiao's feat of repelling AET was indeed too impressive for CCG to ignore. It's me. A silence fell between both sides. Regarding your joining CCG, we'll need to assess it first. Su Xiao frowned. Seeing his attitude, Marudii continued. We can't confirm your identity yet. Headquarters is rallying your information overnight. If no abnormalities are found, I can make an exception to let you join after combat effectiveness assessment. Tonight, stay at the branch in District 20, food and lodging are covered. Su Xiao was somewhat troubled. He was teleported to the ghoul world by Reincarnation Paradise, and unless unexpected, he had no legal identity. This puzzled him. If a legal identity was needed first, the main task would be too challenging. The moment he entered the derivative world, he encountered Kamishiro Rise, and immediately CCG appeared, giving him no time to forge an identity. Reincarnation Paradise couldn't issue impossible missions, there must be a shortcut. Paradise, can you forge an identity? Su Xiao silently wondered in his heart. Unexpectedly, Reincarnation Paradise promptly offered a few choices. Identity, combat coach in a certain area, cost, 50 Paradise coin. Identity, ghoul, cost, 100 Paradise coin. Identity, family member of a deceased ghoul investigator, cost, 100 Paradise coin. Below these 3 options, there were many more, with varied Paradise coin costs. This should be the prerequisite for joining a faction. Despite CCG's difficulty, most contractors are humans, making joining the ghouls daunting. However, with Paradise's disguise feature, things became simpler. Joining a faction is merely the initial main task with no reward, so it's not too difficult. Su Xiao decisively chose, family member of a deceased ghoul investigator, a prepared identity for joining CCG. Hunter's choice completed, Paradise coin automatically deducted. With a legal identity and Su Xiao's formidable combat effectiveness, joining CCG posed no problem. Alright, I'll await your response, but make it quick. Marudii nodded, his face showing weariness, yet he managed to smile. This guy smiled mischievously, suggesting he wasn't a rigid person. The video closed, Amon Kotaro relaxed around Su Xiao. After all, this was a CCG branch. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. Indeed, one's strength is paramount. Comparing his treatment joining the guard team in Pirate World to now, the contrast was stark. Mr. Bai Yi, let's have a meal together. If all goes well, we might be colleagues in the future. Su Xiao was also hungry, having consumed much stamina in the battle with Bronze Tree. Agreeing to Amon Kotaro's invitation, the two headed towards the dining area. In the outer District 20, a shadow streaked across the withered grass, and upon confirming no one around, the shadow halted. Red light flashed, a swath of bandages fluttering in the wind. Takatsuki-san was weakened, falling to the ground after reverting from the full-body ghoul speaker state. That guy, what is he exactly? His combat experience is so rich. Takatsuki-san has long blue-green hair, soft and draped over her shoulders, with that red eye giving her a peculiar beauty. Should I inform him? This sudden human might disrupt the plan that's been in preparation for 13 years, it must not stop now. After 5 minutes, Takatsuki-san transformed into a small girl wrapped in bandages, AET. In the quiet bedroom, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. This has gradually become a habit for him, as he feels exceptionally peaceful while meditating. Today's battle brought abundant gains, not only obtaining a green treasure chest but also understanding the Shadow of Annihilation Law's ability. Though Shadow of Annihilation Law is officially said to restrain mages, Su Xiao found it's not that simple. Judging by how blue steel shadow energy burnt RC cells, this career is far more promising than he expected. Not only in mage battles, but also fighting other enemies, the pain from energy burning affects foes similarly. Moreover, blue steel shadow's true damage is particularly formidable. If not for blue steel shadow causing immense pain to Takatsuki-san earlier, he couldn't have gained an advantage so easily. Currently, blue steel shadow is only at level 1, if its skill level upgrades in the future, his strikes will be harsh. Simultaneously, Su Xiao became interested in other skills under shadow of annihilation law. Awakening from meditation, Su Xiao took out the green treasure chest dropped by Gecko, his heart carrying some anticipation. Chapter 41, Chapter 9, Balancing Mechanisms. Open the treasure chest, green, yes/no. He chose to open it, and several items appeared in Su Xiao's hand. You opened the treasure chest, green, and obtained the following items. Received 900 paradise coins. Received Kakuho, S level. Received Evil Spirit's Roar, green. Kakuho, S level. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, white. Type, material. Rating, 9. Note, white items are rated from 1 to 10. The higher the rating, the rarer the item. Description, Gecko's Kakuho can be used for equipment forging or transplanted into the body. After Kakuho is transplanted into the body, there is a 5% chance of becoming a ghoul, 94% chance of death, 1% chance of unknown mutation. Selling price, 1100 paradise coins. Evil Spirit's Roar. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul, District 13 Jewelry Store. Grade, green. Category, ring. Durability, none. Jewelry type equipment does not have durability and does not require repair. Equipment requirements, intelligence above 10 points. Equipment effect, roar, active. When this effect is activated, for 20 seconds, pain will be ignored. During this period, each attack received will increase attack speed by 5%. The maximum increase in attack speed is 50%. Once the roar effect is gone, this bonus will disappear. Note, roar, active, has a cooldown time of 12 hours. Forced continuous use will lead to a state of consciousness confusion. Rating, 21. Note, green equipment is rated from 10 to 30. Green equipment rated 30 will be marked rare and have additional special attributes. Description, let me plunder everything. Price, 2,700 paradise coins. Holding the ring in hand, Su Xiao pondered for a while. Although this ring does not increase any attributes, it carries a superb ability to ignore pain for 20 seconds. This may not seem like much, but pain during combat should not be underestimated. Intense pain might lead to sluggish reactions and result in defeat. However, permanently losing the sense of pain is also not a good thing. This ability to ignore pain for a short time is similar to a potent stimulant. This ring allows him to unleash his full combat effectiveness at the brink of death, and although it only lasts for a mere 20 seconds, it is incredibly valuable. When life value falls below 10%, one enters a weakened state. Below 5%, most organisms lose their ability to resist. If Su Xiao's life value drops below 5% during combat, he can use this ring to temporarily ignore the pain and fight the enemy to the death. He directly put the ring on his finger and felt a strange energy swirling around the ring, ready to be activated at any time. Activating the equipment's hidden feature, the ring vanished, and Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the Kakuho in his hand, the Gecko's Kakuho. The Kakuho is spherical, about the size of an egg, with some bright red patterns on the surface, and is overall dark red. This thing is hard in texture, feeling heavy, and is not at all like an organ, more like some hard object. Su Xiao certainly wouldn't implant a gecko's hiko into himself, not to mention the dreadful fatality rate. Ghouls themselves are not high-level organisms, not worth the risk. Su Xiao already has a class, and he will not choose another bloodline. If the two conflict, the likelihood of death is extremely high. As for the two merging and mutating into a higher-level bloodline, that's completely wishful thinking. Surviving alone is already something to be thankful for, and even if he miraculously merges them, two completely unrelated abilities would only spawn trash abilities. It's like the union of a tiger and a dog, it would never produce an elephant. He stored the Kakuho in the storage space. Even if this thing has no use, it can be sold. A white material with a rating of 9 holds high value in Reincarnation Paradise, especially materials that can forge weapons. Many people in the trading market are willing to buy it. Opening this green treasure chest, the items obtained were satisfying and, overall, the luck was good. He summarized a few things after opening several treasure chests. Usually, creatures that drop treasure chests are relatively strong, while weaker creatures generally do not drop treasure chests. But even if you get a treasure chest, obtaining a generous reward is uncertain. After opening the chest, Su Xiao lay down on the bed and went to sleep. The next morning, the CCG should be able to respond, and if anything goes wrong, Su Xiao still needs to quickly join the ghoul forces. Otherwise, the price of failing the task is something he cannot afford. Around 7 o'clock the next morning, Su Xiao's door was knocked on. "Bai Yi, there's news from headquarters." It was Shimohira Washitsu's voice. Su Xiao had already washed up, opened the door directly, and saw Shimohira Washitsu in a white robe. "Did the CCG headquarters agree to let me join?" "Of course." With a definitive answer, Su Xiao felt more at ease. "Here are your employment documents and credentials. I didn't expect your father to be an investigator, that greatly helped you join the CCG." Su Xiao took the employment documents, and Reincarnation Paradise immediately prompted him. "Hunter has completed the main quest, 1 faction selection. This task has no reward, follow-up task unlocked. Main quest, 2 first-class investigator. Difficulty level, LV.3. Task description, quickly rise in ranks in the CCG to prepare for future tasks. Task information, use any method to improve status, eradicate ghouls, bribe, etc. Task deadline, 20 days. Task reward, 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. Hunter has successfully joined the CCG, and faction contribution points are now open. Current position, 3rd class investigator, CCG contribution value 0/50. Expelling ghouls will earn contribution value, and once full, the position can be advanced. Contribution value can also be used to purchase items within the CCG or produce quink, etc. The follow-up task finally appeared, and according to Reincarnation Paradise's previous hints, he needs to complete 3 main quests in total to return to Reincarnation Paradise. However, after he successfully joined the CCG, Reincarnation Paradise delivered a bad news announcement: a contractor has already joined the faction. Contractor is sufficient to interfere with faction balance mechanism initiated. This was an announcement, not just a prompt for Su Xiao, but one for all contractors in the derivative world of ghouls. Apart from Su Xiao, all contractors' main quest, 1, changed from choosing to join a faction to only being able to join the ghoul faction. This is a balance mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise to prevent one faction from becoming too weak. Su Xiao's expression was a bit grim as he too received the prompt. The current situation is that he is the only one on the CCG side, while all other contractors have been assigned to the ghoul side. Su Xiao had been wondering about one thing from earlier, which is that his identity as a hunter seems to only receive benefits in Reincarnation Paradise, while in the derivative world, Reincarnation Paradise treats him equally. Su Xiao didn't complain about this, it actually makes sense. The feeling that Reincarnation Paradise gives him has always been cruel, cold, and fair. However, thinking it over, being the only one in the CCG faction isn't without its advantages, at least there won't be other contractors disrupting the situation. Bai Yi, the top brass assigned you to District 14. The situation there is a bit complicated and they very much need your strength. Shimohira Washitsu showed a regrettable expression because Su Xiao was not assigned to District 20. Understood, I have a feeling that it won't be long before I'm back in District 20. Under Shimohira Washitsu's puzzled gaze, Su Xiao left the CCG branch in District 20 with the employment documents in hand. District 14 is right next to District 20. Sometimes if District 14 is under too much pressure, the CCG branch in District 20 also goes to support them, so it's clear that District 14 isn't peaceful. Just before leaving District 20, Su Xiao suddenly remembered whether to go to the Antiku coffee shop, because, after all, it gathered a large number of ghouls. Chapter 42, Chapter 10. On the bustling street, cars flowed like a river, and the sound of car horns intertwined with the bustling pedestrians. Su Xiao walked down the street, holding a map in his hand. He had arrived in District 14. Although he wanted to visit the coffee shop called Antiku, considering the strength of the shop manager, he temporarily chose to give up. There's no need to confront the manager for now. The manager is different from Takatsuki Senator. Although both are SSS-level ghouls, the manager's combat skills are much stronger than Takatsuki-sen's. However, due to age, the manager's combat strength has declined. Rather than seeking out the manager, it would be more convenient to drive out ghouls in District 14. Soon, Su Xiao found the CCG branch in District 14. Being a third-class investigator, he directly walked into the branch. It was about 9 a.m., and the branch was filled with many investigators. Su Xiao's unfamiliar face caught the attention of many investigators, who were very sensitive, a professional habit. "Excuse me, where is Mr. Yukinori Shinohara?" Su Xiao approached the reception desk, where a young female receptionist was stationed. "Are you looking for Mr. Shinohara?" May I ask who you are? The receptionist gave a professional smile, with a gentle attitude. I'm Bai Yi, the new third-class investigator, reporting here today. Su Xiao showed his credentials, handing them to the receptionist. After verifying the documents, the receptionist made a phone call. Mr. Bai Yi, hello, Mr. Shinohara is on the 12th floor in his office. You'd better hurry, as Mr. Shinohara is about to go out. Su Xiao retrieved his credentials and took the elevator straight to the 12th floor. The head of the District 14 CCG branch is first-class investigator Yukinori Shinohara. Su Xiao had seen him in the original work, a flat-headed middle-aged man, humble and easy to get along with. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Xiao pushed open the office door. Inside, Yukinori Shinohara was organizing Quink, apparently preparing to go out. You're early, third-class Bai Yi. Yukinori Shinohara put down the Quink in his hand and sat behind the desk, gesturing for Su Xiao to sit, while Yukinori started looking for a file. Let me see. Found it, by Chuan's family, 20 years old, trained in combat skills since childhood, with combat strength SSS+. Yukinori Shinohara shot a surprised glance at Su Xiao, then carefully checked the file in his hand. He suspected he had misread it. He had only heard that a very strong third-class investigator was being transferred, but did not expect the other's combat strength to be SSS+. It seems the identity of a third-class investigator misled Yukinori Shinohara's judgment. Hello, Mr. Yukinori Shinohara. Yukinori Shinohara's gaze was still shifting between Su Xiao and the file in his hand. It was hard for him to imagine that Su Xiao, with his not-so-robust physique, could have SSS+ combat strength. Hello, third-class Bai Yi. However, a combat assessment is required before you officially take office. No problem, when does it start? The main task, too, gives a full 20 days, allowing Su Xiao to relax his always tense nerves a bit. Judging by the difficulty of the ghoul world, his current strength might not be the strongest but definitely not weak. Being transported to a world of such moderate difficulty might be some intention of Reincarnation Paradise. Reincarnation Paradise used the pirate world to test if he was qualified to become a hunter, and now the ghoul world is a kind of reward from Reincarnation Paradise. After Su Xiao posed the question, Yukinori Shinohara thought for a moment. How about now? We can conduct the assessment right here. After speaking, Yukinori Shinohara took off his suit jacket, waving his arms. Su Xiao understood Yukinori Shinohara's intention, wanting to spar with him. Seeing is believing. I'm coming. Bring it on. Su Xiao's gaze suddenly became sharp. Since it was a spar-type assessment, Yukinori Shinohara didn't use a Quink, and Su Xiao didn't use Zhan Long Flash. The office wasn't large, and Su Xiao was already in front of Yukinori Shinohara within a few steps. His agility attribute, up to 13 points, made his figure somewhat hard to capture. Yukinori Shinohara quickly raised his fists before him, as Su Xiao's current momentum already made Yukinori Shinohara secretly startled. Without further ado, Su Xiao punched towards Yukinori Shinohara's forearm blocking in front. Bang! Involuntarily, Yukinori Shinohara stepped back 2 steps, feeling a swelling pain in his forearm. What a heavy punch! While Yukinori Shinohara retreated, Su Xiao repeatedly punched, hitting Yukinori Shinohara's shoulders, forearms, and other spots. But as a first-class investigator, Yukinori Shinohara was no pushover. After taking several of Su Xiao's punches, Yukinori Shinohara shouted, curling his muscular arm in an attempt to force Su Xiao back. The two soon engaged in a circle. Su Xiao's style was elegant and flexible, but every hit was powerful, while Yukinori Shinohara remained solid and steady, willing to take more hits to avoid exposing any vital spots. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of blows spread, both becoming more combative as the fight continued. Su Xiao's kick swished past Yukinori Shinohara's chest, with Yukinori misstepping barely avoiding this sweeping kick. Yukinori Shinohara avoided it, but Su Xiao's kick shattered the corner of a nearby desk. Crack! The desk corner was directly kicked off, causing the corner of Yukinori Shinohara's mouth to twitch, but his fighting spirit only burned brighter. To become a first-class investigator of the CCG, no coward can make it. Fighting powerful ghouls with flesh and blood requires immense courage. After Su Xiao kicked off the desk corner, a sudden cry of pain sounded in the distance. This cry interrupted Su Xiao and Yukinori Shinohara's spar. Both looked towards the source of the sound. What met Su Xiao's eyes was a boy with a head full of white hair. From appearance, this looked more like a girl, with a fair face, petite body, and somewhat androgynous attire. Tokaji, are you okay? Yukinori Shinohara walked up to the boy, looking concerned. The boy's forehead had a bruise from being hit by the desk corner kicked by Sushao. I'm fine, Mr. Shinohara, why did you stop? I haven't watched enough yet. The visitor was named Shizuzu Suzuya, a subordinate of Yukinori Shinohara. Or rather, Yukinori Shinohara wasn't just Shizuzu Suzuya's superior but also his guardian, taking care of his everyday life. Shizuzu Suzuya, although feminine in appearance, was originally male, now of indeterminate gender. He was raised by ghouls since childhood, cared for by a ghoul named Big Madam, an SS-level ghoul. Big Madam had pedophile and sadistic tendencies. Shizuzu looked very much like a girl when he was young, but as he grew, his feminine features began to change. This change was intolerable to Big Madam, so the ghoul brutally crushed Shizuzu's to stop his male development, making him more feminine. During a CCG raid, Shizuzu was unexpectedly rescued, leading to his becoming a ghoul investigator. The misfortunes of childhood left Shizuzu Suzuya with an odd character, lazy, lacking basic cognition, a blend of masochism and sadism. After checking Shizuzu Suzuya's injury, Yukinori Shinohara found he was indeed unharmed. All good then. This is a new colleague, Bai, say hello. Yukinori Shinohara stepped aside, motioning Shizuzu Suzuya to greet Sushao. Hello, I'm Shizuzu Suzuya. Can I cut you? Such a peculiar greeting from Shizuzu Suzuya made Yukinori Shinohara somewhat resigned. The child bore no malice, just lacked common knowledge. Hey, you little brat. Chapter 43, Chapter 11, Female High School Student. Hey, we're all colleagues, we should get along peacefully. Tokaji, you can't greet colleagues like that. Yukinori Shinohara stepped between the two, starting to impart some basic knowledge to Shizuzu Suzuya. For someone who lacks even basic common sense, Sushao naturally wouldn't get too upset. However, if given the chance in the future, he would definitely teach this brat a lesson. Is that so? I see, I'm sorry. Shizuzu Suzuya laughed, sincerely apologizing to Sushao, truly a contradictory personality. Mr. Shinohara, is the test over? Yukinori Shinohara flexed his still numb arms and nodded. It's over, you're now officially a ghoul investigator for the CCG. Yukinori Shinohara's expression became serious. Becoming a ghoul investigator is a responsibility. Protecting ordinary people and driving away those man-eating ghouls is our primary duty. We may have to make sacrifices for it, but it's worth it. The impassioned speech began. Although Sushao found it boring, he didn't show any signs of impatience. That's all. If you've got the mental preparation, you can start executing tasks now. However, third-class investigators cannot act alone and need the protection of a first-class investigator. Sushao lightly coughed. Mr. Shinohara, do you really think anyone can protect me? Yukinori Shinohara laughed brightly, shaking his head. Well, those are the rules. I can handle it alone. It's just driving away ghouls. As long as I achieve the goal, the process doesn't matter. After hesitating for a long time, Yukinori Shinohara nodded. Indeed, Sushao didn't need the protection of a first-class investigator, instead, Sushao could likely protect them. If that's the case, I'll give you a lead on a ghoul now. Yukinori Shinohara walked to the desk and handed Sushao a file. Sushao examined the contents, which were quite messy, such as strange noises coming from the sewers, missing female students, and similar issues. This is our daily work. Ghouls are extremely cunning, especially in District 14, which isn't particularly stable but isn't chaotic either. Driving away ghouls isn't a simple task. Most ghouls in District 14 hide among ordinary people, only revealing themselves when hunting. At other times, they remain concealed. Ghouls only need to hunt once or twice a month to meet their physical needs. To drive them away, the primary task is to identify them. For Sushao, most of the difficulty in driving away ghouls lies in finding them. Once located, the task becomes simpler. The information you're holding now should be about the traces of a single ghoul. Find him and drive him away. Yukinori Shinohara's expression was solemn, with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. No problem. Sushao turned to leave the office. Although there was plenty of time, he didn't want to waste it. Bai, remember to pick up your tools from the logistics department. Those tools are quite useful. Sushao paused, nodded, and then left. Another cold colleague, sigh, it's really troublesome. Yukinori Shinohara sat behind his desk, pressing his forehead lightly. Seeing Suzuya grinning dumbly, Shinohara felt even more troubled. Sushao first went to the logistics department, presented his identification, and collected many tools. An hour later, Sushao arrived alone in a park, squatting on a bench by the roadside. The park was lush with greenery, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. The midday sun scorched the ground, and the summer cicadas clung to the trunks, screeching. Due to the heat, the park was sparsely populated, but Sushao sat in the shade, feeling quite cool. The information provided by Yukinori Shinohara wasn't detailed but pointed to a general target. Over the past 6 months, there had been over a dozen disappearances in this park. The CCG has a clear division of labor, with ordinary investigators tasked with finding clues, as their combat strength isn't high. When clues are relatively clear and there's a chance of encountering ghouls, a first-class investigator personally leads the search with subordinates, avoiding unnecessary casualties among ordinary investigators. Even so, 5 ordinary investigators have already disappeared in this park. Previously, Yukinori Shinohara planned to patrol, intending to come to this park. Sushao paid attention to the passing pedestrians, but after a long time, there were no findings. He wasn't anxious. According to the information from Yukinori Shinohara, there hadn't been any disappearances in this park for 2 weeks. That ghoul would soon appear because this was their hunting ground. Some activities of ghouls are similar to wild beasts, like dividing territories, hunting grounds. Due to territorial disputes, ghouls may even fight each other. Within no more than 3 days, this ghoul would show up, and their level was likely not low, definitely not below level A. Most ghoul deaths result from being unable to control their hunger, ultimately discovered by investigators. Success is inseparable from patience, so Sushao sat on the park bench, silently waiting. Time flew by, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. A soothing melody wafted from afar. A school. Sushao gazed across at a building in the distance. Half an hour later, the park's visitors gradually increased, mainly high school students just dismissed from school. Ghouls mostly hunt at night, so Sushao planned to stay overnight. "Brother, sitting here all alone, aren't you feeling lonely?" A female high school student in a school uniform sat down beside Sushao, wearing a cool upper garment and a black miniskirt. Sushao's eyes narrowed. Silence. TCH, what a boring guy. Seeing Sushao ignoring her, the female student got up and walked away. As night fell, the park lights came on. Sushao had been squatting for an entire afternoon, naturally feeling a bit hungry. Just as he was about to get up and eat dinner, he suddenly heard a short scream. The scream was very brief, just a moment, but he keenly caught it. Sushao immediately got up and quickly ran towards the source of the sound, which came from a corner of the park, not far from him. Arriving at the location, Sushao scanned the surroundings but found nothing. Not even a ghostly shadow was around, let alone a person. He couldn't have mistaken the scream. Something must have happened here. After a careful inspection, Sushao found a few drops of blood at the edge of a flower bed, along with half a broken fingernail. He touched the blood with his fingers. It was already cool but not yet coagulated, indicating it was fresh. Crunch, crunch. The sound of flesh being torn and bitten came from the nearby forest. Sushao quietly entered, and a brutal scene unfolded before his eyes. A victim, whose appearance was unclear, lay on the ground, being devoured by a ghoul above. Finding a ghoul should have been good news, but Sushao frowned. The ghoul in front of him wasn't strong, perhaps only level B. With such barbaric feeding methods, it was unlikely to evade ordinary investigators. Watching the ghoul devour ravenously, Sushao guessed the situation. This might not be the ghoul's hunting ground, but their hunger drove them to take a risk. "Wild dog, who allowed you to hunt in my feeding ground? Do you want to die?" A crisp female voice echoed through the trees. At the same time, a thin hiko flashed towards the feeding ghoul. Wham! A head flew up. Before the feeding ghoul could speak, he was beheaded, terror etched across his face. The owner of the hiko emerged from the trees. Seeing her face clearly, Sushao was a bit surprised. It was the same female high school student he had seen during the day. She was a ghoul. Seeking votes. Chapter 44, Chapter 12, Ghouls times Human. Sushao stood behind a large tree, and after observing for a moment, he stepped out from behind the trunk. His sudden appearance startled the high school girl. The red eye and hiko were retracted simultaneously, and she looked slightly panicked. "Who are you, and how did you get here?" "CCG, third-class investigator, Bai Yi." Zhan Long flash appeared in Su Xiao's hand, and the bright blade gleamed coldly under the moonlight. A CCG investigator, so the day has finally come. The high school girl lowered her head, her hand hidden behind her fell, with bloodstains still not wiped clean from her palm. Her hiko and red eye reappeared. This ghoul's hiko was a tail hiko, positioned at the end of her spine, with 2 in total, only as thick as a finger. Did you see my face? My name is Chica, the one who will kill you. Chica's delicate face twisted. This ghoul still had some humanity, but she was a ghoul. This park is your hunting ground, isn't it? Su Xiao had basically understood the cause of events. The ghoul he was searching for was Chica standing before him. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave a last word. Chica was taken aback and looked at Su Xiao amusedly. You're just a third-class investigator, and you want me to leave a last word? Just relying on that broken knife in your hand. That thing can't hurt me. What an odd last word. With that, Su Xiao charged forward with his knife. Fighting, screams, cries. A minute later, the forest fell silent again. Chica lay on the ground covered in blood, her hiko cut off, and her arms were gone. It hurt so much, so this is how much pain it is to be wounded. No wonder those prey scream so loudly. Tears were at the corners of Chica's eyes. She was just between level A and S level ghoul, resolved by Su Xiao in a few slashes. Are you going to kill me? Su Xiao did not speak, standing beside Chica, raising the Zhan Long flash in his hand. Is it really wrong to live as a ghoul? Haha, it seems eating humans raw is indeed met with retribution. It's nothing to do with me, it's just a task. Farewell forever. The long knife slashed down, and blood splattered. You have killed an S-level ghoul, Chica. Chica was an ordinary ghoul, obtaining world source 0.5%, now totaling 5.7% world source. Your talent, Soul Devourer, is activated, permanently increasing 7 mana value, now having 170 mana value in total. Gained 40 CCG contribution value. Although Chica was an S-level ghoul, she did not drop a treasure chest. This was not surprising. The gap in strength between Chica and Su Xiao was too significant, indicated by the world source obtained, showing that Chica had no significant impact on the plot. Gecko was able to drop a green treasure chest, not because of strong strength, but because of close association with the original work. Su Xiao took out the special phone for CCG and dialed, explaining the situation to the 14th Ward subdivision and then hung up. The following matters did not require his handling. CCG would send someone to handle Chica's corpse. When Chica's kakuho was extracted, he could earn some contribution value. Of course, he could also retain this kakuho, spending contribution value to make Chica's kakuho into quink. Quink made from an S-class heterogeneous package should only be white equipment, so Su Xiao chose to hand over the quink, receiving 10 contribution points. In this way, Su Xiao's contribution points became third-class investigator, contribution value 50-50, whether to promote position. Choosing promotion, the position did not change, and Reincarnation Paradise gave a prompt. Waiting for feedback from CCG headquarters, estimated time, 3 hours. Promoting position is not just a choice, it requires notification from CCG headquarters. With the influence of Reincarnation Paradise, promotion to second-level investigator was certain. If there was no influence from Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao might need several years to be promoted to first-class investigator. This had nothing to do with how many ghouls were expelled, it was a matter of seniority. Now, with the influence of Reincarnation Paradise, the seniority issue was discarded, and Su Xiao only needed to hunt a large number of ghouls. Even so, promoting to first-class investigator was not easy. There were 6 levels for CCG investigators, from low to high: third-class investigator, second-level investigator, first-grade investigator, first-class investigator, quasi-special investigator, special class investigator. Third class was the weakest, special class was the strongest. When Su Xiao returned to the 14th Ward subdivision, Yukinori Shinohara approached him proactively. That's how the incident unfolded. In any case, the ghoul has been expelled. Are there any other ghouls that need expelling? Su Xiao described the incident to Yukinori Shinohara, who nodded. I have already reported to the headquarters that you expelled an S-level ghoul alone. If there are no unexpected events, you should be promoted to second-level investigator because with your ability, third class is really too wasteful. No, second level is also somewhat wasteful, but without certain achievements, the headquarters would not promote your position. Su Xiao said nothing, he just wanted to continue searching for the next ghoul. The current situation was that except for him, all contractors were classified into the ghoul camp. In other words, the contractor target number 12470 he needed to hunt was also in the ghoul camp. Judging by the main storyline task, 1.2, with 2 tasks, the subsequent main storyline task, 3, is likely a confrontation task. Otherwise, there would be no need to divide into 2 camps and activate the balance mechanism. If that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to provide me with more information on ghouls, Special Class Shinohara. Completing the main storyline task, 2, earlier would definitely have great benefits. That's also a method, but what you need now is rest. It's already 10 p.m. Moreover, tomorrow morning I have something to ask of you, or rather, Mr. Matsumi has something to ask of you. Sushao was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask much. After saying goodbye to Yukinori Shinohara, he headed to the dormitory allocated to him by the 14th Ward CCG branch, located on the 16th floor of the branch. District 11, Oda District. The 11th district, being the lair of the Bronze Tree, had almost become a human forbidden zone. The Bronze Tree repeatedly attacked the 11th district CCG branch, leading to the human forces in the 11th district being extremely weak. Only near the 11th district CCG branch, some scattered civilians lived, constantly on edge. These civilians did not willingly live here, they were trapped. The ghouls of the 11th district trapped them here as emergency food, and nobody, except for the strong investigators, could freely enter or exit the 11th district. The ghouls living here relied on imports for their human meat supply, which showed how dangerous the 11th district was. At this time, in a half-finished building on the outskirts of the 11th district, over 20 humans were gathered here. These 20 people were not a single force, they were divided into 3 groups, each in varying numbers. These were the contractors of the ghoul camp. Hanyu, stop spouting nonsense. The balance mechanism is only because CCG's power is currently stronger than the Bronze Tree. Don't set up imaginary opponents for me with this so-called ridiculously strong contractor. A hot-tempered young man with red fiery short hair looked disdainfully at Hanyu. Hanyu sneered and shook his head. If the other party wasn't a fire element mage, he wouldn't have proactively sought an alliance. Fire Blast, don't think that just because I sought you out for an alliance, you can be arrogant. Hanyu's scepter touched the ground, thin ice gradually spreading from his feet. Hanyu was also a mage, but he used the ice method, not strong in attacking, but powerful in control. If we weren't in the same camp, I would have crushed you now. Fire Blast gripped the short magic wand in his hand tightly, a heatwave spreading, and a great many sparks appearing around Fire Blast. Fire Blast's aura made Hanyu's face change. This feeling, have you already found a wand that matches your attribute? Hanyu looked towards the short magic wand in Fire Blast's hand. The short magic wand looked ridiculous, like a fire poker, with a fingernail-sized red crystal stone embedded at the tip, seemingly containing flames burning inside the red crystal. Fire Blast appeared slightly smug, disdainfully glancing at the scepter in Hanyu's hand. This treasure, I spent 14,000 paradise coins on it, it was my total income from 2 worlds, plus the costs of guiding people. Fire Blast's face showed an expression of meat pain, but there was some excitement in the meat pain. Lucky guy. Hanyu's eyes were full of envy. Shaking his head, Hanyu took out a small camcorder from his storage space and tossed it to Fire Blast. Fire Blast caught the small camcorder, fiddled with it, and his face changed dramatically. In the camcorder, there was footage of Sushao killing Gecko instantly and dominatingly sure. Although Fire Blast had a hot temper, he was not brainless, otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered a temporary adventure group of 10 people. Let's form an alliance, Hanyu. In this derivative world, we must cooperate, or else we'll all be killed by that monster. After all, to torture and kill S-level ghouls, damn, how did such a monster get into the ghoul world? This guy's level is at least LV.7 or above. I'll show my sincerity first, an important piece of intel. The third phase of the main storyline task is a confrontation task. This intel cost me 400 paradise coins. Hanyu sighed in relief. If they formed an alliance with Fire Blast, they might still stand a chance. Chapter 45, Chapter 13, Mascot. The contractors on the ghouls' side were forced to cooperate, something Sushao knew nothing about. Although he speculated that the third stage of the main quest was about confrontation, that was just a guess based on the previous tasks. Early in the morning, Sushao went to Yukinori Shinohara's office, since the other party had mentioned last night that he wanted to see him today. Have you had breakfast? Yukinori Shinohara stood up enthusiastically to greet Sushao. Sushao was surprised, Yukinori Shinohara's enthusiasm seemed a bit over the top. Not yet. Then it's perfect, let's go to a nearby small shop, it's quite good. Although the branch provides a nutritionally balanced breakfast, the taste is not so good. Now Su Xiao could be sure the other party might have something to ask of him. It's on me, Yukinori Shinohara emphasized. This time there's no doubt, the other party has a favor to ask. Su Xiao nodded and followed Yukinori Shinohara to a small shop. The shop was small but bustling, already filled with many guests, and the aroma of the food awakened Su Xiao's appetite, making his hunger emerge. Over here. Yukinori Shinohara found a 4-person table and gestured for Su Xiao to sit opposite him, ordering several kinds of breakfast. Once the breakfast was served, Su Xiao didn't move, giving Yukinori Shinohara a meaningful look. Special class Shinohara, this breakfast is unexpectedly sumptuous. Seeing that Su Xiao didn't make any move, Yukinori Shinohara chuckled and gestured for Su Xiao not to be shy. Let's eat first, she'll be here soon. Su Xiao said nothing and began eating breakfast. Bai Yi, the ghoul expelled last night, has been sent to headquarters. This time, headquarters made an exception to promote you to a second-level investigator. This is your new ID. Su Xiao put down the half-eaten pastry and took the ID. Tip, the hunter has been promoted to second-level investigator, contribution points, 50/400. Su Xiao's promotion didn't require qualifications but required expelling more ghouls. For 400 contribution points, it would take expelling about 2 to 3 S-level ghouls, which was obviously difficult. To be promoted from first-grade investigator to first class, the difficulty was even higher. Under normal circumstances, the main quest, too, shouldn't be so hard. Primarily because the CCG camp only had Su Xiao. Normally, the CCG side would have about a dozen ordinary contractors, and each would need only about 30 contribution points to be promoted to first-grade investigator. But since Su Xiao was alone in a camp, all the tasks of a dozen people had to be completed by him, hence the high contribution demand. Most places in District 14 were peaceful. The difficulty of Su Xiao hunting ghouls wasn't low. If he were assigned to zones 1 to 4, the task difficulty would drop significantly. The ghouls in zones 1 to 4 were very dense, reaching a point where ordinary people couldn't survive. The ghouls there relied on mutual cannibalism to survive, so there were many strong ghouls in these zones. Under normal circumstances, S-level was the limit for ghouls. To continue growing stronger, mutual cannibalism was the only way to increase the concentration of RC cells. D-level ghouls are young ghouls. C-level ghouls can use Hiko but are weaker in strength. B-level are ordinary ghouls hiding among humans. Level A are elites within ghoul forces. S-level are rare genius ghouls. After S, they rely solely on mutual cannibalism. The strength of a ghoul isn't built through training, but by eating, continuously devouring other similar beings. Thinking of this, Su Xiao took a bite of the pastry in his hand. Sorry, I'm late. While Su Xiao was deep in thought, a slender beauty sat beside him. Her pale yellow blonde hair was tied up, and dressed in a black women's suit, it made her skin look particularly fair and tender. Black stockings highlighted her 2 sexy legs. Let me introduce, this is Maniwa Haruo, your subordinate in the future. Yukinori Shinohara looked at Su Xiao with a smile, as if saying how loyal he was by assigning such a beauty as his subordinate. I see, I have no objections, but... Su Xiao looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Yukinori Shinohara. She might soon die, I'm planning to head to high-density ghoul areas, like the West Street District. Hearing that Su Xiao had no intention of refusing, Yukinori Shinohara smiled, but hearing about the West Street District, his smile quickly vanished. West Street District. That's a shared feed area in District 14. The number of S-level ghouls there is unimaginable. Bai Yi, are you sure you want to go? Yes. For anyone else, Yukinori Shinohara would not agree, but Su Xiao's strength left him with nothing to say. Haruo, it looks like I need to find you a new supervisor. Yukinori Shinohara looked at Maniwa Haruo on the side. Special class Shinohara, I'm fine. As a ghoul investigator, I'm fully prepared to face any situation, even if it's West Street District. Maniwa Haruo sat straight, her voice very firm, and even glanced at Su Xiao. Knock, knock. Yukinori Shinohara knocked lightly on the table with his finger, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed. The call was to Shimohira Washitsu. Yukinori Shinohara said just a few words and then hung up. This guy Washitsu, okay, you'll temporarily follow Bai Yi. Even though both of you are second-level investigators, you must follow Bai Ye's commands. Bai Yi, when do you plan to head to West Street District? It seems Yukinori Shinohara also intends for Su Xiao to go to West Street District, where mutual cannibalism among ghouls is rampant and urgently needs clearing. I'll go now, let's go, mascot. The mascot Su Xiao referred to was Maniwa Haruo. Based on the original information, Maniwa Haruo's abilities were average. As for Haruo's survival in the West Street District, it depended on fate. Hearing the term mascot, Maniwa Haruo was stunned, pointing at herself in confusion. Seeing this, Yukinori Shinohara could only smile helplessly and gestured for Maniwa Haruo to follow Su Xiao. A black car traveled down the road, with Maniwa Haruo driving, while Su Xiao rested with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. They were on their way to West Street District. Associate Special Class Bai Yi, do you have any plans for West Street District? What do I need to do? Maniwa Haruo had a serious expression, sitting upright. When we reach West Street District, / This simple and brutal plan clearly startled Maniwa Haruo. The beautiful lady slammed the accelerator, nearly rear-ending the car in front, showcasing typical female driver instincts. Then, what do I need to do? After calming her emotions, Maniwa Haruo posed her second question. Just be as pretty as a flower. Su Xiao's calm demeanor stoked Maniwa Haruo's anger. Ghouls won't be lured by my looks. Su Xiao chuckled softly. The pretty as a flower comment was just offhand and he didn't seriously mean for her to entice anyone. Relax, you have a very important role. Without you, my plan would hardly succeed. 2 seconds ago, Su Xiao thought of a plan. Noticing Su Xiao's gaze, Maniwa Haruo suddenly had the urge to turn around and flee. Then, could you share your plan? Su Xiao tilted his mouth slightly, shaking his head. The other party's combat effectiveness wasn't great, but she could be used as bait to attract ghouls without a problem. I can't. If you knew, it might affect the plan. Maniwa Haruo felt bitter inside and, as if venting, stomped down hard on the gas pedal. With Maniwa Haruo in anxious mood, the duo arrived at West Street District, the cruel shared feed area. Chapter 46, Chapter 14, The Terrifying Intuition. After arriving at the West Street District, Su Xiao didn't get out of the car immediately. Maniwa Haruo, do you have any specific information about the West Street District? Although there are ghoul interfeedings in the West Street District, there are also some civilians living nearby. Of course, after being assigned to District 14, I fully understood the information here. Maniwa Haruo searched through the car for a while and found a file folder. District 14, Nakano District, this area is prevalent with shared eating, and most ghouls are hiding among ordinary people. Various forces ghouls are distributed here, making it a social place for ghouls, with many ghoul intelligence dealers. Su Xiao lit a cigarette and silently listened to Maniwa Haruo's description. Opening the car window, Su Xiao exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Associate Special Class Bai Yi, please do not smoke. There are over 4,000 chemical substances in cigarettes, among which 60 are highly harmful to the body, including nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, irritant compounds. And second-hand smoke affects my skin. The blue smoke lingered as Su Xiao spoke. Can you find a bar called Helter Skelt? It should be nearby. Maniwa Haruo sighed helplessly. No problem. Taking out a small computer, Maniwa Haruo began checking the nearby map. Found it, it's right at. Before Maniwa Haruo finished speaking, Su Xiao suddenly sat up straight and looked at a passerby on the street. Ghoul. The sharp look in Su Xiao's eyes startled Maniwa Haruo. What? Maniwa Haruo stared at Su Xiao blankly, unable to believe that Su Xiao could identify a ghoul merely by sight. Su Xiao got out of the car and followed a middle-aged man at a steady pace. The middle-aged man looked weary, like an office worker struggling in his career, carrying a briefcase in his hand. Associate Special Class Bai Yi, wait for me. Maniwa Haruo hurriedly followed Su Xiao, carrying a suitcase. Can you tell me how you determined that man is a ghoul? Intuition. The middle-aged man ahead turned and walked into a small alley, and Su Xiao quickly followed. Intuition. There was a hint of doubt in Maniwa Haruo's eyes as he watched Su Xiao's back, wondering if the second-level investigator really had no issues. In the dark and damp alley, the middle-aged man continued to walk at a slow pace. Stop. A slightly chilling voice came from behind the middle-aged man. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Su Xiao in confusion, glancing around with his peripheral vision. Next time, don't use a briefcase to carry human flesh, the blood will seep out. Su Zhao's words caused the middle-aged man's face to change, his gaze became panicked. Mind your own business, you're looking for death. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned fierce, red eyes appeared, as he swiftly charged at Su Zhao. The ghoul in front of him wasn't strong, just around level B, so Su Zhao didn't even bother to draw out Dragon Slash. The middle-aged man lunged at Su Zhao in a few steps, aiming a punch at his head, but his movements were stiff and very slow. Such an attack didn't even interest Su Zhao in dodging. Raising his left leg abruptly, Su Zhao kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen, causing him intense pain, his body folding into a V shape, as he coughed up a large amount of acidic fluid. In that moment, the middle-aged man's posture left his head right in front of Su Zhao. Taking advantage, Su Zhao wrapped his arm around the middle-aged man's neck, tightening it mercilessly. Let go of me, you. As Su Zhao tightened his grip on the middle-aged man's neck, Manua Haruo hurriedly ran into the alley. Crack! A crisp sound of bones being snapped echoed as the middle-aged man's body suddenly went limp, and Su Zhao released his hold, allowing the man's corpse to slump to the ground. Get someone to clean up. Walking past Manua Haruo, Su Zhao ordered, while Manua Haruo looked at the now-dead ghoul in astonishment. This made Manua Haruo wonder if it was really possible to identify ghouls through mere intuition. Su Zhao returned to the car, still unsure why. When he inadvertently saw the middle-aged man, he suddenly had the feeling that the person was a ghoul. At that moment, the briefcase in the man's hand hadn't started bleeding. That happened later. Su Zhao secretly speculated that it might be related to his attribute enhancements. As his attributes improved, he felt a significant change in his body. While his physique hadn't changed, all his muscles were noticeably firmer and more powerful. Before entering Reincarnation Paradise, Su Zhao practiced his sword techniques for long hours daily. The unscientific training had caused some injury to his right wrist, which would ache when it was cloudy or rainy. But now, his old wrist injury was almost healed, and it wouldn't be long before it fully recovered. Manua Haruo also returned to the car, and this time, her gaze towards Su Zhao was distinctly different. Associate Special Class by Yi, where are we going? Helter Skelter Bar. The car started and 5 minutes later, the two arrived in front of the Helter Skelter Bar. Wait for me in the car. Su Zhao got out, leaving Manua Haruo alone. The Helter Skelter Bar was operated by a female ghoul named Itori. Although Su Zhao didn't know the exact location, he knew it was a small intelligence hub. He wasn't there to oust Itori but to gather intelligence. Itori was an SS-level ghoul, and under normal circumstances, Su Zhao wouldn't let her go, but she had a more important use. A ghoul intelligence dealer was far more valuable than a single treasure chest, and through Itori, Su Zhao could obtain more treasure chests. Entering the bar, there were no guests inside as it was daytime. The bar had a retro style, with walls on all sides featuring no decoration, displaying a dim yellow color. The entire bar didn't have a single window, except for a single lamp on the bar counter, giving the place a slightly dimly lit atmosphere. Welcome. A somewhat languid female voice came from behind the bar, as Su Zhao sat at the bar counter. Guest, what would you like to drink? Itori stood behind the bar, her orange-red long hair particularly noticeable in the dim bar, being the most vibrant color in the entire place. Itori appeared calm but was actually extremely vigilant. As an intelligence dealer, she immediately recognized Su Zhao's appearance. Noticing Itori's gaze, Su Zhao knew it would make things easier. Answer me one question, and I won't trouble you. Itori stepped back a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from Su Zhao. Third-class investigator by Yi, a monster-level human who fought with AET. The bar fell into a deathly silence, neither of them spoke. Itori's intelligence-gathering ability somewhat surprised Su Zhao. Although it made sense for her to know about Takatsuki-sen, she even knew that he had joined the CCG. Speak, what question? Itori sighed, choosing to relent. Where is the shared feed area in District 14? It's right here, in the West Street District. Itori picked up a glass beside her, containing half a cup of dark red liquid that looked like red wine but was actually human blood. The taste buds of ghouls differ from those of humans, making them experience a strong fishy taste when consuming human food. Even with beverages, ghouls can't consume anything except for water and coffee, as all human foods taste abnormal to them. The specific location in the West Street District, the more specific, the better. Su Zhao was starting to become impatient. Don't show such a terrifying expression. All right, every night after 9, the central part of the West Street District is the area with the most severe shared eating. Itori didn't hesitate too much before betraying the other ghouls. Having understood the specifics, Su Xiao left the bar, having already thought of a quick method to complete his mission. If everything went smoothly, he could complete the main storyline mission, too, in less than a week. What exactly does shared eating look like? It's certainly something to look forward to. Chapter 47, Chapter 15, Soul Reaper. Night, the bright moon hangs high. District 14, at the center of the West Street District. This place is notorious throughout Tokyo City. Whenever night falls, it becomes a small gathering place for ghouls. The ghouls gathered here are the thugs among ghouls. Their purpose is simple, to engage in mutual slaughter and shared eating to stand out among the many ordinary ghouls. The status among ghouls is nothing more than a measure of strength. The current time is around 8:30 in the evening, and shadows flicker now and then on both sides of the street. Most ghouls are itching to have a go. A man and a woman walk along the street. Compared to those sneaky ghouls, the two have no intention of hiding at all. Associate Special Class by Yi, are you sure this is okay? Maniwa Haruo, holding a briefcase and wearing a black uniform, looks around nervously. Ha dot. Su Xiao yawns. No problem, follow the plan dot. Unlike the tense Maniwa Haruo, Su Xiao is completely relaxed. Associate Special Class by Yi, I've always had a question. Where is your quink? We might have to fight ghouls soon. Su Xiao doesn't have any quink. Compared to quink, he prefers to use Dragon Slash. I don't need quink. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Maniwa Haruo suddenly stops, looking at Su Xiao in confusion. Don't need quink. Maniwa Haruo's voice clearly rises, looking somewhat doubtful about her life. Here we are, Haruo. You just stand here. Su Xiao pats Maniwa Haruo on the shoulder, then dashes forward a few steps, jumping onto the roof of a second-floor building by the street, disappearing into the night. Bai Yi, Associate Special Class. The quink in Maniwa Haruo's hand nearly slips to the ground. She vaguely guesses Su Xiao's plan. She's now become bait. As a second-level investigator, Maniwa Haruo can at most drive away level B to a ghouls. If she encounters an A-rank ghoul, Maniwa Haruo might be overwhelmed. Now Maniwa Haruo feels as if Su Xiao has forcefully stripped her and thrown her directly into an icy wilderness. Just as Maniwa Haruo thinks about running, several blood-red eyes appear in the surrounding darkness. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 ghouls. She's doomed. If Su Xiao doesn't save her, she's definitely doomed. Maniwa Haruo presses the button on her briefcase handle, and her quink appears, resembling a kind of whip, called a maws. Ghoul investigator. How can there be an investigator here? Just kill her, it's not shared eating time yet. I've never tasted an investigator. For some reason, the surrounding ghouls don't seem to be turning against each other, and their shared eating actually has a specific time. It seems the shared eating situation in the West Street District is definitely not self-organized by ghouls. There seems to be some force maintaining it, otherwise, these ghouls wouldn't start slaughtering each other at 9 o'clock. This should be some kind of selection method, where the ghoul that stands out among many can join a certain force. Attack, this woman isn't strong. There's no dangerous feeling. The ghouls gather more and more, from a few to over a dozen. Maniwa Haruo already feels utterly cold inside. Now, she doesn't even have a chance to escape. Looks like the effect is good. Su Xiao's voice comes from the rooftop beside the street. Hearing Su Xiao's voice, Maniwa Haruo lets out a long sigh of relief, though she's still uncertain inside. Can this newly joined CCG investigator really handle so many ghouls, even though it said he's very strong? Who are you? Another ghoul investigator. Over a dozen ghouls surrounding Maniwa Haruo look at Su Xiao warily. Su Xiao feels different to them than Maniwa Haruo does, a complete predator's feeling. Holding the already unsheathed Dragon Slash, Su Xiao jumps down from a few meters high rooftop, landing steadily. 14 ghouls, about 5 minutes. Su Xiao strides towards the numerous ghouls, his pace accelerating before finally turning into a sprint. 2 notably clever ghouls immediately sense something amiss, turning to run, while the remaining 12 ghouls head straight for Su Xiao. 10 scale He and Tail Hiko strike at Su Xiao. In this instant, Su Xiao is almost enveloped by Hiko. Seeing this scene, Maniwa Haruo is shocked, charging at an A-rank ghoul with her quink. This is already Maniwa Haruo's maximum capability. Even facing an A-rank ghoul, Maniwa Haruo might not be able to handle it. The dark red Hiko envelopes Su Xiao, and the glittering blade light cuts through the night. Su Xiao activates Blue Steel Shadow, consuming mana value at a rate of 2 points per minute. The 10 Hiko are instantly severed, the broken Hiko turning into red mist, dissipating in the air. The ghouls with severed Hiko emit a scream, looking at Su Xiao with fear. Su Xiao quickly charges towards an A-rank ghoul, Dragon Slash, leaving a faint blue-white line in the air. A head flies to the sky. With just one encounter, the ghoul is brutally slain by Su Xiao, decisively and efficiently executed. Su Xiao's rapid advance doesn't stop. With a wrong step, he charges towards a nearby ghoul. Perhaps it was too clean how the companion died. This ghoul froze on the spot. After freezing for a second, the ghoul turns to flee. Foolish. Su Xiao's pitch-black eyes seem to flash. Running away in battle, exposing your back to the enemy, is undoubtedly the most foolish act, akin to suicidal behavior. Pfft. Dragon Slash pierces the ghoul's heart. Su Xiao grips the hilt with both hands. With 13 points in the power attribute, he easily hoists the ghoul, then fiercely throws it at a fleeing ghoul. With a thud, the ghoul tumbles like a rolling gourd. Just as the ghoul tries to get up, a dazzling blade light appears in his sight. First, a buzzing rings in his ears, and then the ghoul feels the world spinning. The ghoul's last memory is a headless corpse spurting blood and a man under the moonlight, holding a sharp blade, like a soul reaper. 12 ghouls remain, except for the one tangled with Maniwa Haruo, leaving 11. With less than 20 seconds of combat, only 8 ghouls remain out of 11. The remaining 8 ghouls now have only one thought: to flee, distancing themselves from the man who resembles a soul reaper. Impossible. How can there be such a strong human in the shared feed area? Does that organization just allow this? A ghoul roars in anger, then turns to flee. Su Xiao's agility attribute is 13 points, equal to his power attribute, which is already above average in the not-so-powerful power system of the ghoul world. What makes Su Xiao strong now is not his extraordinary attributes but his sword technique and combat skills. Of course, the role of the Shadow of Annihilation Law can't be overlooked. But the Shadow of Annihilation Law currently only has one combat skill. Su Xiao obtained the Shadow of Annihilation Law too recently, so the strength of this profession hasn't been showcased yet. The chase begins. Su Xiao quickly runs through the streets, occasionally slaughtering a ghoul. Sounds of painful wailing and begging for mercy are constant. The ghouls aren't foolish, they all scatter in different directions to escape. Ultimately, out of 8 ghouls, Su Xiao leaves 6 while 2 lucky ones escape. At this moment, Maniwa Haruo is still battling with that A-rank ghoul, who is about to cry. He's not afraid of Maniwa Haruo but the man who resembles a soul reaper. Maniwa Haruo is very focused in battle. The pressure from the A-rank ghoul is considerable, leaving her no time to check the surrounding situation. She's still too inexperienced. In battle, listening in all directions and watching in all ways is necessary, otherwise, one can easily be ambushed. Please, please let me go. The ghoul's sudden plea for mercy startles Maniwa Haruo. It seems the ghoul was in a favorable position, so why start pleading for mercy? The battle temporarily halts. At this moment, Maniwa Haruo finally sees the situation around her clearly. Su Xiao is sitting on the corpses of 2 ghouls, smoking a cigarette, with a long knife in hand still dripping blood. Maniwa Haruo's beautiful eyes widen. She hasn't even dealt with one ghoul, while Su Xiao has already slain the remaining ghouls. That one over there, if you dare to run, I'll cut you down into pieces. Su Xiao looks at the last ghoul left, with the new bait appearing. After all, using subordinates as bait wasn't very commendable. Chapter 48, Chapter 16, A Small Harvest. Maniwa Haruo's hesitation gave that ghoul a chance to escape. Just as the ghoul was about to flee, they heard Su Xiao's threatening words. The ghoul hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ran, completely ignoring Su Xiao's words. Perhaps this was the right choice. Staying would mean death, so why not seize a chance to escape? Just as the ghoul had run a few meters, a long knife whistled through the air towards them. Splat. The long knife pierced through the ghoul's calf, deeply embedding into the asphalt pavement. Ah! The ghoul screamed in agony, collapsing onto the ground, their face kissing the asphalt road. The right choice. Su Xiao stood up and slowly approached the ghoul. To him, the act of fleeing seemed perfectly normal, and were he in their position, he would probably do the same. If staying means death, why not strive for a chance at life? What do you want to do? The ghoul's eyes were frantic, trying to crawl forward, but the John Long flash was firmly embedded in the ground, unyielding. Su Xiao grasped the hilt of the John Long flash, withdrawing it, and the ghoul immediately tried to get up and flee. The blade flashed, and a large spray of blood splattered across the asphalt road. With 4 cutting motions, Su Xiao severed the ghoul's limbs, following through on his words. Given a ghoul's vitality, such injuries were severe but not life-threatening. What next? Manua Haruo's face showed signs of fatigue. The recent battle had worn her out a bit, her clothes soaked with sweat, with her light yellow hair clinging to her forehead. Continue, kill as many ghouls as come tonight. Manua Haruo felt a chill in her heart. There were hundreds of ghouls in the West Street district, possibly even more. Are we really okay with this? Su Xiao remained silent, beginning to clear the corpses from the street. He was planning to set a bait here, and the ghoul whose limbs he severed was perfect bait. But ghouls weren't fools. A place filled with so many bodies would only scare them away. He piled the bodies in a small alley, leaving the blood on the asphalt road untouched. The smell of blood would also attract the ghouls. The limbless ghoul was thrown by Su Xiao into the center of the street. He didn't need to lure the ghouls too close, just revealing themselves was enough. With Su Xiao's agility, once the ghouls showed up, they absolutely couldn't escape. Though the chance of a treasure chest dropping from hunting low-level ghouls was slim, he could earn CCG contribution points. Moreover, his talent ability, Soul Eater, could enhance his mana value substantially. Currently, mana was very important to Su Xiao, as Blue Steel Shadow was a major consumer of it. Su Xiao stood in the center of the street, holding the John Long flash, with Manua Haruo standing beside him. Will the ghouls really show up? There was just a battle here. Su Xiao ignored Manua Haruo, as ghouls, cannibalistic beasts, were not scared away by the smell of blood, rather it attracted them. Within 2 minutes, the first ghoul appeared. It was an elderly ghoul, with a thin and bony frame. Upon seeing Su Xiao with a sharp blade in his hand, the elderly ghoul hesitated momentarily, then decided to step back. But unfortunately, it was already too late to leave, as Su Xiao was already charging forward with his blade raised. 1 minute later, with his sleeve speckled with blood, Su Xiao returned to his spot, awaiting the next prey. On the rooftop of a tall building in the West Street district. The night wind blew, under the moonlight, revealing 2 figures standing on the rooftop. What do we do now? If we leave it alone, all the ghouls here will be wiped out. Kirishima Ayato, wearing a black rabbit mask, spoke, his gaze filled with dread as he looked at Su Xiao in the distance. Duduo Liang remained silent, watching the scene unfold in front of him. This place was a source of recruits for the Bronze Tree, and officials from the Bronze Tree often came here to recruit stronger ghouls. For example, the Bottle Brothers were recruited here by the Bronze Tree. Abandon it. Duduo Liang's words left Kirishima Ayato feeling a bit unwilling. Here. Just as Kirishima Ayato began to speak, he noticed Duduo Liang staring at him. Are you going to stop that beast? Kirishima Ayato fell silent, turning his head away. The strike Su Xiao once aimed at him was still vivid in his memory. Then, you want me to go? An intent to kill shone in Duduo Liang's eyes. No, what I mean is to gather members to kill this human. It seemed Kirishima Ayato held a deep grudge against Su Xiao. After all, Su Xiao had nearly killed him. Duduo Liang pondered for a while, then shook his head. The cost is too high. Even if we manage to kill this man, you and I might perish in the attempt. Let's go, let's permanently abandon this place. Knowing that this beast is in District 14 is valuable information. Though the Bronze Tree had other recruitment sources, abandoning this place was a significant loss, but it was a forced necessity. Duduo Liang and Kirishima Ayato left, leaving the ghouls here without support. As the sun gradually rose, a golden hue of morning light appeared. In the central area of the West Street district, Su Xiao sat wearily on the street. Within a half-kilometer radius, large bloodstains were visible at intervals on the streets, the dense smell of blood pervading the area. How many ghouls were killed that night, Su Xiao couldn't remember. By the end, not a single ghoul could be found in the entire West Street district. The extremely dense smell of blood had made the ghouls cautious, spreading a message among them in the West Street district. Never approach the central district, for there is a terrifying human. Despite being covered in blood, Su Xiao meticulously cleaned the John Long flash before storing it in his storage space. He was very fond of his weapon. Su Xiao activated the branding to review the night's results. First, there were the contribution points, now showing, second level investigator, contribution points 390/400. In one night, Su Xiao earned 340 contribution points, indicating how many ghouls he had slain. Aside from contribution points, Su Xiao's talent ability Soul Eater had already devoured 68 mana points. His current mana value was now 238 points, significantly extending the activation time of Blue Steel Shadow. In his storage space were also 5 white treasure chests. He had killed so many ghouls that, despite the low drop rate, he still managed to gather 5 treasure chests. Associate Special Class by Yi, let's head back, I'm done. Maniwa Haruo lay flat on the street, no longer concerned about keeping a ladylike demeanor. I'm reaching my limit as well, let's head back to the branch. Su Xiao stood up but hadn't walked far when he noticed Maniwa Haruo was still lying on the ground. I'm exhausted. Maniwa Haruo's tone held a hint of awkwardness. Last night, Su Xiao mostly hunted the ghouls while Maniwa Haruo handled the bodies and didn't partake in combat, and even so, she was already exhausted. Su Xiao walked over to Maniwa Haruo and shouldered her. Please don't head back to the branch, it's far too embarrassing for me in this state, Maniwa Haruo said with her eyes closed, then added, my home is nearby, just a few minutes by car. Su Xiao considered for a moment, feeling that Maniwa Haruo's suggestion was a good one as he also needed rest. Driving to the base of Maniwa Haruo's apartment building, along the way Maniwa Haruo regained some strength, at least enough to walk on her own. Maniwa Haruo lived in a small but cozy studio apartment. Upon entering her home, Su Xiao took off his shirt in utter surprise to her and headed straight to the bathroom. Covered in blood, a night's worth of blood had clotted on his skin, a very uncomfortable feeling. While Su Xiao was washing himself in warm water, the bathroom door was knocked on. Associate Special Class by Yi, please hurry, I must bathe right away, I am a clean freak. The blood clotted on my skin is a nightmare. Chapter 49, Chapter 17, Itori. In the afternoon, Su Xiao woke up from a deep sleep. With enough rest, he felt full of energy and sat up on the living room sofa as the smell of food wafted in. On the coffee table beside him, several exquisite dishes were placed. A bowl of rice, a grilled fish, and a bowl of fragrant soup. Next to these foods, there was a note. Associate Special Class by Yi, I'm off to the branch to handle the follow-up on expelling ghouls, Maniwa Haruo. Su Xiao stretched lazily, although Maniwa Haruo wasn't powerful, he was a good assistant. After finishing the food in front of him, Su Xiao took out those 5 white treasure chests and opened them one by one. These 5 white treasure chests were all dropped by ordinary ghouls, and he didn't have high expectations, obtaining the following items. Obtained 1100 paradise coins, total number of paradise coins from 5 chests. Obtained Kakuho, level A, times 2. Obtained Kakuho, level B, times 1. Out of the 5 chests, 2 yielded only paradise coins, while the other 3 contained Kakuho. These Kakuho currently have no use, as Su Xiao still needs contribution points to raise his rank and cannot yet manufacture Quink. Luckily, raising his rank only requires reaching a certain number of contribution points and doesn't consume them. Once he becomes a first-class investigator, he can use the accumulated contribution points to make Quink. Even if he doesn't make Quink, he can still sell the Kakuho in Reincarnation Paradise for a substantial income. Earning 1,100 paradise coins means it wasn't all bad. Su Xiao leaned on the sofa, starting to plan his future course of action. First, he had to complete the main quest, too, as its punishment is severe, deducting 3 points from all attributes. While losing 3 points in power, agility, or intelligence would be detrimental, it's still tolerable. However, losing 3 points in stamina would drop it from 6 to 3, with dire consequences. As for charm and luck attributes, these are even more nerve-wracking, with charm potentially dropping to 0. Su Xiao speculated that charm attributes don't relate to physical appearance but rather personal charisma. Some people are naturally likable, resulting in high charm attributes, like celebrities in the real world who likely have high charm attributes. Yet with Su Xiao's intimidating demeanor, high charm attributes would be unlikely. However, this aura does have its advantages. If he joins the evil forces camp, he would be highly regarded. Being docked 3 points in luck itself would drop it into negative numbers. In that scenario, it would mirror the movie, Final Destination, with imminent danger lurking around every corner. Thus, completing the main quest, too, is essential, especially since finishing it earns him 1 attribute point and 1,500 paradise coins, a significant gain. The next task is to complete the hunting quest. The rewards for the hunting quest aren't specified by Reincarnation Paradise, but Su Xiao senses that they should be substantial, as he's helping Reincarnation Paradise eliminate threats. So, let's continue searching for the ghouls' gathering places. The benefits of last night's large-scale ghoul hunt were appealing to Su Xiao, prompting him not to hunt ghouls individually, which is time-consuming and not as rewarding. It's more worthwhile to seek out the large ghoul gathering spots. Finding large ghoul rendezvous isn't easy, as the known locations are too daunting, like the ghoul areas from Zone 1 to Zone 4, housing hundreds to thousands of ghouls. Even Su Xiao wouldn't dare to approach those massive gatherings, being overwhelmed by thousands, even if they're all B-class ghouls, would exhaust him to death. The ghoul gathering should ideally be kept under 100, beyond that, he couldn't handle it. The reason he could hunt dozens of ghouls unharmed last night was that they didn't attack simultaneously. Fighting one person versus 100 is vastly different, as the saying goes, one pair of fists can't block four hands. Su Xiao is just flesh and blood, he can be injured, and injuries can lead to death. With that in mind, he needs another trip to the helter-skelter bar, where Itori likely has such intel. This time, he plans to avoid coercively obtaining information, as that's not a long-term strategy. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, not to mention that Itori is an SS-level ghoul. He picked up the phone from the coffee table and dialed Maniwa Haruo's number. Associate Special Class by Yi, you're awake. Maniwa Haruo's voice was crisp, and his tone cheerful. How's everything going? It's been handled, headquarters have received the ghoul corpses. If there's no hiccup, I should obtain a new quink. A laugh came from Maniwa Haruo over the phone. Associate Special Class by Yi, how are you dealing with those ghouls, Kakuho? Since you expelled most of them, you're entitled to handle the Kakuho. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. His contribution points currently stood at second-level investigator, contribution points 390/400. He was only 10 points shy of becoming a first-class investigator. Turn in 2/3 to headquarters, and with the remaining third, help me exchange it for something. Su Xiao traded 2/3 of the Kakuho for contribution points. Upon hearing what Su Xiao requested, Maniwa Haruo was taken aback. You want that? Okay, I'll report to the higher-ups, but it's in scarce supply at headquarters, only used for making quink. Now, Maniwa Haruo diligently assists Su Xiao. Partnering with him helps Maniwa Haruo not only boost his achievements but also quickly enhance his combat skills. After the call, an hour later, Maniwa Haruo returned home. I secured the item. The branch happened to have one, but Associate Special Class by Yi, I'm curious, what do you want with it? It's dangerous for humans and is toxic. Maniwa Haruo cautiously handled a small metal box, as if it contained something fragile. There are some things it's best you don't know. Su Xiao took the metal box and opened it. Careful. As the box opened, Maniwa Haruo instinctively stepped back 2 steps. After ensuring the contents of the box were fine, Su Xiao closed it and put it into storage space. He didn't hide this from Maniwa Haruo, and Maniwa Haruo wasn't surprised by the sudden disappearance of the item, as if this was perfectly normal. This is the disguise mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise, integrating various abilities into the ghoul world. Let's go to that bar again. Maniwa Haruo was full of questions but remained silent. Just as Su Xiao said, some things are better left unknown. Su Xiao could trade with ghouls, something Maniwa Haruo would never do because of differing ideologies. 20 minutes later, they drove to the helter-skelter bar. Leaving Maniwa Haruo to wait in the car, Su Xiao stepped into the bar. Welcome. Itori began habitually but stopped upon seeing Su Xiao. To Itori, Su Xiao was akin to a plague god, having cleared a large number of ghouls from the West Street district in one night. Itori's wariness towards him had increased. No need to be tense, this time I'm just here for a transaction with you. He took out the metal box and from it, produced a test tube. The test tube was exquisitely crafted, 10 centimeters long, about the width of a thumb, containing a light red, semi-transparent liquid that bubbled inside. Itori gulped at the sight of the test tube, unable to tear his gaze away. Ghouls seldom acquire what Su Xiao held, yet nearly all ghouls yearn for this item. Chapter 50, Chapter 18, The Beginning of the Cleanup. The test tube spun around Su Xiao's fingertips, creating trails of afterimages under the dim yellow light due to his dexterity. Noticing Itori's expression, a smile appeared on Su Xiao's lips. Ding. He pressed the test tube against the bar counter, resulting in a crisp sound as glass met marble. This sound caused Itori's heart to skip a beat, fearing Su Xiao might break the test tube in his hand. So, how about cooperating with me? It's my first time meeting an investigator like you who collaborates with ghouls. Itori inspected Su Xiao curiously. She knew cooperating with him was undoubtedly dangerous, yet the liquid in the test tube was fatally alluring to her. The test tube did not contain any miracle medicine. For humans, it was a deadly poison. RC cell concentrate. Quality, white. Type, material. Rating, 8. Note, white items have a rating from 1 to 10. The higher the rating, the greater the item's value. Description: the test tube contains a high concentration of RC cell solution, an essential item for the CCG to manufacture quink, used to activate the quinquus steel. RC cell concentrate is solely produced by the CCG, making it unlikely for ghouls to obtain it. If injected into a ghoul, their RC cells would surge, posing significant risks, although less dangerous than shared eating. With this thing right in front of me, do I really have a choice to refuse? Itori showed a smile, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Let's talk. What do I have to pay? Trade is based on mutual benefits. While threats might yield short-term gains, they are never a long-term solution. I want information on the ghoul gathering points in District 14, the more the better. Sushao tossed the test tube to Itori, whose alluring smile vanished. Are you planning to clean up District 14? Fear flickered in Itori's beautiful eyes. Is there a problem? Sushao stared at Itori directly. At that moment, Itori felt the test tube in her hand becoming hot. No problem, wait a minute. Itori retrieved paper and pen from the side and began sketching. 5 minutes later, a crude map was in Sushao's hand. The circled locations are all ghoul gathering points, including a ghoul restaurant, auction house, and intelligence exchange point. Despite its crude nature, the map was quite useful. If this map isn't accurate, I'll be back. Sushao gave Itori a meaningful glance. She was a ghoul, and he couldn't fully trust her. After Sushao left the bar, the panic on Itori's face vanished. Nutcracker, come out. Itori took a sip from a glass of human blood, her red lips becoming even more vivid. A ghoul with an eccentric look, lips pierced with studs in an avant-garde fashion, emerged. This ghoul's name was Nutcracker, the owner of a mask shop in Zone 4, he crafted Kaneki Ken's mask. He noticed me. Nutcracker sat beside Itori. How could that be? With your concealment skills, that man should not have noticed you. Itori was in disbelief. In her distraction, a strand of blood trailed down from the corner of her lips. I'm sure of it. Just now I felt a sharp presence behind me, like being stalked by a beast. After all, he's a monster who fended off the one-eyed owl head-on, so it's not surprising. Nutcracker reclined in the seat, seemingly deep in thought. Forget it, as long as we don't provoke him, it will be fine. Any plans from the organization lately? Itori decided internally to move away. Far from the monster. She wasn't ready to die yet. Being targeted by Sushao was not a pleasant feeling. Although she desired more, RC cell concentrate, her life was more important. No plans. Nick and Roma have disappeared somewhere. Nutcracker and Itori belong to a mysterious ghoul organization named Clown. Known members include Zongta, currently the main antagonist, leader of the clowns. Nick, a masochist who hangs out with Gecko. Itori, bar owner in District 14, once provided Kaneki Ken with intelligence on Kamishiro Rise. Roma, a female ghoul who infiltrates Antika Cafe in later plots, becoming a waitress. Nutcracker, mask shop owner. Among these 5, except for Zongta, the remaining 4 are all SS-level ghouls, typically concealing their strength to appear harmless. Zongta, full name Hishiojo Du Zongtai, is not only the leader of the clowns but also a member of other organizations. He currently hides in the shadows and possesses top-tier strength. After implanting Rise's Kakuho, Zongta's strength surged by leaps and bounds, even reaching the level where defeating Takatsuki-san became easy. The clown's power is undeniable, but typically their members perform their own tasks separately and rarely gather together. In essence, the clown organization stands aloof between Bronze Tree and the CCG, not engaging in battles but instead seeks an observer's advantage. After acquiring the ghoul branch information for District 14, Sushao returned to his car. Haruo, what's this place? Sushao pointed to a circle on the map, and Maniwa Haruo leaned in, frowning deeply as he examined it for a while. This seems to be the Daiyuan auction house. Seems. Maniwa Haruo took the map, studying it with a troubled expression. It shouldn't be wrong. Sushao sighed, the crudeness of this map was beyond what he imagined. It's definitely right, this here is the Daiyuan auction house. Maniwa Haruo pulled out a legitimate map of District 14 to compare. Sunday night at 11, there's a large auction. What does that mean? Manua Haruo read the slogan on the map, slightly puzzled. Exactly what it says. We'll work overtime tonight to continue expelling ghouls, heading to the Daiyuan Stadium. Today happened to be Sunday. Su Xiao lounged in the seat. He was unsure what ghouls would auction among themselves but suspected it wasn't anything valuable. Over 70% of ghouls had some psychological distortion. The only food for ghouls was humans, and given that humans look just like ghouls, consuming beings similar in form led to inevitable psychological instability in ghouls. Moreover, Su Xiao felt ghouls might not be naturally existing creatures, otherwise, humanity would have been extinct long ago in evolutionary history. The ghouls' world's force isn't strong, but compared to ordinary humans, ghouls' strength is overpowering. If ghouls had existed innately, humanity would have been extinct, and after wiping out humans, ghouls would be next to be wiped out. The main task has a deadline of 20 days, only 2 days have passed, so Su Xiao might get to understand the deeper secrets of the ghoul world. Thinking about these matters is premature, completing the main task, too, comes first. At this moment, Reincarnation Paradise provided a prompt. A large number of low-grade Hikos have been sent to the CCG headquarters, granting 135 contribution points. Current status, second-level investigator, contribution points 525/400, would you like to advance your position? Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. Those low-grade ghouls Hikos had decent value, earning him 135 contribution points. As for why Su Xiao didn't keep those Hikos, it was because they couldn't be taken out of the derivative world. Except for items obtained from treasure chests, most cannot be taken out of the derivative world. Choosing to advance his position, the prompt from Reincarnation Paradise disappeared. Becoming a first-class investigator still required a CCG appointment, but this would come soon enough. Now he only needs to continue hunting ghouls. He aims to clear all of District 14. Su Xiao does not believe that by killing all the ghouls in District 14, he cannot be promoted to first-class investigator.